Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls from the general public on TikTok Live about politics and whatever else comes up after they see the usually just intended to be rage bait sign, but, you know, we can talk about cults and hate groups today if they want to. Thanks, everybody who let me know that the supers weren't working right away. Oh, we already got some rolling in. Yeah, we got yesterday's episode restricted for some reason. The section that it told me got us restricted was a pretty intense section of me and the caller absolutely going in on each other. So, not too surprising. The mistake I made this morning was basing today's stream off of yesterday's stream, so the restriction carried over. So if you're watching on YouTube, we should be good to go. Well, if you're seeing this, you're definitely in the right place, but maybe somebody go ping the Discord and let them know that there's a new YouTube stream other than the one I set up a half hour ago. Tobias sent $1 to warn me about this morning. Thank you for that on Cash App. And then he sent me 12 more bucks to say, here's all for the day from me. Thank you, Tobias. He got it out of the way earlier, but we do have YouTube Super Chats. If you are watching this after the fact, by the way, on YouTube, if you're watching this as a podcast, not live, you can find a pinned comment at the top of the comments below. That'll tell you when the first oppositional call starts, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps for the episode in the description below. Everybody's excited to have their Super Chats back because we did have more than 3 hours of a 4-hour show yesterday without Super Chats, so thanks for everybody who got around it by wanting to go... Thanks to everybody who got around it by going to the link tree in the bio and finding my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon so they can get their donations into the show. But this morning we've got Jen sending $2 to say nice. We got Rock sending $10 to say test. We got Rock sending another $10 to say test. I don't think the second test was necessary, and I think he knows that, but I really appreciate the $20. And then NES Josh sent $2 to get a inside joke in with a quick little pee-pee poo-poo in the YouTube Super Chat, which, man, I'm a little ashamed of that being such a fun running joke for everybody, but if you're in the know on that one, you're in the know, and you know what we mean when we say pee-pee poo-poo on the Oskar Quentin Show. It does have a more nuanced meaning than that. Anyway, I'm going to accept my backup account as a guest. So if you're watching this on TikTok, make sure you're following Oskar Quentin too. So if we catch a restriction on TikTok instead of on YouTube, you'll be able to follow the show. Because, hey, that's new. We haven't had any issues with YouTube restricting my speech because of the show being, you know, a little adult-natured sometimes. And I will say, overall, I'm fucking wildly surprised that we have not run into these sorts of problems in the past. The fact that we've made it like 150 live streams in, because it's like 116 episodes, but like 40 or so episodes before that I didn't really record or like number properly. Anyway, Garrett, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. I feel like he always does this. No message, just emojis, just the rock and roll emoji, and $40. Thank you very, very much for that. Getting the show started in a profitable way, which is good because we got Raven in the producer's chair today.
Good morning.
We're getting a little bit of a schedule going together. The things are still a little bit up in the air, but I think the plan is for you for Thursdays to just be Jessie's day off. So Jessie gets a fucking day off, and you're gonna be in the producer's chair Thursday and some other days as needed. I'm in the chair every day because I'm a savage and I work every day, but I don't want to make my employees work every day. That'd be fucking crazy.
It should be every other weekend is the other.
Yeah, something like that. But we're kind of playing it by ear also. All right. Thanks, everybody, for your patience with the difficulties with restrictions yesterday and this morning. Had us starting just a wee bit late. But that's okay. We've got LittleSalPal in the multi-guest request queue already. So maybe we'll start with a good, meaningful, productive, calm, professional, well-mannered conversation. Please. We'll see if LittleSalPal is the conversational partner for that. Hello. How old are you?
32, and I'm a friendly buddy. I was wondering if maybe you could help me finish formulating an argument.
Okay, really quick. Just because you've clearly got some professional radio voice chops going on, I'll let it happen early in the show. What's the argument?
Yeah, so I'm the guy who I want to start doing lives like you. I found out I didn't have enough followers. I think I just barely crossed that mark. I've been making a bunch of short videos debunking MAGA myths.
Hey, hopping up here and not getting kicked by me is actually going to be good. So when we're done with this call, instead of kicking you for the algorithm, I'll let you leave the call for your algorithm. Let's get that account its live privileges, if we can help it.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I appreciate it. Well, it's become incredibly clear to me through videos I've made on immigration, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, that a lot of people on the right see immigrants coming in only two varieties. You're either a legal immigrant who came in the right way and you've never caused any problems and you're totally above board, or you're an illegal immigrant who came across the border illegally and you've been living as a shadow completely under the government's radar the entire time. You and I both know that that's not true, and that, in fact, that second group comprises a very, very, very small portion of the 14 million or so undefined immigrants in our country.
Yep.
What I'm trying to do is to add up the numbers of immigrants that we can account for. So, for example, we know that roughly half of the 14 million or so are people who overstayed their visas. That gets us to about 7 million. Mm-hmm. Trump has revoked TPS or asylum status for about 1.6 million, I think. So that gets us to around 8.6 million. Asylum claims are being denied at astounding rates. So I wouldn't be surprised if that gets us somewhere between 9 and 10 million. But that still leaves another 4 million or so. And so that's why I'm wondering if you can help me. Is there another group I'm not thinking about? Is there another way to come at this argument?
Like, I was literally about to say, gosh, I wish the Crowletariat was here. And just as I thought it, he appeared in the multi-guest request queue. He's the man to ask that question. He's the person with specific expertise about that sort of thing.
I actually study this because I work in health and human services. And I actually live in a city that's been a sanctuary city since 1978, back when they were called safe harbor cities. I have done the data for my city. So I actually have done long-term studies on what data we would use for stand-ins for undefined populations. One of the markers you're going to want to look for, Sal, is school population growth. Typically, when you're studying undocumented populations, school population growth is actually a good corollary stand-in, because a lot of people that come here undocumented, undefined, will then have children that enter the school system. So when you see school system utilization rising without recorded population rising, that tells you that gets used as a stand-in for that area has an increasing undocumented population.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I was watching yesterday when you talked about using the term undefined. So trying to work that into my vocabulary as well.
I caught that too. That was a good reminder for me.
So it's actually a big one that people that study this topic use nationally, because schools aren't allowed to ask you your citizenship status because of Wonkim Arc that says everybody has access to public schools. It's not actually a question that schools are allowed to ask anybody applying for school. So when we study immigration nationally, that becomes a really good marker. If we say, hey, let's use round simple numbers just for everybody's sake. Let's say a city has 100 people in it. But then we see an increase in the public education system because those numbers are tracked separately. We could then infer that, hey, even though the city population has an increase, the school usage has outpaced the population growth, that means there is a segment in the city that's not being counted in the population.
Okay, that makes sense. So do you have a rough estimate of how many immigrants in the country? Like, I know it's a nebulous number that we can't know the exact number of, but throughout your studies and your data, have you found an estimate for roughly how many immigrants are trying to live under the government's radar?
If we go off of I'm not actually against using Homeland Security's numbers, as long as we do it at a macro level and look at trends over time. That's why I accept their number of 10 to 12 million undefined people within the country. It's a reasonable number. It could be more, it can be less, because that definition slides depending on information. But I don't see an issue with using the 10 to 12 number. It's just the only issue I ever push back on is when people go 40 million. I'm like, all right, so we can accept a margin of error on any data, right?
I tend to fall back on it. It's an 8-digit number that starts with a 1.
Exactly.
If we can agree that it's an 8-digit number that starts with 1, we're probably in the right neighborhood.
There's a margin of error on all data like that, but the margin of data is not going to be 4 times wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I feel like I just set up a very interesting date, and I hope you guys talk a lot. And I hope that everybody watching this follows LittleSalPal, because he's hopped on this show a couple times, and I just think from talking to him briefly that he's got the chops to run a good show. So I think that everybody should make sure that they're following LittleSalPal and TheCrowletariat, and my backup account for that matter. Make sure you're following all these accounts over on TikTok. But at this point in the show, I am going to move on to my debates.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Appreciate both of you very much.
Sal. Don't kick Sal.
Oh, just leave him up so people can follow?
I mean, either that or you said he should.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Sal, I kicked Crowletariat, but you're going to leave the show. That's better for your algorithm, and I want your account to be successful. So get out of here.
All right, disconnecting now. Love you, buddy.
Love you too. All right, we're going to talk to John Stone. I don't think that John Stone loves me. We'll see. I think I remember him, and I don't think he loves me. Let's see if I'm thinking of the right guy. Hello, how old are you? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
How old are you?
40.
All right. You support Trump?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, this is all my personal opinion. I fucking despise the political left. Not every person, but you're crazy. You have a pathological altruism. You have
no.
You have a a hierarchical
Spit it out.
delusion.
Come on. Why do you like Trump?
Well, he secured the border.
I don't think he did. How did he secure the border?
Well, illegal entries down by
Yeah, that's true. I think that the reason for that is because he's doing so many flagrant constitutional violations of people's rights, both citizens and otherwise, that people are afraid to come here right now. But I don't think that'll last into the next administration. I don't think he's signed any policy into law about the border, and I don't think that he's done anything to border security that'll actually secure it from the sort of influx of illegal immigrants that we saw during the second half of Biden's term due to some global things that were happening, like the pandemic.
Look, man, the borders are Kamala.
Sorry, how did Trump secure the border? The border was the question.
He issued executive order. I think it was 14165.
And my concern is that these things aren't going to last into the next administration, and that those sorts of executive orders tend to be thrown out immediately by a new president. So what has he done that has made a lasting change to the security of the border? Because I really do think that the reason that the number of illegal crossings is down is because people are just afraid of the country right now, which I think broadly is a bad thing.
No, the Democrats and Biden wanted open borders to secure future
I'm sorry, my
power.
question again is, has Trump done anything? I'm not interested in hearing what Biden did, because I want to know what Trump has done to secure the border that has any chance of lasting into the next administration.
I told you, he issued an executive order.
Right. Do executive orders tend to last into the next administration, especially if considering the possibility that we're going to have a different party for the next administration?
Well, yeah, if the Democrats get back in, they're just going to open the fucking thing back up.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think he should do something that if he wants to secure the border, he should, instead of doing an executive order, he should try to get some bipartisan legislation passed that would really address it and codify into law some changes about how we handle the border. Biden did try to do that, and he did have bipartisan support. If you want to talk about Biden, maybe we could talk about the fact that Biden tried to do what I'm asking you to present evidence of Trump doing. Trump shot it down because it didn't have his name on it. I don't think that was a particularly good move. I'm talking about the Lankford bill. But once again, what has Trump done to secure the border that has any chance of lasting into the next administration?
Well, I mean, the executive order is a temporary fix, you know. But
right.
See, the problem is that Democrats want amnesty.
I think the problem is that Republicans only ever want temporary fixes because then people who support them have to vote them back into power to get those fixes to continue, whereas Democrats try to make lasting change for the country.
Look, man, this is why I say you have a pathological altruism. You're under this delusion of equity. This is why you want.
I'm sorry. What does that have to do with whether or not Trump and Biden's border policies are going to last into the next administration?
What does equity have to do with immigration policy?
My question is, what does that have to do with whether or not Trump's border policies are going to last into the next administration?
Look, sometimes you put a temporary fix on, which is what Biden could have done to prevent this crisis.
Fantastic. If that's the temporary fix, what's the permanent fix is the question that I've been asking since the beginning of the conversation.
Well, it's hard. I told you it's hard to get because Democrats want amnesty.
I do want amnesty.
Yes, you do. This is part of your pathological altruism.
You're fucking insane. You keep saying pathological altruism.
Yeah, okay. Gad Sad would say S-side empathy. Sam Harris would say moral confusion. You think you live
Sam Harris. You're trying to pull Sam Harris on me. All right.
You don't like Sam Harris?
Love Sam Harris. He's very interesting. He's very, very, very accomplished neuroscientist, and I've read a lot of his books. And I actually really like Waking Up. I think that his approach to spirituality as an atheist is an interesting one that I value. Anyway, familiar with his work. Moving along, what's so wrong with altruism? What's so wrong with caring about other people?
When it becomes toxic, when it becomes pathological, it becomes a real problem. Look, I'll give you an example.
You keep saying it's pathological. That's a medical term. Like what is so pathological about my altruism? Do you think that I make foolhardy altruistic decisions that are actually bad for society in some way that I'm not able to consider because of my pathology?
Yes, I think that in the deranged mind of the left, that being considered racist is much worse than the third world destroying Western civilization.
I would just like to point out that saying that, like, I think in the deranged mind of the left isn't really a very substantive thing to add to the conversation. Like, I could say in the like muddled bowl of porridge that is your brain, you might think this or that, and it doesn't really add anything about what I think about your perspective or your ideas. It's just an insult. It's just a random little ad hominem that's sprinkled in as maybe a trap to derail the conversation, which it has, because I'm addressing it and pointing out that it doesn't add any substance to the conversation. So can you try to say things that add substance to the conversation?
Do you look, I'll give you the woke test, okay? If you answer yes to any of these questions, you're woke and you're deranged. Okay?
I don't believe that this is a good test. I have no reason to believe that the question
You
you're
don't even know
about
what
to.
I said yet.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe that your test is a good one, and I'm just announcing that to the audience, that I don't really accept the terms you just laid out, that if I answer... Right, I'm just letting people know that the thing you just laid out, that if I answer one way, I'm deranged, and if I answer another way, and I just don't accept that. I don't recognize it. I don't think that you're answering any of my questions satisfactorily. I think you're alarmed that I was aware of Sam Harris and his body of work. I think you're alarmed that I pointed out that using a word like pathology or pathological has some baggage with it that you're not really prepared to deal with in consideration of how that language is supposed to be used in a substantive conversation. I don't think you're ready for any of this shit, but sure, let's see it. It'll be fun for everybody. What's your little test?
Are race and gender social constructs?
No. Well, gender is, race isn't.
Race is not a social construct.
Yeah, I'm among people on the left, I'm perfectly willing to admit that, like, African Americans, for example, usually have darker skin than people who aren't African Americans in this country. Like, there's some tangible, like, phenotypic stuff going on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, well, look.
I'm not blind to biology.
Well, most of the left is.
I don't think that most of the left is. I think that most people are pretty ignorant of science, and they make pretty, like, glaring mistakes when they talk about things like biology when it relates to these touchy social issues. I think that's true on the left and the right, but I think that people like myself who actually work pretty hard on being educated and using careful language are able to make pretty rigorous arguments for the things that we care about in consideration of the facts, which is very important to the way that I make these sorts of arguments generally.
Okay, so we're in agreement that race is biological.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, but you think gender is not?
Yeah, I think that the gender exists as the label that we put on the social constructions that exist around sexual biology. So like by definition, gender is socially constructed. It's a label that we use for the socially constructed part of the way that we engage with what our biological sex is and how we present to society in consideration of that fact.
Well, I would just say that when I was born, the doctor said it's a boy. I have a Johnson, and this is what gender is predicated.
Yeah, historically, because the vast majority of the human population fall into one of two categories, which is either a cis man or a cis woman. Once you're old enough to be called a man or a woman, we could say cis boy or cis girl, potentially. I think the vast majority of people fit into those two categories. So when you say something like, well, when my grandpappy was born, the doctor saw a dick and said it's a boy, it's like, yeah, that worked for the vast majority of people, for the vast majority of human history. But we have some nuance around these other edge cases that people like yourself tend to just be really obstinately unwilling to engage with the findings of experts or the people who actually study sociology and look at social constructions. Like, it's a little more complicated than that. Maybe it doesn't affect you and your family, but yeah, I'm just not interested in the it has a dick, it's type of argument. Doesn't really work on me.
Well, here, look, just my point is trans women should not be in MMA matches with
I'm sorry, I think that's a pivot away from this concern about whether or not gender is an appropriate... Like, we can talk about how gender should affect something, like whether or not somebody competes in sports, if you and I agree even a little bit about what gender is, and because we don't, I don't think that would be a productive conversation.
No, I was just trying... So, you don't want to answer should
I just explained very clearly why I don't think it would be productive for you and I to discuss that, because we don't agree about some of what these labels mean and what's important about them and whether or not they're social constructions. So, no.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, but you see, if you want to know where your pathological altruism comes from, it comes from postmodernism. It comes from
I'm sorry. You think that my pathological altruism comes from postmodernism?
Yeah, in a large part. Yeah, and the Frankfurt School too, and also Hollywood, MTV. And I know it's ironic I'm a Zionist because most of the woke mind virus is Jewish in origin. Not all of it, but most of it.
This guy's flailing. He's floundering. Can we get some fish emojis in the chat?
Flailing?
Yeah, you're just bringing up talking points. You don't like the way I was engaging with your questions about race and gender, so you're just bringing up more talking points about Zionism and insulting my altruism further. I asked you earlier that when you said that I'm a pathological altruist, I felt that was like technical medical language that like really carries some baggage with it. You haven't responded to that. You haven't really responded to anything that I've said to you.
Well, you wouldn't answer my question about MMA matches.
Why wouldn't I answer your question about MMA matches?
Well, because I think you know how crazy it is.
No, I don't think that's fair. I think I gave a really good reason. I said it twice. What is the reason that I have told you that I didn't want to go into that part of the conversation? Because you're saying that you don't believe me, that I'm lying to you about my reason.
No, I just said you said...
Show everybody that you're listening to the conversation. Show everybody that you've got your listening ears on, and tell me why it is I didn't want to go down that avenue of conversation.
Well, I think you said something like we disagree with the definitions or ideas of what gender is.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was listening.
Okay.
That's why.
But you can just announce that it's that I'm like afraid of it or that I know that my position on it's crazy. I don't think you do know my position on that sort of thing. But I also just don't think we should move on to that without talking more about what gender is. Do you agree that gender is socially constructed and separate from sex, even though it aligns most of the time in cisgender people?
There's rare exceptions of intersex, but not really, man. I mean,
intersex people, I think, are kind of separate from gender. I mean, it influences what a person's gender identity might end up being. But I think we can both agree it's common ground that like intersex individuals who have different chromosomal makeups are not the people we're talking about when we talk about trans issues. Can we is that common ground?
Well, that's why I just look. To me, is
that common ground or not?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason I bring this up is because I think the left has glamorized being non-straight and trans.
Okay, I'm not interested in your opinions on glamour. I'm not interested in your opinions on much of anything. I'm interested in what you think these terms mean. So, yeah, intersex people not super relevant to the trans issue. What do you think a trans person is? Let me ask you that question.
Somebody that is confused or conflicted or doesn't like their biological sex they were born with.
Why do you use words like confused? It sounds like you are confused by trans people, but I don't think that trans people are confused. I don't think that that's the language that experts that study trans rights and trans issues would use.
Gender dysphoria is a mental illness, buddy.
Raven, gender dysphoria is so I got my producer on the other side of the room. Gender dysphoria is falling out of use, right? They don't like that term specifically for the type of reason that this asshole's using it right now.
They took it off the DSM-5.
Yeah, not what we use as the diagnostic label anymore. That's outdated. And I always say, if you got to go back to the past for the doctors and scientists to agree to you, you're doing something wrong.
So wait, gender dysphoria is not a mental illness? Is that what you're telling me?
It was described as one in the DSM, but we've removed it. We don't just define it that way anymore.
How do we define it?
Raven, how do we define it these days?
I'm not actually positive on that.
Oh.
But,
okay.
Basically, it's just kind of being deconstructed as a negative thing in the medical field. And
it's not being treated as a pathology anymore, so we just don't define it in that way at all.
Right, it's just an outlier, essentially just the same as intersex people.
Right, because the idea that somebody's gender doesn't align with their biological sex is like the idea that that's necessarily some sort of pathology is kind of problematic, and that's why we removed it from the DSM. So we just have our definition of gender, we have our definition of biological sex, and if they don't add up to you being a cisgendered person, then that's a trans person or some other such category as gender fluid or something like that. So we don't need a specific definition to just say that those two things aren't in alignment with each other. I think maybe where you and I are getting confused with each other right now, but we don't have a pathological definition anymore. So you're asking for something that isn't there.
Yeah, deconstruction, that's postmodernism. That comes from Derrida. Just so you know, the left is always talking about deconstruction.
I just think that at every point where we get to something that substantive could happen in this conversation, you just pull a Hail Mary by being like, that's postmodernism or whatever. Can you answer what we just said?
Do you know who Derrida is?
We were talking about, I'm not super familiar with Derrida. I read a little bit of Derrida when I did philosophy in college, like fucking 10 years ago, but like, no, postmodernism has never been all that attractive to me, especially in a conversation like this one, where what we're talking about is the definition of biological sex and gender and how sometimes when they don't match up, that might be a trans person or somebody who is gender fluid or something like that. So those are the ways that I think about it. And me and I'm sitting here conferring with Raven. Raven's a little bit more knowledgeable about this particular topic than I am. Do you have a problem with the way that we've described any of these definitions?
Well, look, I mean, no. I'm just trying to. I would disagree that. See, this is the goal of the queer theorist, though, is to make gender and sexuality fluid. This is what like Judith Butler and Foucault. And
you keep talking about these vague things like the goal of the queer theorist. You were talking to me. Hello, my name is Oskar. We're talking about my perspectives on gender, my perspective on how we should treat these people in society, and you keep bringing up all this genuinely
Also, can I fact check something?
You represent the left.
Do you think that being transgender is a new concept?
No, there's just an exponential increase because the left has glamorized it.
I don't think that there is an exponential increase. Do you think that when
there is an increase, actually?
Yeah, there's an increase, and I think it's pretty obvious with all sorts of things that when people understand something better and people don't have to be as closeted about things because society is less harmful to people who have those issues of identity, they're more likely to come out and more likely to show up in the data. I mean, we see that with things like autism, where it's like autism's not getting that much more common. We just diagnose it more frequently because parents actually bring their kids to get them checked out when they're running into developmental challenges. So do you
Left-handedism has a pretty scientifically tracked curve where it was like 3% until it became socially acceptable, and then it raised up to like 10 to 12% or something.
My mom's one of those people. They made her write with her right hand, but she's like a completely left-handed person in her day-to-day life, and it bothers her that she writes with her right hand. But that's how she learned how to do it.
But during that upward curve, people just thought people were doing it because it was socially cool. But it did peak out and flatten out at 15 or whatever percent.
10 or 15%, something like that. Yeah.
Because that's just what it actually is.
So, caller, do you recognize that as something becomes more accepted, we would actually just expect it to show up more?
Yes, but when you have a society like that of ancient Greece, like ours now, that glamorizes and promotes and endorses being non-straight and trans, you're going to have a lot more people doing it who would not have been. I would just recommend you read Abigail Schreier. She wrote a book called Irreversible Damage. She addresses this.
Are you suggesting that we're forcing people to be gay?
Or
are we just allowing freedom of expression?
They're being indoctrinated, coerced, and brainwashed.
Yeah, I don't think that that's fair at all. I think that you need evidence that demonstrates that somebody who's trans is going through something that can be influenced through indoctrination, and there's no evidence of that whatsoever.
Okay, are we in agreement that in the society of ancient Greece glamorized being gay?
I don't know if glamorized is an appropriate word. No, I know they didn't have as big a problem with it. They had a bunch of really problematic practices. They had like pedophilia and stuff that was pretty rampant. I mean, I know we got a problem with that going on right now too. There's actually a political party that's like got rampant pedophilia as an issue, but you probably don't want me to pivot to that. Yeah, I don't really use ancient Greece as a reference for anything. I'm not that type of chud.
Yeah, they use gay sex as a form of dominance, which is just misogyny repackaged.
Yeah.
You know? So if anything, misogyny is the problem, which is what you're displaying with your transphobia.
People are very malleable.
You know, lots of donations are coming in. I'm going to give you a moment to collect your thoughts, caller, and I am going to read some of these donations. Thank you, Melissa, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. No need to read this part. Okay, I won't. I'll read it to myself. LittleSalPal sent $5 to say, thanks to Oskar for the opportunity, Crowletariat for the info, and the chat for the follows. The community's awesome. Oskar's built a good thing. Appreciate that. I hope you got lots of followers by your time on the show. Jazz Baroncrab sent $5 to say, buddy, if wanting other people not to suffer is bad, then call me the fucking Antichrist. We have more than enough resources. Quit being a greedy fuck. Jazz Baroncrab also sent $2 to say, also racial labels are socially constructed. That's true. I mean, we could like come up with an operational biological definition for what some sort of race is, like a genetic marker, and then draw a label around it and call that a non-socially constructed label. But that's not really what's happening when we talk about race in the public discourse. Anyway, Tavi Badir sent $5 to say, OMG, we went from the border policy all the way to transgender people in sports. Almost record time. Yeah, those are the two issues that there are in the world. Those are the only things that matter when you're picking a president, is what he thinks about other people's genitals and what he thinks about brown people. We're going to get back to that conversation in a brief moment here. Urban sent $10 to say, the fact that intersex people exist, their existence should shut down the chud talking points and stop the discussion because they assume to know someone's sex. I blame Bush and No Child Left Behind. Yeah, probably had something to do with it. Canadian Princess sent $10 to say, does this caller even know a trans person? These people always come up here with a lot of big opinions and feelings about us trans folks, yet never even know a single trans person. Absolutely pathetic. I don't know about this caller in particular, but I do see that trend. They seem to care a whole lot about something that simply doesn't fucking affect them at all. Chris, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. He said, read as Inigo Montoya. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Thank you for the $2. David sent $5 to say, bro, I'm all for glamorizing the LGBTQ community. They are cool people and add value to society. God forbid we glamorize people expressing themselves. Oh no, we're gonna make John Stone feel uncomfortable. He's gonna have feelings he doesn't understand. Nurse Elliot sent $1 to say the diagnosis code we use frequently when ordering GAHT meds is endocrine disorder. Good to know. Yeah, those technical terms are not my area of expertise. I have some areas where I'm pretty knowledgeable, but actually medicine's not really one of them. Anthony sent $1 to say another mediocre bigot. I agree. And then back on YouTube Super Chat, the Spoobies here with $5. He said, did you know in ancient Greece they glamorized donating to the Oskar Quentin show? They did. It's actually, necessary to be a virtuous person. I'm kidding. But I do very much appreciate that people have made the show my full-time job. John Stone, have you gathered your thoughts? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Don sent $5 on Venmo to say, where are the conversation camps? Where are the conversion camps to turn people gay then? Yeah. We do actually have conversion camps, but it's to stop people being gay, and they're quite harmful to society, and they're becoming illegal in places, which is very thankful. And thanks for all the gifts over.
Unfortunately, they're also becoming legal again in some
Yeah.
places.
Well, the conservatives have gone regressive, so that's not surprising. John Stone, have you gathered up your thoughts on this?
Yeah, what this all ultimately comes down to is cultural Marxism.
Do you think that when you bring up these, like, you keep bringing up like terms that are kind of smashed together, you're talking about like some postmodernism or like cultural Marxism? I think you're doing a thing where when you bring up a term like that, we would have to stop in our tracks, make sure that the audience understands that, make sure I understand that, because you're pulling some vocab terms that I don't know. And I think that you're intentionally trying to steamroll past a version of this conversation where everybody participating in it, me, Raven, and yourself, and everybody watching it actually knows exactly what the fuck you're saying. I think that you're just trying to fart into a wine glass, swill it around, smell it, say, yup, smells good, and we're all supposed to trust you.
I'd be happy to explain it if you'd like.
Just explain these talking points in a way that makes sense to somebody who hasn't heard these particular vocabulary terms lately, because I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know all these vocabulary terms perfectly, or I'm perfectly ready to engage with all of them, but I think you're doing a dishonest thing by leveraging the fact that these are unfamiliar topics with people to make it sound like you know what you're talking about. You've demonstrated thoroughly that you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, which is why I'm very curious why you're bringing up these like old philosophical terms. So I just want you to be very clear when you bring them up and how they're relevant, what they mean. Just slow the fuck down. Be an educator, you teach the audience what the fuck it is you're saying.
Right. So the left sees Western civilization as an authoritarian patriarchy that is controlled by straight, cis, white men that are oppressors, that created whiteness out of G-side, colonialism, slavery, and imperialism. So everything is seen through
I didn't say put more of them into one sentence. I said slow down.
Jesus,
I actually agree with a bunch of what you said there, but I feel like you're just really trying hard to wax philosophically instead of having an actual human to human conversation. This isn't how you talk to people. Come on, try again. We can talk about these issues. Just fucking take off the Philbro robes and just actually speak to me like a fucking human being.
Yeah. So at the very top of the hierarchy, the pyramid of oppression.
Pyramid of oppression. Is that a label that you've come up with, or who's talking to you about the pyramid of oppression?
I think I actually just created that, yeah.
Yeah, so again, you're talking about the perspective of the left, and you think that we see the white man at the top of the pyramid of oppression. Now, I do think the patriarchy is a problem. I think that white nationalism is a problem. I think that racism is a problem. But to say that it's this pyramid, you're really forcing it into this absolute system of control that I think it's really problematic to simplify such a big problem in that way. Because there's no one white dude or group of white people who are in charge of racism or the patriarchy or something. That's a nonsensical perspective on the patriarchy and on racism in this country. And if somebody held it, I would tell them that that's ridiculous, even if they're on my team. Lots of people on my team are ridiculous.
So I'll give you an example of this, right? This is one of the main reasons I hate.
I'm sorry, do you recognize that I don't think that, do you agree with me that, this idea, this pyramid of control is, not my perspective on what the problem is? Because you're bringing it up as a description of what I think the problem is, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to think about it in a different way, I mean, I'm just talking about a set of priorities.
Let's make sure everybody understands what's happening. When you brought up what did you call it? The pyramid of control? Is that what you called it?
I said oppression.
Pyramid of oppression. When you brought that up, you were trying to describe my perspective on the world, right?
Well, not you, the left, just the left.
Okay, so I've told you that that's not my perspective. I don't think that's.
Let me explain it.
But I'm saying that I'm already
Right.
I'm already telling you some issues I have with the way that you're describing this, and you're not very interested in the fact that I don't co-sign the way you're describing my beliefs or the beliefs of people on the left generally, and I don't actually think that most reasonable people on the left think this way. That's not my impression, and I talk to lots of people on the left. So again, where you just made it up, you just admitted that you made up that label. Why are you making shit up and blaming us for believing it?
Well, no. I mean, I said hierarchical psychosis. I mean, this is
hierarchical psychosis. What does that mean?
Well, this is that. I'll give you an example. Okay?
Define psychosis.
Delusional, crazy belief systems.
Right. So you're accusing us of having a hierarchical psychosis where we see the power structures of the patriarchy and of white supremacy in this country as a pyramid of oppression. And I just told you that I take really serious issue with that type of oversimplified language about it, because I don't think that the system that we're up against is a pyramid at all.
Look, man. Look, this is why I brought up trans rights have overridden women's rights. That's one example. You all are
I think that's your fault. I think you're the one who came in here and wasted what could have been a meaningful conversation about immigration or economic policy or what we want for the 21st century in America. I think you've muddled it by sitting here and arguing me using a bunch of fucking old Philbro terms about trans people who don't fucking affect your life at all. I think you're the one who's like making this a wedge issue by bringing it to my show.
I will give you look, man. Were you for the lockdowns during C-19?
Yes.
Were you for the BLM protests in the summer of 2020?
Not all of them. Some very bad behavior happened that summer.
This is the psychosis of the left, that fighting racial injustice was more important.
Your script said that I was going to say yes, but I didn't, and you moved on anyway. Come on, listen to what I just said. I supported some of those protests, but there was some seriously bad behavior at some of those protests that I don't co-sign.
But don't you see the point here? That you all are telling us to shelter in place, but then you're for protesting.
What do those things have to do with each other? Like, what is a global pandemic where everybody on the planet Earth, like, it wasn't an American political issue about racism, the fact that there was a virus killing people. Like,
yes, if you all are telling us how we have to shelter in place because of how dangerous C-19 is, then you should not be for fucking protests. Dude, you've clearly got big feelings. You're fucking protest, but like, tell me what the fucking connection is, because I don't see it at all. But see, I would say it's hypocritical, but it's more hierarchical. But don't you? Once again,
I asked a very specific question that you're just steamrolling past and going back to those Philbro terms that you're still not using in a way that I think is even effective for you advocating for your own position in this argument. But once again, why is it that a person who recognizes the medical advice of scientists, not just in this country, but on the entire planet Earth, that we recognize that their advice during a global pandemic is good? Why is that incongruent with a person thinking they should protest bad behavior from their government?
Because fighting racial injustice in your fucked up minds overrode the lockdowns that you were trying to enforce. That's why.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are, like, on individual bases, more important things. Like, for example, if your apartment building was on fire during the lockdown, you might carry an unconscious neighbor down out onto the street, right?
Yeah.
Is that a person? Wait, no, just yes or no. Is that a reasonable thing to do?
Yeah.
Why is that a reasonable thing to do? I thought we were listening to the doctor's orders to lock down. Why, in that instance, is it okay to violate the orders to stay home and not interact with your neighbors?
Because staying in the apartment could cause somebody to be harmed or worse.
Yeah, because there's great harm at risk for people. So when people see great harm in their societies,
Floyd.
I'm sorry.
That is not.
How's George Floyd doing?
Look, man, the guy was...
I asked a question. How's George Floyd doing these days?
He's not around anymore.
Okay, so if we're just not going to accept an argument where you say that there isn't some risk of harm or some concern about harm. Our community, because I live in Minneapolis, we were very...
fighting with police.
Okay, you can litigate with me the fact that Jarek Chauvin, the convicted murderer, murdered him or not. I'm not interested in you pivoting onto that, but the idea that inherently it's incongruent for somebody to respect medical advice from a doctor to stay home during a pandemic can't come up with a situation where it is in alignment with their ethical considerations and their concern for safety, concern for public safety, to maybe override that to deal with some other such problem. Not to mention the fact that most of the demonstrations that happened during the summer of 2020 for the Black Lives Matter movement were the sort of demonstrations that you can still exhibit social distancing at. That was at least my experience with most of the protests I attended. The riots here were certainly an exception to that, but like I said, there was lots of bad behavior that I don't co-sign. So again, I think you're trying to rush past my actual specific answers to these things because my actual specific answers derail the fucking script that you're reading to me.
No, it really doesn't.
I think that it does.
No, it really doesn't.
So let's just rewind a little bit and make sure that I'm understanding and following the conversation. You recognize that if the building's on fire, you can violate the lockdown orders because immediate safety is more important than those lockdown concerns in that specific example. You recognize that? I think it's fair to conclude from that it therefore isn't inherently true that lockdown orders are necessarily always the most important thing if you're somebody like me who does respect the wishes of doctors during such times. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah, look, man, I debated somebody on here that compared it to...
I'm sorry. I'm not asking you to move on. I'm trying to understand what we just talked about to make sure that we're on the same page. So we established that there are times where there's good reason to violate the lockdown orders, right?
Yes.
And that's not necessarily an indication that somebody is against the doctor's orders that led to the lockdowns in the first place, right?
Yeah, I just disagree.
The
with
leap,
but see, this
right?
is-
The
this
leap
is-
that
this
you're
is your-
making, the leap that you're
this is your-
making is
this is your
saying that
hierarchy.
the leap. Yeah, stop.
your
Quit.
hierarchy.
I know you really are just chomping at the bit to get those buzzwords again. But the next thing is that I want to say is that the leap that you're making is saying that protesting police activity in Minneapolis or whatever particular thing somebody chose to go outside for in 2020 when they were protesting is not a good enough excuse to override that concern for the lockdown. That's your argument?
That's right.
Okay, I disagree.
I know you do.
Okay, I'm glad that we have now established that. And do you see how few big vocabulary words that the audience doesn't understand we needed to use to get here? Now we understand what we disagree about and why you're talking about COVID and George Floyd, which, I don't know. How exactly did we pivot over here from trans rights? I think I scared him away from that topic. What are we fucking talking about,
Go
dude?
back to trans rights if you want. But
Are you scared of this one? We're going to play some whack-a-mole?
No. I'm just simply telling you, and you've articulated it, that fighting racial injustice was more important in your hierarchy than lockdowns.
Sir, do you know what straw manning is?
Yeah, it's like trying to argue against a weaker point.
No.
Not what actually the person is saying.
It's conflating, like, let's use the example of immigration. If it's saying that we are against ICE and their enforcement mechanisms, you're saying that we want rapists and murderers into the country. That's just not our argument.
Yeah, nobody wants that. So people saying that we want that's a straw man. It's a fake
Right.
version of our argument that's easy to kick over.
And
I'm trying to steel man your argument. I'm trying to explain your argument in a way that is clear and obvious to everyone so people can understand what the fuck it is you're saying to me.
Go
And
ahead, steel man.
I already did that. Like, we arrived at this point where, like, here, let me just ask a quick question. Do you think that obeying lockdown orders was important?
Obeying lockdown orders.
Like during 2020, staying home, wearing masks, social distancing, do you think that those were important steps that everybody should have done their best to follow in consideration of other concerns for safety, which we disagree about some stuff there, but just like in general, do you think that the lockdown orders were good and saved lives?
I do until I saw the summer of 2020.
Okay, so you keep bringing that up, but like if you think that they were important, what I'm trying to understand about you is that you don't seem to understand that a community can see an emergency in front of them that's more important than that in the moment. So I'm just trying to establish how important you think the lockdown was in the first place.
I think it was important. I think that that we tried to protect our elderly, and I think that was important. Yeah.
Okay, and you don't think that it's important to stand up against police brutality?
Not this situation. This is why I was trying to explain that the man was fighting with police.
Right. You don't think that it's an example of police brutality? What happened to George Floyd?
No, I really don't.
Why was Derek Chauvin convicted?
I think it was a witch hunt. I think that
My buddy Derek, Dr. Dankenstein 4269, he's been trying to get volunteers for this game. He wants people like you to play, where somebody kneels on your neck for how many seconds is it? 905 seconds? Is it
It's
something?
like 10 minutes.
Something like that, yeah. So he wants to get where we've got an actor who looks kind of like Derek Chauvin, who weighs the same, and we want him to. We were looking for a volunteer to have this guy kneel on their neck for as long as Derek Chauvin kneeled on George Floyd's neck. Would you be willing to participate in this experiment?
Sure.
When? Can you come to Minneapolis? What city do you live in? We'll come to you.
I really can't.
What city do you live in? We'll come to you.
I'll DM you that privately. But look,
What state do you live in? I'd like to call him later and tell him when and which state we have to go to.
I'll tell you in a DM.
You're not going to say to the public which state you live in? It'll be known if I fly to your fucking state and film this video.
You want to fly to my state?
Yeah, I want to fly to your state, and I want our actor, who weighs the same as Derek Chauvin, to kneel on your neck for as long as George Floyd was knelt on by Derek Chauvin. And if you tap out, you lose. That's the game.
I see. Yeah. Well,
I will fly to your city and film this video. I'm not fucking joking. That's the type of shit that we're spending these donations on. John Stone, I will fly. You just said you would do it. I will fly to where you live. And tell me the fucking state so I can call Derek.
Well, let me just tell you that people have threatened to unalive me on here, so that's why I'm a little bit hesitant.
No, but we're not threatening to unalive you. We're threatening to do something that you think is allowable for police officers to do.
I will tell you in a DM. I will DM you where I am.
You're not even going to say what state you're in so I can start running logistics on this?
I told you threatened to unalive me on here multiple times.
Do I need to hide what state you live in? When I shoot this video, people are gonna know what state Oskar Quentin traveled to when he was filming this dumb fucking video with Dr. Dankenstein for 2069.
Dude, I'll DM you where I am. I'll DM you.
You were afraid of people knowing what state you're in? You're definitely not gonna turn your camera on.
Tomorrow's sign should be MAGA lives in fear.
MAGA lives in such fear of consequences for the things they say and do on the internet. I don't believe you, man. I don't think you... Because, no, seriously, like, why are you so afraid to announce what fucking state you live in if you're willing to let me come and shoot this video with you?
I'd just rather people not know where I am. People threaten to unalive me.
So you are unwilling to participate in this experiment?
No, dude, I told you I'd DM you. I will DM you.
But people are going to find out when we go do it.
They wouldn't have to.
They will. Like, we're going to film it somewhere. People are going to... The internet sleuths are going to figure it out.
Okay, look, man, I said I will DM you. I'm not afraid to... people on here have threatened to unalive me multiple times. That has happened, right? My picture's on here. I'm not
but you will. It'll probably take me a couple months to get to wherever in the country you are. I've got lots of travel planned for the remainder of the year. But you are here making your pledge that you will, in fact, let a person who weighs the same amount as Derek Chauvin kneel on your neck for as long as he knelt on George Floyd's neck on camera. And if you tap out, you lose. Which doesn't really have anything attached to it. It'll just be embarrassing.
I got kind of a bad neck, but yeah, I'd probably do that. You know, I do.
Probably? We're already backpedaling. You were really confident that you'd do it before you realized that this show has enough of a budget for me to be fucking serious when I tell you that I will pay a fucking actor who weighs the same as Derek Chauvin to kneel on your neck so that you can see how it felt when it happened to George Floyd. I hope you tap out.
Fair.
George Floyd fucking died from it.
Yeah, I'll do that, sure.
I look forward to your DM, and I'm not interested in discussing anything with you other than arrangements for that happening. So we can continue to do that on the show if you want to tell me what region of the country you live in. Otherwise, I'm going to be done until we shoot.
You don't want to debate anymore.
I'll debate with... I mean, yeah, I think the next step here is you putting your money where your mouth is on this.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe the chat can decide if we're going to kick or if we're going to pick a new topic. I got to write down...
what I'm trying to explain
John Stone
is
Derek Chauvin
George Floyd
challenge
was accused.
No, I'm not interested in discussing George Floyd with you anymore because
you're not.
Well, no, because you're going to do the George Floyd challenge where we have an actor who weighs the same as Derek Chauvin kneel on your neck for as long as Derek Chauvin knelt on George Floyd's neck. After you do that, then I will be willing to talk to you about George Floyd. Gave you a follow.
You just want to know where I am?
No, I explained very clearly what I want. I'll do my best effort to not get you doxxed, man. I'm not worried about. But I do think it'll be much more interesting to have a conversation with you about George Floyd, with video reference of how you would do in his shoes on the screen. So, just kind of over the bullshit about people, saying a bunch of shit about him that I don't think they have good evidence for, or I don't think is in alignment with the court documents or what the coroner said or anything like that. I got this problem where people get killed by law enforcement in my neighborhood and tell me bullshit about them. So I've got some pretty aggressive approaches to how to handle that, and I've decided that the George Floyd one is going to be the George Floyd challenge, just getting your neck knelt on by somebody who weighs as much as Derek Chauvin for as long as Derek Chauvin knelt on George Floyd's neck. So that's a prerequisite for having a conversation with me about George Floyd, I've decided. At least for you, because you're kind of an asshole.
Fuck you, pal.
Well, you'll get an opportunity to say it in person.
Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think the chat wants you gone. So, I look forward to your DM. Good luck with that, John Stone. Thank you for your time. And thank you, Tommy Badir, for the $2 on YouTube Super Chat. I have learned nothing except John farts. Pivot. That's all the caller can do. Thank you for the $2, Canadian Princess. And Pat in the chat sent $5 to say, caller 100% has cabinets full of mason jars that he farts, that his farts he can go to when America becomes the post-apocalyptic hellscape that it's barreling towards. Yeah, maybe the rest of us will have food and community, and you'll have a bunch of mason jars full of farts. Pat in the chat sent $2 to say, caller agrees to Chauvin game. Chat, okay. Canadian Princess sent $5 to say, people like John are cowards. They're fine hurting minorities, but when they're pushed back they immediately become concerned about civility. Coward. Boo-hoo. You get threats for being deplorable. Oscar and other posts like him get death threats and on the daily for trying to stand for people's rights. Thank you, Jazz, for the $5. And thank you, Lucid Viper, for the monthly member message. Are we going to fundraise prize money for if John doesn't tap? Oh, man, we could, like, come up with all sorts of shenanigans. What a fun trip that would be. Because, yeah, if he told me a region of the country, I could start planning some of the cities near there I'd like to go. And we could, like, plan a trip for maybe a month or so after the farthest in the future trip we have planned, because we actually have 2 or potentially 3 trips planned for the show. Anyway, have a glance at operational when I have a moment. I'm like the president reading his notes out loud. Let me see what's in operational. Caller challenged Nicholas. He challenged creator to a fight. The creator jumped a motorcycle meetup spot, sat for an hour live. John did not show up. Yeah. We'll see. What a fun game that was. All right, over on Venmo, Kyle sent $4 to say, Venmo, fix your app, please. Sent $4 to say, this pod brought to you by Tushy Bidets. Tushy Bidets, you too can have the wettest balls in the room. Ideal for everyone for everything from cleaning your bits to washing veggies. They're made tough and the #1 choice of mouthwash for right-wing hate mongers like the collar. Thank you. I appreciate the $4. I think I maybe know what the YouTube username is just based on the nature of the message. Unknown sent $5 to say, my name is Ren. Good morning. I adore you. And Venmo cut your message off, so I'm going to refresh it. And spend my days off listening to you from beginning to end. One note, race is most certainly without a question a social construct. The concept only goes back as far as the 1400s. Love you, Jessie and Raven. See, with a caller like the one I previously had, like I have to be really careful to not say something that he, through his definitions, are going to see as technically false. So I'm willing to admit that like skin color is genetically influenced, and in that sense, I know that's the sense that the caller's asking in. All of the stuff that exists around the labels that we put on that and the way that we treat people about that is socially constructed. Funny. Works the same way as gender, right? So in that sense, there's a parallel between race and gender. But I have to be careful about exactly the thing that the caller's going to use, because he's going to run all over TikTok and be like, Oscar thinks that genetics has nothing to do with race if I say something that like that race is socially constructed. So I have to answer for something like race in a much more careful way. We don't have as clear a set of vocabulary dividing race into 2 separate issues in the same way that we do with biological sex versus gender. So there just isn't as clean-cut language to use in a nuanced discussion about that. But that caller was the type of caller to abuse nuance to try to get away with this sort of thing. And chat, keep him honest. You got to remember that John Stone is pending his Derek Chauvin challenge if he wants to talk about Black Lives Matter with me ever again. Vicky, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. She said something. Venmo's taking a long time to load. I don't know if it's that Vicky. Could be a different Vicky.
I was gonna find a stick if I needed to.
No, different Vicky.
Okay.
Why do these people, if you can call them people, concern themselves with others' political choices and lives, personal choices and lives? Worry about your own pathetic life. Yeah. John Stone could spend some time. I think that I don't think we're as concerned with the pyramid of oppression as we are with like Maslow's hierarchy of needs or something like that. Patrick, thank you for the $2. Venmo, fix your app. Thank you, Patrick. And let's see if I had any more come in. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at that. We got some Cash Apps. Just another mediocre bigot for $1 from Anthony. Jack is back on Cash App with $10 to say, ask caller what lotion is used for his hood rash. Melissa sent $3.33 to say, Timu Jordan Peterson makes my ass itch. Dude, that guy was totally a Timu Jordan Peterson. You could tell he didn't like that I know who Sam Harris is. Waking Up is a very good book. Chewy sent me $5 to say, I'm an actor and weigh 260 pounds. Put me in, coach. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Derek Chauvin doesn't even weigh that much. He wasn't the biggest guy. Renee sent $5 to say, that last call was chef's kiss. It never ceases to amaze me how good you are at calling people on their BS. You're a class act, Oscar. Keep doing your thing. I fucking intend to after I read all these fucking donations. Cheese It sent $2 to say, can we hold a contest for softest sophist? Ooh, can we also read Dawn's $10 YouTube super chat? Every time I hear MAGA talking about losing rights to blank insert minority here, it reminds me of the quote, when you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. I love that quote. It really does address what's going on with a lot of white people in America right now, where they think that just because we want things to be fair, we're coming after their opportunity for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Screechmeister, I do see you, but I'm going to go to the new username first. We're going to talk to Westen. We're going to see what Westen wants to talk about. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20. All right. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Why is that?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk. I'm currently doing research about it, about the unemployment rate and how the unemployment rate and the trajectory of the wages for things like construction, restaurant workers is actually heading in a positive direction. I think it's the only way that it could have been done. So if you look at the unemployment,
you said it's the only way that it could have been done. Are you talking about Trump's actions on deportation?
I'm saying it's the only way that, no, I don't agree with the way that he deported people, but I think that it was better than him not deporting people.
Okay, I want to get back to that in a second, but just forgive me. I forgot one of my donation avenues. Lucky Phil reminded me in the chat, so I am just going to read a couple more of these. I don't even think I saw the one yesterday that for $2 said, nothing to see here, move along. And then for $2, there were a bunch of emojis. We got some splashes, some poops, some eggplants, some peaches. Very funny emojis. Word to your mother. I hope Justin finally spat her dick out and washed. Woo! That was from today. That was about yesterday's call, but that one came in today. Cleric sent $5 to say, cultural Marxism, man. Maybe Woke 1.0 was crazy. And then I found the caller's state. It's the state of denial. Thank you, Lucky Phil, for the $5. All right. How did we get from immigration to wages again?
Yeah, so my claim is, I'll just kind of tell you have you been keeping up track with what's happening currently to the labor market?
Yeah.
So it's extremely low. Like the numbers are quite horrid. I think in June, over 700,000 people simply left the working force. But if we look at unemployment went from 4.2% to 4.1%.
That's not a very big change, and that is the direction we want unemployment to go. But that's really
that's not my point. That's not my point.
Okay.
My point is that with that many people leaving the labor force, that means that these people are no longer actively seeking jobs. And if they're no longer actively seeking jobs,
which people are you talking about?
I'm saying we can look at economic analysis on why there's so many people leaving the labor force, because many of these people were working illegally. So either they were getting deported, they stopped looking for work, or they left the country.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's authorized workers, there's unauthorized workers, and there's native
Why
workers.
is what Trump is doing is good? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm saying this is good. Because unemployment, if we simply look at unemployment, it's not going up. This means that the people that were leaving the labor force, a lot of them were illegal immigrants.
I mean, that's a leap, though. Are you suggesting that the reason for the unemployment rate going down is because of deportations?
I'm saying for the reason that it's not skyrocketing. Because if 720,000 people left the labor force, we would expect unemployment to increase at a drastic rate.
The unemployment rate measures people who are either working or looking for work. That's the labor force. If somebody leaves the labor force, that reduces the unemployment rate.
No.
If somebody who's looking for work leaves the labor force by no longer looking for work, that decreases the measured unemployment rate.
Yes, that is true.
That's the opposite of what you just said.
Okay, then I misspoke. But I don't think that you're not seeing my overarching point. What I'm saying is that a lot of people left the labor force. Okay. And a lot of these people were illegal immigrants. Now, if we look...
What's your source on that?
I can get my computer.
Yeah, I mean, you said you're doing research on this, and you're just bringing me right-wing talking points about the couple of economic metrics that aren't doing terrible right now, which is real median wages, which is flat, and unemployment, which is slightly down. Everything else is in the shitter. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, but my thing is, I'll get you the source for it.
Why are you talking to me about these two indicators that are the only two, that one of them is flat and the other is going down slightly, and that's good. That's the correct direction.
Oh, my computer's on.
But why are you talking to me about those two instead of all the other indications that the economy is in the shitter?
Because all the other indicators will slowly dissipate as the work comes to an end.
TrustMeBro.com is probably where you got that. What the fuck are you talking about? It's very bad. It's very bad that there have been so many bankruptcies among American manufacturers during Trump's second term. That has a really negative effect on the economy, including the jobs market for that matter. But it has a really negative effect on things like GDP, on things like the cost of goods here. It's all pretty intertwined. But when you say that the only two metrics that don't look bad, because one of them is staying the same and one of them went down slightly, and the rest of them are just going to equalize back to something good, where the fuck did you hear that?
Let me give you this source. Sorry, I was trying to plug in my computer because I'm 1%.
It's okay. I'll take a moment to thank Sue for the $15 on Venmo. She said, just wanted to say I'm so proud of you, and I'm not proud of the Venmo app for cutting off half the messages I try to read. She's very proud of me, and nope, it did it again. Venmo, it's not a good advertisement for you. Yes, it is. Go to the link tree in the bio. Send me Venmos. Anyway, I just want to say how proud of you and how much your show has grown. I used to watch Parker and Dean, but you're my number one. I appreciate that you hold people to account and don't let them run from the question. Please split with Badass Jessie and Raven too. Sure thing. Yeah, thank you, Sue. Why are you saying
my computer's on 1%? And it's really slow. But here's my point overall, and I'll give you the source if you want me to cite anything that I'm saying.
I do want you to cite pretty much everything you're saying, because this idea that all of the economic indicators that show that Trump is doing a really, really terrible job, the fact that you're saying that those are just gonna what is it you
I'm
said?
not giving you a source for that.
That's the one I need. I need a source for the fact that you think that all of the economic indicators are
That's not my point, though.
The question is Trump good for the economy?
I'm saying that long term he is, and why I'm saying this is because if we look at sex within the economy, such as construction, such as restaurants, so illegal immigrants make up around 50% of farmers.
Yep, agricultural laborers. Yeah,
yes,
that's true.
And it's around 35% for things like, actually, no, that's not. It's around 20% for things like construction and things like restaurants.
Yes, they are overrepresented in those sectors, which is why those sectors stand to be harmed disproportionately by them being deported.
Yes. So now we're leading to my claim. So now we can see that when a lot of these people were deported, we can see wages significantly going up within these sects. I think it was
that's not necessarily a good thing, though.
No, but here's my point. Why it's ethical as well. I think it's gone up 12.9%. And if you do a long-term wages within construction in particular have gone up 12.9%.
So when you have a supply shock for labor by removing some of the labor force, it means that the wages for that job goes up, but that also means that the productivity of the companies asking for that labor goes down and the cost of their goods goes up, which has a further ripple effect on the economy and is not good for the housing market in this particular example if we're talking about construction workers. In the agricultural industry, that would result in our food getting more expensive. So that affects the actual cost of life for a person who's weighing their paycheck against what their rent costs and what food costs at the grocery store. So pointing out that if you deport a person, whatever job they were working becomes one that in the short term has a spike in what the wages offered by
also
people
long term.
Yeah, but you have to demonstrate that the aggregate effect on the economy is a good one, and I'm just not seeing that other than this utterly simplistic, like if we deport the half of the people who grow our food, we're going to have to pay people even more to grow our food, which I think would be a net negative for the economy, even if it's a net win for whoever gets those jobs.
But do you realize that people working on farms, people working construction, I'm not sure if it was restaurants is much harder to go around. They were receiving a lot less money. These people were being paid at a significantly less amount than native-born workers because they were illegal.
And I have a solution where instead of shipping them to a country they don't want to go to, we give them amnesty and better labor protections so that they can get their proper minimum wage and labor protections.
And here's my problem. So we can see that many people left the labor force, right? Around 700,000 people just in the month of June alone, and now 23,000. We had a loss of 23,000 jobs in July, this most recent job report, or something around 23,000. So if we give all of these people mass amnesty and we give them citizenship within the United States, that means that these people are now looking for jobs and they're qualifying for what counts as unemployment.
So you're doing a couple things here. You're taking the jobs report, which is bad because of Trump's policies, and blaming the fact that we're losing jobs because of Trump, and somehow that's the immigrants' fault for having some of the jobs that haven't been lost, which doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all. You're also committing something which is called the lump of labor fallacy, which is the idea that these people who are working these jobs, if we removed them from the country, would simply create more availability of jobs without influencing the market in any other way. Because as a matter of fact, the people who work those jobs contribute more than one job to the economy by taking up one job, but making the companies that they work for more productive and more profitable such that they can grow and hire more people.
But that's unethical. That's unethical.
What's unethical?
It's unethical that they're able to do a large amount of labor at a significantly
right. And I address the fact that that if I'm to answer that as a humanist, which like I'm so disappointed that the right has made young people like you so willing to abuse those people by saying by lying to my face about concern for them, when what you want for those people is something that they fear. You want to ship them back to a country they don't want to go to. You want them potentially to be shipped to a country they've never been before, or a country they haven't been to since they were a little kid and don't speak the language of. So don't fucking tell me for a second, young man, that you are interested. Don't fucking tell me, young man, that you are interested in protecting those people if you're interested in and you have any concern for their quality of life, because that's not the argument you're making. I'm concerned for their quality of life. I want them to be given amnesty so that thing that they fear most doesn't happen to them, and so that the labor practices that you're accusing me of being willing to exploit don't happen to them anymore. And you want their worst nightmare to come true. So don't pretend for a second you give half a shit about those human beings.
Well, I'm interested because you're kind of contradicting what you were saying previously. You're saying that if we kick these illegal immigrants out of the country, and that means that the wages for these jobs, such as construction, farming, and restaurants, will go up, that could have detrimental effects to the long-term cost of things like food and other necessities that we need.
Yes.
However, now you're saying that if we provide them mass amnesty, that will also cause wages to increase as well, because now we have to pay them a fair wage.
Yes, and that's
so that
that's
could also
I
have
want there to be
detrimental.
I want there to be improvements in labor policies across the board, like not just for illegal immigrants.
Reading AI back to you.
Well, you're also reading the chat instead of engaging with the conversation. How about you focus up and pay attention to what I'm saying? Okay, I want wages to be better in this country. I don't want 60% of people in the country to live paycheck to paycheck. We have too much prosperity and too much productivity for that to be the state of affairs. If we deport the illegal immigrants and we just ignore the fact that it's the billionaires who've created that state of affairs, it's not going to get any better. We can make it better by improving our labor policies. We can increase the federal minimum wage. We can do things about this that don't involve shipping these people to countries they don't want to go to. Why are you so gung-ho about a solution that makes 10 million people's worst nightmare come true?
Because I think that we have to prioritize Americans, and if we look at the amount of Americans now stepping into the roles as such construction, because they have rose almost 13%, Americans, native-born Americans, are stepping into these roles, which is allowing them to have an increased amount of wages earned.
Do you believe when the economists say that the net effect on an average American, a citizen, is going to be negative even if some people get a cool job? You're looking at the couple of people who get these jobs and acting like that's the end-all be-all of improving the economy when everybody else's food becomes more expensive. Why aren't you interested in weighing the two? Because even if you want to be a selfish, racist asshole who doesn't care about what happens to these human beings.
Racist.
I suspect you're probably a racist person, but we can get into that. But if you're clearly not a humanist, you clearly don't value human suffering at all when it comes to humans. If they're not a citizen, you don't care what happens to them, which is why I'm so disappointed in you in using this talking point that like has this guise of concern for the illegal immigrant being exploited. Like, why aren't you interested in learning what the actual effect on Americans are? It's nonsensical to suggest that because these people are participating in our economy, they're necessarily a drain on it for the other participants. That's not how economies work.
Because I'm saying we should not have to prioritize another group of people.
I'm sorry, we're not prioritizing them. We're just making a measurement about what their effect on the economy is and saying that the economy would be worse without them here. What prioritization are you talking about?
Yes, that is true. It would be worse without them here because of the factors that have been, or because of the rules and regulations that have been set in place by the U.S. government. That does not mean that simply kicking them out is a net negative to the United States for the reasons that I'm saying. Because if we kick them out,
if they are a net benefit to our economy, removing them from the economy would be a net negative to the economy. That is what that means.
Yes, but for an overall, like if we look long term, I'm saying that it would be better because it would provide Americans with more job opportunities, potentially higher wages, and since there's ultimately going to be less supply.
That's an enormous leap. Because everything you've said so far has been wrong about your approach to how the immigrants being deported would affect the economy. And you're just saying that later it would be better. What's the evidence for that? What's the argument there?
What's the evidence? Okay, I'll give you the evidence. Because if we can already see that wages are increasing in a lot of the job markets that illegal immigrants were working in, and we can see that people are stepping into these roles, U.S. citizens. And I'm also saying that a lot of people that come and work outside that are authorized workers from other countries, they are the ones that are competing more for the high performing jobs like finance and tech and all of those spaces, right? So now if we kick out the illegal immigrants, that's going to allow for higher paying jobs in places such as farming and construction and restaurants.
Covered why that's bad for the economy.
Yes. No, but it's not bad.
I'm asking for your source of why it's not bad, and you're just telling me that it's not bad again. What are you reading? What is your source? I can hear in the cadence of your speech that you're reading off something. What is it? Is it ChatGPT?
Do you think that I'm reading off of something right now?
Well, just now, no, but a moment ago, yes.
I'm not reading off of anything.
Okay.
I can read off of something if you would like to, though.
No, well, I would like for you to tell me what your source is for this claim that in some way this is going to benefit the economy. I just don't understand it at all.
Let me see what this says.
See, that thing that you're reading right now. What is it?
Yeah, that's why I'm.
What is it?
That's why I'm reading it.
What is it?
I'm reading it right now.
What is it that you're reading?
Oh, now I'm reading something. Yeah.
What's
let me go up to
the bar at the top where it says www? What does it say after that?
I downloaded the PDF, so I'm scrolling to the top of it. It's NBER Working Paper Series, The Economic Impact of Mass Deportations. But the thing is, it's a different economic analysis depending on which person you're reading. So this has been cited multiple times. It's 35 pages long. It came out in February 2026. So these people are saying that overall, there will be lower wages for the majority of jobs. But other economics people doing analysis on this are saying that that's not technically a bad thing.
Okay, so you said that people, you just told me that people get different answers depending on how they read this document. Are you just believing the people that agree with you, or did you interpret it yourself? Also, hello, Matt.
Hello, Oskar. How are you?
I'm disappointed in this young man. Is how I am. Very disappointed.
As a business owner who actually works in one of the fields mentioned, I'm also disappointed. So I thought
I bet you
maybe, yeah, I am, because I don't think you understand the economic realities of the situation. No, that's not actually how it works, because I live in a state that literally pays double the federal minimum wage already. So I'm already paying what I would consider to be quite fair wages, actually, and I have no problem paying fair wages. And in fact, I give employees health insurance, unlike a lot of other people do, and I'm happy to employ people at a fair wage. That's not the problem. The fair wage part isn't the issue. Your problem, no, it isn't. I'm sorry. How old are you? I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. How old are you?
Direct evidence.
I'm sorry. I asked you a question. How old are you?
My age has nothing to do with my intellect.
It actually
is 20.
Okay, great. You're 20 years old. How many businesses have you owned?
I've owned one business.
Oh, and how many people do you employ, or have you employed?
Not a lot, like a dozen.
Okay, fantastic. So I've employed 25 people at one time. Now, when you employ that many people, and you're in a business where you're trying to employ people, and one of the positions that you employ, or at least two of the positions that you employ, are low-cost positions, okay? Low-cost positions that don't require a lot of skill. How easy do you think it is to fill said position? Just out of curiosity, how easy do you think that is? And by the way, I live in Massachusetts, to give you some reference. Do you think it's easy to fill? Oh, well, really? It's quite hard. Why is it hard?
Because people U.S. born citizens would expect a higher wage.
What wage do you think that I am paying hourly for said low cost, no skill job?
What area of work is it?
It would be working door staff.
I'd say like $17 an hour.
Wrong. Try again.
15.
$21 an hour.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right? But what you're saying, yeah, right. But what you're saying is that my problem is wages. My problem is not wages. See, the problem is that people won't do the menial jobs no, basically, I'm not saying no matter the wage. Obviously, if I was like, hey, $50 an hour, but of course, can I afford to pay somebody $50 an hour to do that job?
No.
No, that'll put me out of business. Exactly. So what Oskar is saying economically is 100% correct, because there's only so much that you can pay a person to do a job before a business stops existing, right?
Yes, but here's my point. Can I talk now, or you can keep asking me questions?
That's fine.
Okay. So my point is, though, so are you basically saying that who are the types of people accepting the job? Were they illegal immigrants?
Some people, I actually have some people that have used an I-10. I've had some people who are people who maybe have spent time in prison. Necessarily, some people who are just some people who are in college. Some people. I mean, I've had a wide gamut of people. You know.
So then, what's your struggle as of now? Aren't those people still working?
What do you mean? What's my struggle? It's a high turnover rate, because it's a job that a lot of people only stay in for maybe, say, 6 months, and it's also a job where people work late at night, and it's a job that people just there's a high turnover rate. Just like a lot of the jobs that have already been mentioned, like in farming or construction or different things like that. Not exactly the same, but high turnover rate.
So it kind of sounds like what you're saying is that you were able to pay people $21 an hour, and that those people are no longer able to work for you. And it's a little bit suspicious, given that you've ran a successful company. It seems like a lot of those people could have been illegal immigrants. So if the people that are taking those jobs are the ones that cannot find other jobs and they're accepting low-paying jobs, my thing against Oskar, if we were giving them mass amnesty, they would still expect higher wages. They would still be expecting higher wages.
Even if there weren't illegal immigrants in the country, I would still want there to be higher wages for people who work those types of jobs. So I'm just not interested in you saying that, like, it's going to be more expensive if we have better labor in this country. There's like 100 million people in this country who I want to be paid better. It's not relevant to the argument that a bunch of them are illegal immigrants.
No, but I'm saying that if we gave them mass amnesty, that creates a lot more competition within the economy. And if there's more competition,
I'm sorry. I thought that the people who wanted to deport the illegal immigrants think that competition in the economy is good.
Wait, say that again?
I thought that the other team, Team Red in this thing, were a bunch of people who wanted a free market capitalism to do its thing because competition, the word you just used, is so good for the economy.
Competition is good when the people that are competing are like equivalent and not worth as in like morally.
Remember when I said earlier that we were going to get to your racism?
Wait, no, I said not morally. I'm saying worth as in like how much you should pay someone.
Right, and you think that illegal immigrants are a type of person that is so much worse at their job that we should pay them less?
I'm saying that people, that's why I'm saying it's morally apprehensible, because you guys are saying that is okay.
Reprehensible is the word you're looking for.
Oh yeah, that's the opposite.
And again, I'm just gonna finger wag as the high school teacher I used to be that it's fucking reprehensible for you to say, completely lying through your teeth, that out of concern for these people, well, our position on it is reprehensible, because your script that you're reading, whoever trained you to call into these shows and bring up this bullshit, they wanted you to find someone like me who was gonna get caught in a corner and would be like, oh no, I don't want them to be exploited. I know their wages are bad. No, we have a more comprehensive approach to that. Me and Matt both do, and it's taken you aback a little bit in this conversation, and you just keep falling back on the idea that I'm the one who wants something bad for these people when you want their worst nightmare to come true for them.
Because what I'm saying is that if we deport them, what happens? It means that wages will grow for native-born Americans.
No, they won't. I mean, here's why we know that.
I can give you a study. Hang
on 1 second, bud. Hang on 1 second. And I'm going to explain to you why. Westen, hang on 1 second. But the reason why we know that's not the case is I've explained to you, I live in Massachusetts.
Give me statistics. Give me stats. Give me stats. If you're going to claim something, give me a statistic.
That's fine. If you just okay. So, how many undocumented people do you think live in Massachusetts? And then I'll give you the actual number. How many do you think? Just out of curiosity.
I have no earthly idea.
Okay, the estimate is somewhere around 150,000 to 200,000 people in the entire state of Massachusetts. Now, what's the population of Massachusetts? I'll give you the answer. It's around 7 million. So in my state, the undocumented population is exceedingly small. So the idea that it's affecting our labor market in any meaningful way is probably ridiculous. You could agree to that, right? And by the way, of those people, even if let's say it's a full 200,000 people, of that 200,000 people, you don't believe that all of them are all working, right? Because there have to be some people who are, some percentage of that who are children, some percentage of that who are elderly, who are not working, etc., right? So we have to assume that they're not meaningfully affecting our labor market in any way, right?
No, that's not true.
Okay. Oh, that's not true?
No, they're still affecting it in some meaningful way, because if we look at statistics, the statistics are disproving what you're saying.
In Massachusetts, I'd love for you to prove to me that in Massachusetts that the undocumented population is affecting our labor market in a meaningful way.
Okay, I'm just looking at the USA Today, where they looked at millions of paychecks.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't asking about USA Today. I'm so sorry, I didn't ask you about USA Today. I'm talking right now. No, here's Westen, hang on but a second. Here's what I'm trying to do, and I'll explain it to you since I understand that you're not tracking this. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to explain to you something.
Give me statistics.
I literally am right now.
You're not. You're giving me your own personal opinion about a company.
Weston, you failed to read your own source to us in a way that demonstrated to me that you comprehended it at all and hadn't just read somebody else's bullshit. I need you to shut your mouth and let Matt talk. That's what I need from you right now.
So, Weston, I've already given you some numbers, but what I'm trying to do right at this moment, I'm trying to explain something to you. What I'm trying to explain to you is that I can explain to you in Massachusetts why what I'm saying is true and why it relates to what Oskar is saying if you would stop interrupting me. So, anyways, as I was saying, the number, as I've accurately pointed out, has a very, 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 very small effect on our labor market. Mass deportations of people are getting rid of, let's say we got rid of all of the undocumented people here in Massachusetts. It will have no effect, zero effect on that market here in particular. Hey, no, it simply is true, because guess what? I can run my business, and most restaurants here and lots of restaurants and bars and construction companies and all these things. We don't live in Texas. We don't live in Florida. We can and have and always will operate without undocumented people filling those jobs, but somehow we have these same employment issues that everyone else does around the country, and we have the same wage issues that everyone else does around the country, but the percentage of undocumented people that work here in Massachusetts is shockingly low. So if that is the case, how is it undocumented people are causing those issues?
For the exact reason you mentioned beforehand, how you're having trouble to find someone to now take $21 an hour. The reason that you're having trouble finding someone that takes $21 an hour is because many of these job markets that illegal immigrants were working in were much cheaper, and now U.S.-born citizens no longer want to take these jobs, so they're going to have to increase it. If we look at USA Today,
we don't have them here. We don't have them here, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You keep saying it. I'm giving you a specific example. No, give me Massachusetts only then.
But why would we look at Massachusetts
only? Because what I'm doing is I'm giving you a microcosm, and you don't understand that if we take undocumented people out of the equation, it doesn't have an effect, and you only want to look at the whole because you think that proves your argument.
It does. Of course it does. When we look at microeconomics is an indicator of what macroeconomic policies show.
That's not how micro and macroeconomics work. You don't understand the difference between those two things.
Microeconomics is looking at specific systems, whereas macroeconomics is looking at the whole of an economy.
Right.
So
exactly. Massachusetts is not microeconomics.
I'm saying that if we're looking at microeconomics as a whole, it would prove the idea of what I'm trying to say in a macroeconomic level.
No, it doesn't. Because if you want to look at it from because if you want to look at it from a microeconomic perspective is what I just told you when I first came up. It's my personal experience as a business owner. That's microeconomics. I've already given you that.
Okay.
That's what microeconomics is. Microeconomics is individuals and small businesses. Macroeconomics is the economy as a whole.
Yeah, and what happens when you aggregate microeconomics? What does that show?
What happens when you
take a lot of specific situations like the one you're looking at, and you go to each city within the United States and you do a same economic analysis on it? What does that prove? What will that ultimately show? Aggregate supply or aggregate demand, or long-term equilibrium or short-term equilibrium. So if you want to really be talking about looking at things microeconomically, if we look at the US and go to each individual city within the United States and we create an aggregate picture of what that looks like, it's proving my point.
That was just a bunch of word salad that didn't actually mean anything.
I think the homework assignment for you, Westen, is to do that analysis and come and show it to us, or show that somebody else has done it.
I have sources. I literally have countless sources in front of me right now. Countless. So a study was done when ADP looked at millions of paychecks. The trade industry kept coming out on top for job switchers. In June, workers moved into construction, saw their pay grow 12.9% from an early year.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What is the normal change between June and July in that sector annually? Because that happens every year.
Normal change?
Every year we go from June to July.
Would probably be like...
Probably.
Like
I'm sorry. You're telling me that what happened between June and July in an industry that's highly seasonal, because I live in Minnesota, we know this firsthand, that construction is highly seasonal. Home buildings are highly seasonal because it's hard to build in the rain and the snow. So they plan these projects and they hire the teams they need on a seasonal basis. So if you're doing some sort of analysis that says the amount of jobs in this particular sector, the amount of pay for a particular sector as reported by ADP changed from one month over another, what I need to know is how much it normally changes between those months every year.
Yeah, I can look that up for you.
If you don't know that, why are you telling me that these numbers are unusual when you have nothing to compare them to?
When you see 12.9%, that doesn't alarm you?
Not at all. For seasonal work, no. There are certain sectors where the number goes up 100% as the summer begins, because it's a sector that's almost entirely summer jobs for fucking college students or something like that. So no, month over month for seasonally affected jobs, that'd be unusual. That'd be totally normal. There are jobs where that would be unusual. If there were like 12% fewer doctors taking paychecks in a month, that'd be really concerning. But no, for construction, that makes total sense to me.
So construction, that's construction spending. Let me see this. Labor and employment, where is this from?
If you're not aware of that, like, why are you still here, like, headstrong about the fact that these numbers are important?
I thought it was 2 to 3%. It's actually 0.3%.
So actually, what's interesting, Oscar?
All right. I gotta interrupt because this $100 YouTube super chat's getting very stale, and I replied to it because Matt was cooking. Yeah, I know. I gotta give Tavi Badir his fucking airtime because he sent me $100 to spend running this show, paying Raven, paying Jessie to help run the show. Finance and tech are downsizing with the increased usage of AI by the companies you seem to think are going to create more job opportunities for Americans after you do their dirty work of preaching hate against a marginalized group with limited to no workers' rights. Yeah, if you think that the sorts of people who stand to benefit from deporting illegal immigrants are going to make the economy better in the decades to come, then you are not aware of the daunting task that's in front of us as we figure out how to keep the labor force healthy, given the trend of automation and AI taking people's jobs. So I just wanted to, I've got some others piled up. There's going to be a big slew of messages read after this, but that one was getting fucking stale, and I got to thank Tavi for sending $100 to the show. Oh. That's fucking huge. Helps push it out on YouTube. We're almost 600 viewers on there right now. It's great. Anyway, back to the conversation. Sorry for interrupting.
No. W's Tyler. And real quick, I just wanted to point out, because I just went to St. Louis Fred to pull this up because St. Louis Fred in Massachusetts because obviously you may not live in a.
Can I have a question real quick before you finish?
I will tell you exactly why I picked Massachusetts. It's because it's a northern state, and because it perfectly encapsulates exactly what Oskar was just saying. Would you like me to pick another northern state? Tell me which northern state you'd like me to pick.
Can I just add something in real quick?
Not really. Which northern state? Do you want me to pick another northern state?
Why are we looking at a specific state when the...
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Look at the whole of the country, not a specific state.
I'll tell you why. It's because in northern states, what state do you live in, bud?
Where are you calling
What state do you live in? What state do you live in, Chief?
I'm not telling you what state I live in.
Why?
Because it has no bearing to the conversation.
It absolutely does have a bearing on the conversation.
I live in a state with a lot of...
Do you live in a southern state? Great. Do you live in a southern state?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. Fantastic. Then you don't understand this, and that's why this has bearing on the conversation. Oskar and I live in states where you can't do construction year round. You can only do construction in the summer months, basically, not even in the spring months. You can't even do construction oftentimes in Massachusetts in April because of the weather, because you can't do things like cure concrete or pavement. So in Massachusetts,
here in Minnesota, just to get my 2 cents in, like for home building, it's that they got to get the roofs sealed before the winter comes. Like that. So
exactly.
If you're going to frame a house, it's a race against the seasons to make sure the work gets done, so you don't destroy the framing of the house by having the project undone when the weather changes. So
or you can't pour a foundation,
right? Whatever. Yeah.
Can we? I think we're agreeing, but we keep going on long tangents.
There's real quick. So you didn't even let me. So since you interrupted me, you didn't even let me give my stat, and then I'll be done. The stat is in Massachusetts, and I bet it's the same, Oskar, in Minnesota. Seasonally, construction workers increase by 10 to 15% every single year.
Wait, say it again. Sorry, I wasn't. Say it again.
10 to 15%, and that is per the St. Louis Fred.
What does? I was doing my flashlight was on.
All construction jobs.
I think the problem in this, like the really Westen, like I need to zoom out from the conversation and say that you're bringing us these statistics about job numbers, and when like it should have just been nuclear for you that I pointed out that you're comparing a month-over-month change without comparing it to the same month-over-month change from the previous year. This is not a talking point that's new to me. I'm not regurgitating something I've heard before. I was just the economics tutor at my college, so when somebody gives me a month-over-month change in a particular sector, I go, oh, well, what was it the previous year? That's the immediate question that I know to ask because I understand economics. The fact that that wasn't something that you had at the ready, one, shows me that this talking point isn't a strong one for you. You don't even know the information that you need to know to argue anything about it. But furthermore, the fact that you read the article, the fact that you, the fact that you didn't know that that was the obvious question that somebody educated on the economy might ask demonstrates that you are not educated in the economy in a way that gives you the tools you need to interpret these figures into a reasonable conclusion. That's shown by the fact that Matt's come up and basically mirrored everything else that I have to say about it. And you said yourself when you're looking at your countless sources that depending on how people interpret them, they can come to different conclusions. Why do you trust the conclusions that you have, given that you've demonstrated you don't understand how to interpret this information?
Because I think it's kind of common sense, and who's the other person up here?
So now we're appealing to common sense, and common sense is fucking dangerous because people are stupid. There's lots of things that happen in the economy that are utterly confounding because of common sense.
It's not common sense. It's not common sense.
Okay, I asked you why you were so sure about your conclusions, even though you've demonstrated yourself to lack an understanding of how to even analyze the figures that you're bringing us. Okay, why are you still so confident in your conclusions? Your answer was common sense. That's not economic analysis. That's not math and reason.
I'll ask you just questions. So if illegal immigrants were getting paid less...
I'm sorry, I need you to answer what I just said. I'm not asking you to keep arguing about immigrants. I'm asking you to tell me why you have such confidence in your own convictions about this when you've demonstrated you have no idea what you're talking about.
Because my questions to you will demonstrate my understanding because you and I will both agree.
I'm talking about what's happened in the past in this conversation, not the future. Explain yourself. Explain the way that you've behaved in the last 5 minutes. I don't want to hear more arguments from you yet.
Because it would be much easier for me to explain myself by asking you questions.
Okay. Did your questions have to do with the fact that you didn't understand that to compare the change in employment in a particular sector month over month?
It's definitely less than 2%, and now it's close to 13%.
you didn't, what we're talking about is not what the numbers themselves were. We're talking about the fact that you brought me a month-over-month change in employment in a particular sector that me and Matt went, well, duh, it's construction. Of course it changes a lot month-over-month that time of year. Why? And you didn't even consider the fact that you should look at the previous year's month-over-month change to make a fair comparison. Is that,
I did at one
is
point,
that,
but
or
I didn't want to say a number that I wasn't familiar with.
Is that, or is that not a demonstration that you don't know what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, I said that because I didn't want to. I did read it at some point.
Or is that not a demonstration that you don't quite know what you're talking about? Because if I brought somebody a month-over-month figure about change in employment in a particular sector, I would say...
Yes, it can seem that way.
Because I could say, oh, it went down 10%. It normally only goes down 5%. That's something. So that particular point that you brought me...
Yes.
Okay. Why are you still acting like you know what you're talking about when you have demonstrated that you don't? This is the Dunning-Kruger effect. You need to humble yourself to the fact that you might need to go to school for a little longer. You might need to read some books and understand the economy a little better. Emma, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate all the people hopping over
because you make a mistake in your argument demonstrates that you have a lack of an understanding of the entire whole of the argument.
Your inability to own up to the mistake that you made in this conversation demonstrates that you're not willing to engage honestly with the arguments we're making.
Did I not just own up to it, or did I?
It was pulling teeth to get you to. You breezed right past it a few minutes ago when this happened. You kept arguing the point about this statistic about the labor being important when you just don't have the other number to compare it to.
Okay, can I ask Matt?
What I'm saying, don't. You're still talking to me. I'm not going to let you out of it. What I'm telling you,
and the
reason I'm using condescending phrases like "young man" is because you're like so many of my students, where I have to sit down and tell you to slow down and tell you that if you don't understand this stuff well enough to interpret it in this way, you need to stop acting as though you're the expert and you need to learn more. You need to be in a place. You called in and said that you were researching this and trying to understand it, but everything that you've done on my show has demonstrated to me that you are seeking conclusions that confirm that you're right, that we got to get these illegal immigrants out of here, and that you're not really trying to understand the economy.
Then how about you ask me a question and you can see if I demonstrate my understanding or not.
That has already happened, and that's why we're at this part of the conversation. I don't need to try again.
Okay, yeah, because you know that I have a pretty comprehensive idea of what I'm talking about.
That's
not going to ask Matt a question.
No, that's you're just evading this part of the conversation where we.
Okay, then ask me a question.
I'm asking you to be a little bit vulnerable about what just happened to you on my show, and you're asking me to give.
And I've already said that it was a mistake on my end because I didn't want to give you a number that I wasn't super confident with.
That's that. But you don't even know what the previous year's number was. I don't believe you when you tell me that you did the comparison. I feel like you're trying to save face right now.
I didn't do a direct comparison, but I did read it. You don't have to do a direct comparison. You just read it. Like, I don't have to do an analysis on a month to month.
But what I'm saying is you're trusting somebody else's analysis that these month-over-month figures demonstrate is bad. But again, how is it that your economic analysis is leading you to right-wing talking points instead of the analyses of economists?
Because the economists I'm looking at, and from the news sources I'm looking at as well, are very liberal leaning for the most part.
All right, I'll pass you back to Matt. It's not working what I'm trying.
Okay, so Matt, I have a question. So I'm still kind of confused with your overarching idea that you're trying to get across to me. So you're saying that you're running a company, you're having trouble paying people $21 an hour because no one wants to work these jobs. My question to you is, if we give these people mass amnesty, how will that help your problem?
It won't. I didn't say that it would. I'm highlighting to you the fact this is the part and parcel of the entire problem here, is that you've missed the entire point. And I think that's why Oskar is frustrated and why I'm frustrated, is that the entire point has flown directly over your head. Yeah, I understand. And that's why mass amnesty won't hurt and mass deportations won't help. That's the whole point here.
Okay, so I have a question.
I wasn't making an argument that it would help me. That wasn't the argument.
It would deliberately hurt you.
No, it wouldn't. Not even a little bit.
Wait. So if illegal immigrants are currently being paid less, if we give them mass amnesty, that creates a lot more competition within the economy. More competition causes wages to grow. So you would deliberately be paying them more quote unquote fair wages because there's quote unquote more competition. It would deliberately hurt you.
What you just said doesn't follow. No. Yeah.
Yes. Are you guys serious?
Oh my God. That's not how competition in economics works. No. Jesus Christ, dude.
Are you guys serious? So the people working in construction tend to be the majority.
Here, no.
It's the immigrants staying that would increase the competition. There's less competition in the labor market if they leave.
I'm saying if we get the mass amnesty, that would create more competition.
Let me ask you a question, okay, Weston? Because
yes
this is as a business owner.
Yes or no? You guys just swept that away because you're
Weston,
wrong.
I'm not. I need to ask you a Weston. I need to ask you a simple economics question to understand if you get this concept. I want to ask you a simple question. I'm not sweeping anything under the rug, but you don't understand basic economics. I'm a business owner. I have a job.
I just asked you a simple economics question.
Would you please? Great, I failed. Anyways, would you please listen to my question? And I want you to listen and understand. Okay, I'm a business owner. I put a job posting up for a job. Now, I put the job posting up for. Remember how when I asked you what I was paying per hour? Let's say I put it up at $18 an hour. I put the job posting up for $18 an hour for to work door staff at my business. Nobody responds. What do I do? I would then, if you were the business owner and nobody responded at $18 an hour, just real quick, what would be your first instinct? You would make it more. $19 there. Very good. And then if that didn't work, you make it $20, right? Until somebody responded to the ad. And that would demonstrate that there is a shortage of people willing to do the job for the amount of money, right? Now, if there are more people who are trying to find work, that's
going to increase wages. It's basic economics.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening to the conclusion of this. You're really, goddamn, dude, please.
I would just like to point out for a second, Weston, that Matt's getting frustrated about something that you keep doing, which is that I'll be like, hey, I have a 3-point argument. 1, 2, and then you start over talking. Like you need to.
Okay, make your final point.
What you're failing to do is to listen to the comprehensive context of what's being said and find an appropriate place to interject. Because yes, there's over talking happening. Yes, there's interrupting happening. Me and Matt are skilled at doing that at times. That doesn't fuck up the conversation. Me and Matt are skilled at doing that at times that don't fuck up the conversation. So yes, sometimes I command the conversation. Often I'm the one who gets the most airtime on my own show. And much of what I'm doing, thank you for the gifts, everybody, is guiding the conversation in a way that's effective. You can interject, you can get your word in edgewise, but if you don't let us get to the end of the point that we're making, it stymies the progress of the conversation, and it doesn't make it look to anybody, myself included, that you are listening. So I really want you to have that background task of going, all right, what is Matt saying? He's saying this, and I'm going to wait for that before I respond. Just try to do that in this conversation. I'll pass it back to you, Matt.
That's all right. Thanks. I'm just going to, you know what, Westen, I'm just going to skip the leading you down the path. I'm just going to say this. In basic economics, you learn this. If there are a lot of people in a labor pool that are vying for finite number of jobs, wages do not go up. Wages will stay the same or even go down because employers have a larger pool of laborers to go to. They have a larger number of people that they can pull from, and therefore they have the advantage. And the inverse is true. If there are fewer workers, but more jobs, then the workers are the ones who have the advantage. Then wages go up because then the employers are the one, like me, like the example that we just cited, because if there aren't the workers to do the jobs, you have to entice them by raising wages. It is literally economics 101. If there are more workers for a particular job that is finite, then wages will either stay the same or even drop.
Can I speak
Period.
now?
Sure, bud.
Yes, that is true. However, what I've been saying before this is that would not be the case as of now in the state of America that we're currently living in, because right now illegal immigrants are being paid unfair wages. And I'm not saying that you guys agree with that. I'm saying, though, that if we give them a pathway to citizenship, this will not be the same as saying more competition. There's a lot of people applying for jobs now that wages are ultimately going to decrease because suppliers have the upper hand and they have so many applicants applying that they can lower the wages. That would be the case if these illegal immigrants had been being paid fair wages to begin with. However, they were not being paid fair wages to begin with. So now when these illegal immigrants are getting a pathway to citizenship and they are having to be paid fair wages, that means that these companies will now have to increase their costs to them.
That's literally not how that works, because the only thing that is happening is, okay, then what we have to do is you're making a jump in an assumption. Okay, what you've done is you've gone from point A to point X. Because then what you've done is you've assumed that every single undocumented person, number one, is getting paid less than market rate, which isn't true. Number two, you're making an assumption that every single undocumented person would all get a job all at the same time, which would increase that bump in wages. Also not true. So what you're doing is you're making an assumption that both of those things would happen at the same time in the economy. And even if both of those things were true, we still wouldn't see the jump in wages that you would, because you would still have competition for the jobs. You would still have multiple people who had gotten amnesty competing for the same jobs. So it negates the increase that you think that you're going to see. Do you understand?
Okay. I would just say that every single.
Do you understand do you understand the things that just came out of my mouth?
Yes, I understand it, but it's just not true.
Basic economics. No, that's basic economics.
Then go read an article from an economist and see what happens to wages if you give illegal immigrants pathway to citizenship. I've never read one single argument from an economist that would say that wages would stay the same.
Well, then I guess you better go back and wake up. I guess you better go back and dig up Ronald Reagan and yell at him for giving amnesty to 3.5 undocumented people. What happened in the 1980s then?
Because we're currently at declining birth rates.
So did Ronald Reagan in the 1980s destroy our economy?
No, he didn't.
Did Ronald Reagan in the 1980s destroy our economy by doing that for 3.5 million people? 1986. 1986. No, I'm asking you, did Ronald Reagan in 1986 do it? Why can't you answer the question?
Because
it's already happened. It's already happened because it's actually a really apt comparison economically.
Yeah, wait. I gotta just jump in. I gotta jump in and just as host, just ask one of these very direct questions. We ran an experiment in exactly the phenomenon that we're describing in living memory a few decades ago. Why are you discrediting that?
Because I'm saying that the given state of America is completely, fundamentally different from.
We are talking about fundamentally basic issues of economic supply and demand, and we have a huge use case for that. You guys are not. You need to make a very. Do you think that the economics textbooks taught different things about supply and demand in the 80s than they do now?
Can you please go read in economics?
Yes or no? Do you think that the way that supply and demand works in the labor market has changed between now and the 80s in any fundamental way?
Not fundamentally, no.
Then why, given that has stayed the same, is what Reagan did with illegal immigrants not a perfectly good example to see what would happen if we did it now, especially in consideration of the fact that it shows that those very basic principles that we still teach are right?
Yeah, because overall jobs back then were increasing due to industries hiring more people. Right now within the U.S.,
the change that happened was giving amnesty to legal immigrants. The trends that exist elsewhere in the labor market are the things that would maybe change what's going on generally. But the question is, how does giving immigrants amnesty affect the labor market? Why is what was happening then not an analog for now?
I just told you, because back then there were a lot more jobs available. Right now, there is a lot less jobs available.
Is the absolute amount of a good or a resource or job available in a question of supply and demand important when assessing what a change in that volume of availability is?
Of course, yes.
In terms of determining whether or not the supply goes up or down. Obviously, in terms of calculating the exact change, yes, we need to figure out what the numbers are. But if we're assessing whether the effect is going to be upward or downward, does it matter what the absolute value of these things are, or if they are already at a rate of change when we introduce a new change?
Of course it matters, the rate of change. Okay, can I just give you a specific...
No,
okay,
you're
if
wrong
you look
about that.
In 1986, when there was a lot more jobs available, if you give people mass amnesty, they can go out and they can apply for those jobs. If you give people mass amnesty now and there's a limited amount of
you're
jobs...
You're just making your previous arguments again instead of addressing the fact that we have tried this and seen that you were wrong. Oh my gosh, the warrior cry of somebody who knows they're wrong. Followed by the Coke chuckle.
Are you guys serious? Are you guys actually?
Yeah, dude, I'm dead fucking serious.
1986.
Hey, in 1986, the unemployment rate in the United States of America was 7%. You fucking dingbat.
What does that have to do with?
What are you talking about?
With jobs available?
It was 7%. The unemployment rate was 7%.
That does not have to do with anything.
What's the unemployment rate right now? What's the unemployment rate right now?
4.1.
What's the unemployment rate? Oh, awesome.
You cannot look at a certain statistic. You have to look at inflation. You have to look at GDP. You have to look at the money that is being invested.
Why is it we have to look at every economic figure under the sun when it appears that we're right, but you only have to look at one when you find something that supports your side?
Because it's long term. I'm looking long term.
Because it's long term is the answer to that question? What was the question I just asked you?
Because you guys aren't looking long term, you're looking short term.
What is the question that I just asked you that you are asserting the answer to that question is because you're looking long term?
I don't even know why am I looking long term when you're looking short term?
You're just yapping, buddy. If you don't know the question you just answered, you're just yapping.
You're saying you just asked me what is the difference?
I just asked you a question.
I know. I'm repeating
and you answered that.
You asked me what is the difference between me looking at one part of the economy and saying that it's good. Now I'm asking you guys for looking at various aspects of the economy.
Yeah, I'm not understanding why the burden for me and Matt's arguments is every economic figure you can list. But for your arguments, all you have to do is say that the unemployment rate is slightly going down or that median wages are staying the same or whatever we started with.
Because you guys don't believe that if we were giving illegal immigrants pathway to citizenship...
Because we don't believe in that, the burden is different for us? You should have stopped and said, I'm sorry, the burden isn't different for you because we're trying to figure out what is true. Why is the burden different for us at all?
Because you cannot list a single statistic like such looking at unemployment and saying that since unemployment was higher, that means that these things can...
Look, I know you've been sitting here demanding... Oh, we're in the wrong... Put it in the wrong Chrome profile, Raven. Raven.
Raven.
You're fired, Raven.
Done. Back to banishment.
Here we go. I know you want direct sources, and they exist, but I just feel like the reason I haven't brought them up and put them on the screen yet is because I'm not really all that interested in trying to do an economic analysis with somebody who demands every economic figure from us under the sun about the 1980s if we're going to say that a big thing happened with illegal immigrants in the 80s that we want to compare to today. But for some reason, you're allowed to pull one number out of your ass that some obviously very biased person who maybe understands the economy better or worse than you...
Sources.
Liberal fucking sources, dude. Again, you can just pull the rug and say it's liberal sources. Okay, rice.edu. Have you heard of them before?
Yes.
Okay, tell me one thing about rice.edu that tells me that you know they're a liberal source. They might be. I'm not super familiar with Rice, but you went, oh, look at that. One of them liberal sources. I know Rice.edu. They always have that liberal nonsense. Tell me one thing you know about this source, other than that I just put it on the screen.
You asked me if I've heard of Rice.
Where's Rice University located?
You just asked me if I've heard of Rice University, and I said yes, because I know.
Where is Rice University located? Where is Rice University located?
I have no idea.
Where are they?
I didn't say it was a liberal or not.
Then
that's not what I said.
My accusation caller is that you read the title, saw that it disagreed with you, and went liberal source. And I think that that's what you do when you research.
Wait, what?
Which is why you're.
I think we were.
Chat,
you asked me a question.
Yes or no? Yeah, I just want to see if I want to pull the room. I just want to ask. My accusation is that the caller looked at the source, saw the title says immigrant amnesty could increase their wages and U.S. economy according to Baker Institute report. He saw that, thought I don't like that. Liberal source. If you think that that's what he did, just type yes and type whatever else. If you think no, he didn't do that.
I'm so confused. I think you guys were misunderstanding what I was saying. I'm saying that a lot of the sources that I have are liberal sources. And then you asked me if I've heard of Rice, and I said yes. I wasn't saying that I've heard of Rice as a liberal or conservative source. I was just saying I've heard of Rice.
Why did you blurt out liberal sources when I put this on the screen?
No, you were asking me where I was getting my information or something like that, and I said liberal sources. Like a lot of them are
No, I was
sources.
explaining that I was reticent to put this sort of resource up on the screen because you don't engage in the subject matter in an academically honest way.
No, that's not what I meant.
And then you blurted out liberal sources or something like that. Do we need to listen to it back? We can go find it on YouTube. Do you want to listen to?
It might have been timing. Yeah, it was probably timing because you and Matt both said the same thing, but that's not what I was saying. I'm saying that the sources that I have, a lot of them are liberal. I wasn't saying that the one you were putting up was. I thought you asked me if I knew what rice was, and I said yes. I wasn't saying that it was liberal. I might have said that, but like that's not.
I feel like we should. I feel like we should almost listen to it back. Like we got to figure.
Yeah, I was probably did say that.
All right. Hold on. Let's go back.
I'm kind of curious because I've started being accused of that. I'm saying, of course, I read liberal news sources. I actually read them more times than conservative ones.
Okay, hold on. So here, I'm going to pull to when I put this up on the screen, and I can see visually when it came up on the screen, so we actually have something good to go by here.
Why are they calling you racist?
Because you've demonstrated that you're very probably quite racist through your arguments on this show.
Can you tell me how?
Let's just listen to the show that you are on right now. This is like 3 minutes ago. Demanding, we're in the wrong... Put it in the wrong Chrome profile.
Wait, no, go back. Go back further.
Because we're gonna ask what you said when I put the. We're trying to answer the question what you said when I put this source up on the screen. So we're just gonna listen to.
I need to know about what we were talking about prior because I think that's what I was still talking about.
Do you
mean like where I got my sources from or something like that?
I'm gonna play it from here, and because I'm gonna tell you something. For people listening, it's actually really hard for the listener at home to tell if it's you and me right now or you and me a moment ago. It's one of the things about us talking over each other. So I'm gonna announce that I'm starting to play it, and what I need from you to make sure that everybody understands what's happening is I need you to shut up until I announce that I'm done playing the clip because it's gonna sound just like us and it's a little confusing.
But you need to rewind it because what I'm saying is you asked me where my sources were coming from, and I think I was saying liberal sources for a lot of them are liberal sources.
It took you a whole minute to answer.
Okay, I will rewind another 30 seconds, but I'm really going to ask you to behave yourself when I play the clip. Or
it's just put on 2 times speed. Yeah, I won't talk.
No, I'm not going to do that because that's harder for people to listen to. I need you to respect my authority as the person running this show that 1,600 people are watching.
Okay, I'm saying I'm probably wrong, but I didn't mean to be. I didn't mean to say that. Okay.
Up. Thank you.
Yep, you can play it.
Different for us. You should have stopped and said, "I'm sorry, the bird." Okay, burden isn't different for you because we're trying to figure out what is true. Why is the burden different for us at all?
Because you cannot list a single statistic like such looking at unemployment and saying that since unemployment was higher, that means that these things can
Look, I know you've been sitting here demanding, we're in the wrong, put it in the wrong Chrome profile, Raven, Raven.
Raven.
You're fired, Raven.
Done. Back to banishment.
Here we go. I know you want direct sources, and they exist, but I just feel like the reason I haven't brought them up and put them on the screen yet is because I'm not really all that interested in trying to do an economic analysis with somebody who demands every economic figure from us under the sun about the 1980s if we're going to say that a big thing happened with illegal immigrants in the 80s that we want to compare to today. But for some reason, you're allowed to pull one number out of your ass that some obviously very biased person who maybe understands the economy better or worse than you.
Sources.
Liberal fucking sources, dude. Again, you can just pull the rug and say it's liberal source. Yeah, I think Collar's telling the truth. I think he was saying that. I think you were saying that your sources are liberal sources. Is that? Am I hearing correctly? Was I wrong there, Raven?
I
think so.
Didn't quite hear it.
All right. We can get back to it. I'll take the.
I honestly thought that I just misspoke. No, I'm not saying you took the L because you and Matt both thought that. So I actually thought that I was the one who misspoke.
Okay. Again. But we're getting away from the question that I was asking originally, which is like, why are you engaging in this academically dishonest way where you sea lion us? You ask us all these questions about this or that figure, but you're just asserting that you're right about this, and you still haven't presented any good evidence of that.
So you just went out of your way to try to disprove me and went back to my specific audio just to be disproven wrong, and then it showed that you were wrong, and now you just want to be like, oh, okay.
Okay, yes. There's egg on my face about what exactly.
I would have been wrong.
I wanted to go
wrong. You would have been laughing at me. It would have been a clip. I would have been posted. It's just so.
We got plenty of clips from you. Don't worry about it. The reason that we went back and looked at it is so that we would know. Now we do now, and we can proceed. I'll wear the egg on my face. I'll give you the W that I did mishear you. We have looked now. We know what you said. Great. The question I was asking you in that clip still stands. Why are you behaving this way in a conversation about economics?
Because you guys don't understand basic economics to even think that stuff like construction.
Who in this call has demonstrated that they understand basic economics? Me and Matt, or the guest? Just let us know. what you think the impression is from the people watching.
Is this your chat or my chat? Because I feel like this is quite biased.
They know I don't actually care about the answer to the poll. I'm just farming engagement. Look at that. Pushed us over 1,000 on TikTok. Thanks, everybody. Right. How about you try?
I don't see you get 1,000 viewers.
Well, yeah, I gotta run the grift a little bit. Gotta make sure the show is popular. But no, I genuinely don't think that you have demonstrated that you understand basic economics at all. You've demonstrated pretty thoroughly that you're willing to bend over backwards to use these economic terms to defend your point, whether or not your conclusion is supported by the figure that the figures we're looking at.
Here's what I'll say: is when I'm coming to a final conclusion about what I believe or think, I'm going to look at what the statistics shows.
Okay, so actually let's just go back to this big claim about how deporting the illegal immigrants would in some way be very good for the economy, and we're going to start over in consideration of everything that we've just said. And after I read all these donation messages, I'd like for you to just tell me again why it is you think that deporting the illegal immigrants would be good for the economy. But in the meantime, I'm going to thank MKN. What is it? Mung? I don't know this username. Thank you for the £5. Caller is adding 2 and 2 together and getting racism. Yeah, we all see that coming. He was talking about how they're lower value workers or something. We sidestepped that one in a quick hurry when it came up. Lee Uphold sent $5 to say, sorry if this is off topic, but I know you're in Minnesota. Has Lindell conceded yet? Not to my knowledge. He's going to kick and scream about having lost the primary for Republican candidate for governor here in Minnesota. Very glad he's not going to be on the ballot in November. That's a win for Minnesota, in my opinion. Tavi, thank you for $10 more. He's the dude who just sent $100, so he's still going. Dude, someone with real experience is telling you how it won't solve the problem, and you're still stuck on these debunked claims. Also, that's not macro or micro. Yeah, I was getting the sense that the caller felt like federal was macro and state was micro or something like that. It's not how it works. Pat in the chat sent $2 to say Matt's cooking was Michelin level. Followed. Yeah, do make sure that you follow politics with Matt. Non-bobbers, let's get some W's in the chat for Matt for $2. I think we should have some W's in the chat for Matt. And Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say he's got all the confidence of someone who hasn't encountered the counter argument yet. At least he's not getting lack of facts in the way of a strong opinion. Anyway, moving on to Venmo. Oh, where was I? Jay, that's CrowletariAt sent $1 to say, you know this is my thing, guest. Guest isn't factoring in replacement rate, future labor force collapse, and downward pricing force migrants put on the cost of goods, keeping prices down via production. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about all those other factors when we talk about his points. He only wants to talk about all those other factors when he's flailing about why the thing that he says would happen if we deported the illegal immigrants or if we gave them amnesty isn't what happened at all when Reagan gave illegal immigrants amnesty in the 80s. Georgia sent $5 to say, hey everyone, don't pay attention to these world-renowned economists with PhDs. Say, listen to 20-year-old Westen. He knows something they don't. He took an intro to finance class in his shitty Bible college. Yeah, again, I feel like he's trying to arm wrestle against every fucking economist ever here. $4 from Mackenzie. Mackenzie wanted to add Westen, probably. Your Honor, I object on the basis of la 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 la. I can't hear you. Keep up the good work, Oscar. Hey, I'm going to say keep up the work, Matt. He's carrying most of the weight on this conversation, I feel. And then Skewer sent $20 on YouTube super chat to say, Oscar, you saved my life this morning. I listened to your VOD to keep me awake while I drove 2.5 hours back home from the vet ER with my sick dog at 3 a.m. Kept me focused and alert through the back roads of rural Vermont. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening, and give the little guy a scritch for me. I hope everything's working out. I've got quite the arsenal, quite the family here. Nobody's on screen right now. Noodle is still in dog jail for misbehaving during the show, but we've got Suki, Scout, and Merlin as mascots for the show. So I love my furry friends, and I'll be thinking of yours today. I think that's all the donations. Weston. Why?
Yeah, wait, first I have to say, but when you guys saying that I'm being racist, when I said that, I wasn't saying that they're less valued. I'm saying that their work is less valued in the sense that they get paid less. I'm not saying that morally they are less valuable than like any other group of people, or I'm not more valuable than
I
any
want to use amnesty to give those people as much value to our economy as anybody else can. I think that would be the best thing to do to our economy.
But how was that racist, what I said? Can you please explain how that was racist, what I said?
If I'm to believe what you just said, sure, we can sidestep the racism again for now. But again, the question is, why
sidestep it? You can't make a claim that could ruin someone's career, calling someone a racist.
Racism is one of the racism makes your position on this make sense. None of your arguments do. That's why people think you're racist.
Okay, can I explain to you how my arguments make sense?
I'm giving you a very good opportunity to explain to me why it would make sense that giving them amnesty would in any way be bad for the economy.
Yes, because when we look at the numbers that are currently shown, when we have deported illegal immigrants, wages have gone up for native-born workers. Is that true or false?
I believe that to be false. Matt, what's your answer to that? He's muted. He might not be here. Do you have evidence to that claim?
No, I'm sorry. I was here. It was just, I couldn't, it was cutting out and my app was glitching. Could you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
He's saying that when we, go ahead, say it again.
In the fields that, yeah. So I'm saying, I'll make it more clear this time. I'm saying that if we look at specifically the fields that illegal immigrants were working in, since they have been deported, have we seen an increase in wages or a decrease in wages for native-born Americans?
Have we seen Yeah, I'm not.
Real median wages
yeah.
are currently flat. So is that what you're talking about right now?
I'm saying for the sectors that they have been working in.
Well, yeah, we discussed earlier the fact that you can look at like an offered wage increase as a response to a shock, like removing a bunch of people from a labor force. That's bad for the economy, though.
That's not my question that I'm asking.
The question was, why would deporting the illegal immigrants be good for the economy?
I'm asking you a question so I can start building my argument. And I'll answer the question, but I'm going to add a explainer to it. I'm sure that wages have probably gone up a bit, and the answer to why they've gone up a bit, we've already explained, and there's a number of different factors to it. Number one is a shrinking labor force. As I explained earlier, when you have a smaller pool of people to pull from and the same number of jobs that need to be filled, and there are fewer people willing to do those jobs, then it's going to force costs to go up. It's also going to force some people to go out of business. It's also going to raise prices for people, which is bad. And so all of those things, as Oskar pointed out, those are not good. We've also got the seasonal work, which raises wages, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I'm sure that on some nominal level, that wages have increased in some of those industries, but not for the reasons that you're probably positing.
The reasons that I'm positing is because, yes, as you said, there is less supply, which will increase wages. But another main factor is that when native-born Americans are able to see that certain sectors are now paying at a much higher rate, they're more willing to step into these positions. However, beforehand, when you could go and work on construction and only get paid $15 an hour, $18 an hour, that was less enticing for them. So they were not stepping into these positions. Now I'm saying that them being deported is allowing U.S. citizens to now have these opportunities. It's also allowing them to have these opportunities.
Except for the fact that we've already, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're just now we're being circular and we're going back, because what we've already explained to you is that even in places that don't have those populations, that don't have mass deportations happening, the same problem still exists. So why is it that you keep going back to that as it's a causation correlation fallacy? Because it's in the same places where the undocumented population isn't disappearing and doesn't exist at the same levels. If you're trying to say, oh, well, that's the reason why this is happening, but we can prove in those same places that the same issue exists, your argument holds no water.
I'm saying that the reason why you're able to look at a place like Massachusetts and it be entirely different from other countries or other states is because the reason it exists in a place like Massachusetts is because you guys do not have a large amount of illegal immigrants in the country. That's why the problem exists. Do you understand that, right?
That's the whole. Oh my God! You've walked right into it. Yes, it's the same issue, but without undocumented immigrants. Very good. So if the issue exists without undocumented immigrants, then they're not the problem.
That's not, again, you can't just say
that's literally that's the whole point. That's what I've been trying to get you to understand. Very good.
You've been sitting here and pointing at the fact that if a particular illegal immigrant gets deported, the person who hired them to do their job might go, all right, I need to increase the wages on this job a little bit to find somebody who does it. But you were just ignoring the fact that might be in a small town where that farmer worked, where there just isn't a person to take that fucking job. So the reason that the person's increasing the wages is because they have been fucked over by their labor force being taken away. And maybe somebody has to move cities to go fill that job, or maybe the farmer has to have a smaller yield that year because he can't do as much labor to plant as many seeds or whatever he needs to do. And you're just ignoring all of that and going, look, the number got bigger, and I'm just not that fucking impressed by that.
Weston, are you familiar with what happened in Florida after it was made a felony? After it was made a felony to employ undocumented workers?
There was
Are you familiar?
A felony.
Yeah, it was criminalized.
A little bit, yeah.
What, Jay, can you explain
it should be. It should be. Of course, it should be criminalized. You don't think it should be criminalized?
I'm asking. Can you please answer
that wasn't the question at all, dude.
That's not the question.
Use your ears.
Yeah.
That happened in Florida. What was the result? Is the question.
There was less people willing to fill those jobs.
Well,
so a lot of companies had to go out of business.
That's all that happened?
He didn't even get the supplier demand side right. That'd be less people willing to offer those jobs.
Yeah. So I'll help you out here. So basically, that was the immigration law that went into place. I forget exactly which one it was. As somebody can tell me. It was like SB 178 or something like that. Whatever. Anyways, the effects of the law. The Florida Policy Institute say that the Florida economy lost $12.6 billion in 1 year, and that's not even including tax revenue lost. It destroyed their economy in the course of a year, and they're still to this day dealing with massive labor shortages. And guess where they're dealing with massive labor shortages? The construction industry and the hospitality industry. And that's a real problem in a state like Florida, because in a state like Florida, when you have things like, hurricanes that come through, and I have family that live in Florida, and you're trying to get things rebuilt in a timely manner, and you don't have the people to do it, or you need roofing done in a timely manner or in a cheap manner, and you can't do it. That's why costs are going through the roof. That's why Florida is nearly at the bottom of the list for inflation in our country, because their prices are going through the fucking roof.
Okay.
It's because they're kicking undocumented people out of the state. I don't know, dude. Are you going to say anything intelligent?
I'm just saying, if anyone's racist, it's you. From what you just said, you can rewind it too. You just said, if we want work to be done quick, if we want work to be done fast, and we want work to be done cheap. You're basically saying that since we kicked out illegal
no, stop. Shut your mouth and listen. You're doing stop, dude. You're doing the same thing where you forget the fact that you've been sitting here for an hour advocating for these people to be abducted.
Racist.
That's racist. You're sitting here and advocating for these people to be removed from their homes, and then clutching your fucking pearls about him saying economic facts about their effect on the labor market. You don't care about these people. You don't give a shit.
Racist.
Stop pretending you do.
Also, Westen, I want to point out, I'm not talking about those people specifically. I'm talking about having more people doing the jobs, you fucking idiot. If you have more people, that's literally what I just said.
No,
you can rewind it all you want.
Dude, I just don't accept. Like, I'm gonna call disingenuous, and I don't do this a lot with college your age, but I'm gonna ask that you turn your camera on if you want to continue with the conversation. I don't believe that you're.
I saw someone say that you have a fetish. You had a fetish for young men.
Yeah, that's what people are sending around to say, like, that you get to. You get to pull that.
True.
So you've been getting trained by the other bigots who I asked to turn on their camera.
20-year-old man to turn on his camera.
You know what?
Fetish.
I'm sorry. Is there any
times.
dude? You had that so fucking ready? Why did you have that on lock?
You had the fetish.
Why did you have that on lock?
Because I just saw a video. Of it before.
Right. Yeah. You see videos of people saying that the reason I do that is because I have a fetish. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Have a fucking backbone. Why are you afraid of associating your face with who you are and what your political beliefs are?
I don't show my face, but why do you have a fetish?
Why don't you show your face on here? I do.
That's wow.
It's all right, dude. Just say that
weird.
You're scared. Just say that you're scared. It's okay. Just say you're scared to put your political views with your face because you're a little bitch.
Matt, you're a bitch. You just said that if we kick out illegal immigrants, we can no longer get fast.
If you say the same insult back to somebody, you really did a bad job. Come on, do better.
Nobody's impressed by you telling me that the reason I want your camera on is because I'm attracted to you. Nobody's gonna watch this episode and think, "Oh my God, Oscar's been sitting here, horny as Donald Trump himself, waiting for this young man to turn his camera." It's fucking absurd. No, we have a problem with young men in this country being bigoted, and most of the people that I ask to turn on their camera are men who are older than me. But again, I'm not at all interested in your
I've seen
accusation
many clips.
that I'm interested in
I've
you.
seen many clips.
Dude, I don't give a
Quite
fuck
weird.
what clips you've seen. I don't give a shit
quite
about
weird,
anything that's
Oscar.
happening other than
You're a
right
little
now
bit
the fact
weird.
that you are refusing to turn
You're
your
a little
camera
bit
on
weird.
because you know that you don't want
You
this
are a little
conversation
bit
chasing
weird.
you forever. Dude, it's not going to
What
work.
conversation
I
have
don't
I
give
said
a
that we should kick out illegal immigrants?
I'm not
That's a bad thing
interested
to say.
in
We
anything
should
that you
kick
have
out
to say
illegal
other than
immigrants.
why
If
you
come
are
into the
afraid of
country
turning on your
illegally-
camera.
If you come into the
You can
country
start hate
illegally,
spewing, you
should
can
be
start
kicked
fucking
out.
raging, you can crash out. I
How
don't
is
give
that
a
hate
fuck.
spewing? How is that
Turn
hate
your
spewing?
camera on and
That
we
if
can
you
talk
enter-
about it. I am
if you
thoroughly
enter the
convinced
country
that you are a
illegally,
hateful bigot.
you should be
you can
kicked.
just spew your fucking talking points because
You
I'm not
should
going to
be
use the
kicked
mute
out. That's
button.
not
But
racist.
you are not answering
That
to
is
the
not
question of
racist.
why you are not turning on your camera. You are proving
Tell
to
me how that's
everybody that you
racist.
are a coward. Can we get some camera
You are
emojis next
proving
to
that
those
you are
baby
an
bottles in the chat?
intellectually dishonest person. You're an intellectually dishonest person.
Yeah, I'm proving that
Yep,
just
they're
as
even
well
saying
as
it in
you're
the chat.
proving anything that you've brought
They're
me
literally
here.
saying it in the chat.
Congratulations, dude.
They're saying it in your own chat.
Turn on your fucking camera.
In your own chat, they're saying it.
Turn on your camera.
That's so funny. He's
Can I get some
What-
flounder
oh my word,
emojis?
that
He's
is so
being a
funny.
flounder. Can we get some fish emojis?
Yep, he's running. Yep.
I'm right here, dude. You're the one
Your
who's
own
running.
chat. Your own chat is saying it. That is so
God damn,
funny.
dude, the nervous laughter is really
This
is
chat,
really
this
funny.
chat
God
that's
damn.
screaming past on the screen, it is recorded on the YouTube VOD. People watching this after the fact can see what you're saying about what's happening in the chat right now.
Yeah, you can go back.
Turn
and
on
check
your
them.
camera. If you aren't a coward, if you actually have convictions, if you think that you're standing up for what's right, you should have no problem showing your face.
Illegal immigrants should be kicked out of the country. If you think
Why
that's
are you
bad,
just
then
blurting
something is
that
wrong
out
with
when
you.
I tell you that if you have no problem with what you're saying, you should be willing to show your face? Why are you just
Because
blurting
if
out?
you think that that's bad, then something is wrong with you. People come up on
I
your
think-
stream
I
saying
think-
the N-word, they say transgender slurs, they don't use people's correct pronouns, and you want me to turn on my camera because I'm saying
It's not always a tool I
illegal
use. It's not.
immigrants
I don't always
should
choose
be
the same
kicked
tool
out of
when
the
I'm
country.
dealing with somebody
But
like
you're
you right
okay.
now. But I think
Oh,
I've
people
chosen
can
the
say
right
the
tool with you
N-word.
because it has
Oh,
gotten
people
you
can
to
do this.
flail.
Illegal
Actually, no, they can't. They
immigrants
get kicked for TikTok
should be
TOS.
kicked out of the country.
You just keep asserting that because you know that your time on my show is short, so you want to scream it a few more times to make yourself feel better. Put that little pacifier of a talking point back in your
Hey,
mouth
clip it.
so you don't
Guys,
have to
clip
address the fact that you are
Clip
a
it.
coward who is unwilling to have his face and his identity associated with his
coward?
political. You absolutely
So I'm
are a coward. You are
I'm
absolutely
a coward
a coward.
for saying
Absolutely
that
you
illegal
are a
immigrants
coward.
should be kicked out of the country.
Also, that wasn't your
No,
assertion.
no,
that
you-
wasn't your assertion anyways. Your assertion was that it would be good for the economy. Now you're just
It would
saying
be.
it blanket. Now you're just saying
It would
it
be.
blanket. So which is it? Is it good for the economy or is it just good blanket?
It's both.
Oh, really? Hey, by the way,
Actually-
have real wages gone up? Have real wages gone up 4.9% in the country? Yes or no? The answer
I'm
is
talking about
yes. In sectors that are related to undocumented people, do you know what they've gone up correspondingly? 4.1%. That means that by your own logic, it's not working. Also,
Give me the
mass
statistic.
deportations. I just
Give me the
did.
statistic.
Also, mass
Are you gonna-
deportations.
What's
Also,
it
mass
called? What's the title?
deportations.
What's
It's
the DOI?
BLS. It's BLS. Go to BLS.
Weston.
Look it up yourself,
That's
kiddo.
not
Weston, if you
That's
keep
a lie.
Weston, if you keep listening
Good
to
luck.
Weston, if you keep listening to the assholes on that Discord, you're going to be a deeply lonely person for the rest of your life. I need you to try harder in your life.
The people on your Discord.
This is not
I'm
no,
not in your Discord.
Not my Discord. The Discord that you are in that are feeding you this talking point. They are going to make you a lonely person. I'm warning you about what's in front of you. Your life is going to be shitty if you
Discord?
stay on this path.
Oh, you're projecting. So you struggle with that, man. That's a very fundamental psychological thing that people do.
giving
Is they
some- just
project
giving some advice
they
to a
project their
young,
own life
misguided
experiences
person on the
onto
internet.
other people. So you're projecting what you've gone through and are currently going through onto me. So that's interesting to
dude.
note. Write that down in the chat. Take
Hiding
that as
behind
notes.
hiding behind the anonymity of the internet and spewing a bunch of
Hiding
hateful,
behind the
unfounded
idea
stuff
of
on the internet
economists,
is not going to
hiding
make you a
behind
happy
the
person.
idea of economists and reading articles
You
that
haven't
prove my
shown
point.
us that. You haven't demonstrated that you know what you're talking about. You haven't demonstrated you've interpreted any of this. You're
You're funny.
chuckling your way through those
You're
accusations. I'm sitting here with my camera on, and you're saying that I'm the one projecting by calling you a coward for not having your camera
You are
on.
projecting. That was very niche. That was very niche. Going on Discord, looking at the comments people are saying to me, that's too niche for you to have made that up.
No, there's
that
you know
what?
what?
I feel bad for you.
I have pattern recognition, and I know that you're reading a script that they've given you because people are very upset about the success of my show. So there's a coordinated group effort that you're participating in to try to bring these bad talking points to me. And if you think it makes it look bad, then you and your buddies can go circle jerk about videos of me. Sounds like you're the one who's obsessed. Sounds like you're projected by saying I'm obsessed.
Circle jerk with my buddies? Is that also so? You go on Discord, you read people's comments, and then you have a circle jerk.
I'm just judging by what you've said on my own show, dude.
That is really weird, Oskar.
Westen?
You're just blatantly admitting this.
Hey, Westen.
Wow.
This is the producer, Raven.
Who is speaking?
This is the producer, Raven. I have a quick question for you.
Go ahead.
You said you had countless sources that you could quote. Where are you pulling that? Like, what list is that? Where did you get that list?
There's USA Today.
No. I'm not asking you to list them. I'm asking you, where did you get the list? Raven's asking where you got the list.
Where did I get the list of my research?
Yeah, you said you had countless sources prepared.
Research.
You said you had them prepared.
Yeah, like where are they stored? Is it like a Google Doc?
They're on my computer Google Doc. I can pull them up. Would you like me to?
I would actually, could you pop your camera on? You don't have to point it at your face because you're a cowardly bitch. We've already covered that. But could you point it at your computer screen so we could see what you're looking at?
Yeah, let me see. Nothing important is on my screen.
Do check. That's important. There's a whole different Chrome profile to screen capture on here so I don't accidentally dox myself. We do a check every morning when we boot up the live streaming software to make sure the Chrome profile that's selected for screen capture is not my personal one.
I mean, I can show you one and turn off my camera.
No, I'm not asking you to show me one. I'm asking you to show me where you are pulling this list from. If you've prepared it yourself, it should be like a Google Doc or something.
They're all on my.
Yeah,
no, they're all
definitely
on
not
my
all in
Google
Discord.
searches.
You're definitely not frantically copy and pasting them to a different window and stalling so that in a few minutes when you show them to us, then show us where the list is. Show us right now. Get your.
The mother list.
How do I turn on my camera?
Sent you the invite.
Okay. Can you guys see?
Nope. You got to hit save on the screen if that window's still open.
Oh. This is one.
Okay, I'm not asking for one. I'm asking where you got that source from. Like what you clicked to open that.
From research.
From research? Okay, no.
I'm just typing in Trump's economic policy impact.
URL.
Yeah, no. You said you had countless sources. I want you to show me where those countless sources are stored.
They're all up here on my Google Chrome.
Okay, they're all open. Do you just keep them open as tabs?
Yeah, I do.
And you couldn't count that many sources when we asked?
I don't believe that you didn't just open all of those from somewhere. Did you research them all today and you just leave them open? That's nonsense.
Oskar, he said before, when you asked him, he said, do you have a Google Doc on your computer? And he said, yes, I have a Google Doc on my laptop. Show us the Google Doc.
Let's see the Google Doc then.
Yeah, show us.
Wait, but that has my name and stuff on it. Hold on, let me turn off my camera and then I'll
just
pull it
point
up.
your camera down for a second, and then if you need to cover part of the screen with your hand, that's fine. I just want to see that you weren't lying about where you're getting these sources, because it's fucking adorable that there's these discords after me where like they tried to fucking report bomb the show yesterday, and I didn't even fucking notice until it was after it was over. Like I know you guys are after me because of how effectively I shoot this bullshit down, but why is it taking this long, my friend?
And the reason I'm throwing this accusation at you that you have a mother list is that you're bringing the same talking points in the same order with the same just unsubstantive beliefs and the same like BS claim that you care about these immigrants and their wages but want to deport them to go get killed. It all just is so copy, paste, repeat.
Dude, you got to do it faster. You got to do it faster and nobody's going to believe you that you're not like frantically copy and pasting all these links into a Google Doc right now.
So this is my Google Doc, and they're all hyperlinked. So everything there is hyperlinked. All the sources are hyperlinked. All the things in blue are hyperlinked.
And you created this yourself?
Yep.
Would you share it with me so I can see your okay, would you share it with my business email, Oskar Quentin Music at
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Why not, dude? We'd love to see your work. Fucking Scout's honor. I'm not going to dox you, dude. I don't dox people unless they commit crimes.
You were just calling me a racist and wanted me to turn on my my camera, and now you want to see my research?
Yeah, that's the whole fucking thing we've been trying to do, is to figure out what this bullshit list of sources that you have are. We've been trying to do that for a fucking hour, and you're sitting here clowning on me. You really told on yourself when you said that you came here knowing that I was going to ask you to turn your camera on, and you already had this bullshit response about it being my fetish to see fucking young men. I'm on the wrong
When
website.
did I say that?
That's
said it
exactly what
multiple
you said
times.
when I asked you to turn your camera on. You said that I
came on to the debate saying that?
No, you came on ready to say that the moment I asked you to turn your camera on. So my accusation is that you're in that Discord. You're working with all these assholes who bring this bullshit to my show to waste my time, and it just doesn't fucking work.
I actually do not have Discord.
I don't believe you.
My phone
I don't believe
or
you. It's an
computer.
accusation. It's a little like you're not dead to rights on that. I don't have proof, but I'm just saying that your behavior is in alignment with this concerted effort that exists for people to try to defeat my show, which is fucking adorable because all you guys do is serve me clips and show that the only reason you could defend the sort of stance that you defend is something like bigotry or
I'm
racism.
destroying your show by coming up here and choosing to
No,
debate
you're
you
trying
and
to by
you
getting prepped up on all these
viewers?
bullshit talking points with these assholes on a
How are
Discord
they
or something.
bullshit? Again, how are they bullshit?
We have
talking
thoroughly
points
demonstrated that they're bullshit talking points by asking
when
you to defend
they
them.
are done by researchers in there. I'm just understanding their research.
You call yourself a researcher and you are unwilling to share your research with me. You could copy that document into a burner Gmail account and share it with the burner Gmail account that I run my Chrome profile with, and then we could all look at it together if you've done such fine work. But you're afraid to show your face. You're afraid to have that work associated with you. Yeah,
I'll do that.
You'll do that.
This article in particular is talking negatively about Trump in almost every aspect. Would you still like to read it?
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. What?
We want to read all of it.
I'm saying that the article the one that I just showed you, is half of it is talking negatively about Trump and his economic policies.
So fucking what, dude? I'm talking about you and your actions right now.
So you still want to see it, the article?
I still want to see your face, coward.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you are a cowardly foot soldier of something bigger, darker, and more evil than you, and you will spend the rest of your life regretting it. So maybe it's good that you don't turn your camera on, because there's a chance for you. You're young. Maybe you'll grow up and be ashamed of how you spent these years. But for now, I'm going to argue that you should be ashamed of them, because if you weren't, you'd turn on your camera.
Okay.
I'm confused. I thought you said you did the research yourself. Now you're saying it's an article? Which is it?
It's an article, yes, a research article.
It's a research. So which is it? Are you doing the research yourself or are you just reading articles?
Do you know what an article is?
Yeah, an article is a thing that compiles other people's research or cites other people's research. So are you not doing the research yourself?
So I'm going out, I'm looking at people's research, I'm getting a broad idea of what they have to say about certain topics.
No, you're not. You're going to articles, which is different. So you're not doing your own research. You're just reading articles.
Wait, hey,
those are two different things.
Nah, we're having fun, but I think we've demonstrated that his purpose here isn't to learn and research. Excuse me, I was talking. Shut your mouth.
Oscar, you're a bitch, bro. You're actually such a bitch.
You think I'm the bitch? Chat, guest or host, who's the bitch?
Look at your hair. Look at your glasses. You look
I'm sorry. Are you making fun of me with your camera off and calling me a bitch? That's fucking adorable, my guy.
Yes.
God damn, dude. This is embarrassing.
I didn't expect you to pull an even bitchier move before I kicked you. Anything else before you're done? Because clearly this is a waste of our time.
Run, coward.
What a bitch.
What a bitch.
Run away.
Bitch boy.
Matt, love you.
Hey, thanks for having me up, man.
Thanks for the help with that one.
Oh, dude, well, number one, just so everyone knows, did not need it at all. You were, but I appreciate you letting me in on the fun. If I can say real quick, I want to say thank you to our friend Taffy, who said, sent me 10 on the Blue app and said for mornings with Oskar. So appreciate it. And by the way, I'm getting the same thing with people coming in and doing like the same dialogue trees. They're definitely getting them from places. Like it's obviously a thing. So I'm seeing it too, just so you know.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've been watching it for a while, and it's pathetic. The fact that they think that they can like muster up enough bullshit for it to work on one of these shows. But like, it's fucking embarrassing what that kid is doing. When he's my age and he's looking back on this, he's going to be so fucking embarrassed. He's going to be glad he didn't turn his camera on, which again, is why I'm actually a little averse to asking people who are that young and that misguided to turn their camera on so they don't, fuck their whole life up about it. But he knows what he's doing is fucking wrong.
100%. But listen, I'm gonna run. But listen, anytime you want to swing by at night and say hi, feel free. Okay, bud.
I'll know where to find you.
Nice to officially meet
All right.
you, Matt.
Hey, thank you very much. And I was joking before when I was like, "Oh, good job." That. I mean, I hope you caught that, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I was joking. Anyways,
of course.
All right. I'm out. Bye, guys.
Later, Matt. Oh, man. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, "Oh, brother, it smells like bitch in here. Oh, guest." Thank you, Lucky Phil. And thank you, Doodle, for the $5. Hey, Oscar, love what you do. Could you also educate MAGA on that their government is doing across LATAM? Is that an initialism? I don't know. Latin America? Is that what it is? Funding campaigns for far-right candidates to be put in power like they've done in Argentina with Milei, Chile with Cast, Fujimori with Peru, Venezuela, Colombia, etc. And they're aiding on the Israel invasion of these territories. Also, those boots on the ground like they've done in the U.S. military base in Ushuaia, I don't know that name, south of Argentina. I don't think they realize or know altogether how their government, who hates Latinos, also loves meddling with Latin America's governments. We have a long history of meddling with Latin American governments, and it's one of those things where, like, I wish I could spend more airtime addressing the way that the federal government behaves on the global stage. That's something that the leftists are really upset about and doesn't get enough airtime because we're dealing with such difficult domestic issues in terms of the government. But yes, that is a shout-out worth making to remind everybody that we've got bigger problems to deal with than fascist assholes like that. But what they're doing is effective. Like, he just spent an hour of the show's airtime not trying to convince everyday Americans who are drinking the Fox News Kool-Aid that maybe they're a little bit misguided. He's just specifically trying to weaponize bad sources, which I'll remind you, we gave him an hour and he couldn't present a source on any one of his claims. He didn't even try. Anyway, thanks for the donation. Where was I? Over on Venmo. I don't think I read Jessie yet. That's the blue app. Sang it, Oscar, for $5. Thank you, Jessie. And Greg sent $2 to say, "With all due respect, my friend, according to the route I was labeled as an expert as relates to unemployment in the economy, I would suggest the guest look at how a passive job search affects unemployment numbers and also to consider current underemployment conditions." Yeah, he just wasn't. I actually talk about how if the only economic figure that's improving is unemployment, it's actually a red flag because it indicates there's probably some underemployment happening from desperate people who then technically count as employed by the employment figures. Goblin Bag sent $1.50 to send pod brought to you by Bad Economics. When you're dumb as a rock, bad economics is all you got. Side effects may include reverse shrinkflation, paying more for less, and confidently looking foolish. Thank you, Goblin Bags. I do appreciate the silly ad reads that you make me do. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, the founder Utopia sent £2, is that? To say, flaw in the logic, deportations have not increased. Yeah, there's a lot of self-deportations and stuff like that, but Trump's actually doing a pretty hilariously bad job getting people deported. LT Coli sent $10 to say, any updates on the Katie Fang lawsuit in the e-files today? It started about 20 minutes ago. Ooh, I don't know. Discord's probably keeping an eye on that. Kathleen's been a member for a month over on YouTube. She used her monthly member message to say, don't let this guy run, turn on the camera. No, he's a cowardly little bitch. He's not going to turn on his camera. Probably for the better for him for the rest of his life. I hope he gets better. And laid, for that matter. Armchair Leg Drop sent $5 to say, these guests are displaying what spineless quislings do. I don't know what quislings do, but I know what somebody who doesn't have a spine is and how they behave, and they behave like that cowardly guest. Ubiquitous Bitch sent $20 to say, really scraping the bottom of the barrel over here. What a loss on his part. Keep up the good fight with putting people in their place. Ignore their low blows. Yeah, once again, I mean, if he thinks that he looked good towards the end of that call, that's fucking adorable. If you like the way that I handle such things, you can go to the link tree in my bio or in the description below on YouTube and find my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee if you are international. That's a way to contribute if those other apps won't let you. That's great for the show. It means that I can have Raven and Jessie work for the show, and we get to do some of those trips. Maybe we'll get to do the Derek Chauvin Challenge, which I'm fucking serious, dude. I hate that John Stone guy. I'll call his bluff on that shit. I will go to his city. And I'll get him to sign a waiver. We'll have Law of the Wild write up some paperwork so I don't get in trouble. Can
I film it?
Yeah. I mean, we need somebody to film it. Somebody's going to come on that trip. Shannon sent $5 to say, after sitting through that conversation, I think Jat deserves a fur baby sighting. I can go get Scout.
I can bring you Scout.
I'll get her.
Okay. It's a baby.
Here's Scout. W's in the chat for Scout, everybody. All right, let's see what... it's funny. Screechmeister lately has been redeeming himself by hopping up for like a moment after we've had a complete and total bitch on. So let's just get... I don't know if he's up for a debate or maybe we'll get into something, but let's just see what Screechmeister thinks about what he just saw. How you doing, Screechmeister?
Well, I'm all right.
Hi,
What do you
Screech.
think of the previous caller?
He made me look like a normal individual.
That is I would argue that is a burn coming from Screechmeister.
I mean, look, I'm an ugly fuck on your fucking thing, and I wouldn't mind doing that challenge. I mean, I was in prison and had your guards on my neck. I wouldn't mind doing that, but I'm from Colorado, so you want to come visit me and do it? I'm on camera saying it, so I can't get out of it.
Appreciate
You know what I mean?
Appreciate you, Screechmeister.
I mean, I'm not a bitch like Stone
Screech,
was.
we don't want you to be hurt.
Yeah, no, and you're a lot of things, Screechmeister, but I really don't think you're a bitch. Do you have a topic you wanted to discuss? Or
I was going to discuss, want to get your opinion on dogs.
Dogs?
Because, yeah, listen. I have a point to this.
Okay.
There's a lot of things since the thing that was related to your sign back there that says fuck ice, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As these guys are getting arrested or detained or whatever, let's just say detained, their dogs are being left at the house and then they're getting out and running across, or they're dropping them, or they're dragging them behind their cars. And what do you think about that? Is that anything related to this? Because I see a lot of this shit and talk.
I've heard stories that ICE is leaving pets behind to die.
It wouldn't surprise me, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's one topic I was curious about if it was related, because there's a lot of things going around on Facebook and TikTok.
It's hard to trust just what you see floating around on the social media, but I know that ICE and DHS in general have had some really nasty practices with negligence around their arrests. So, for example, one of the groups here that we have in Minneapolis is Haven Watch, and they've taken it upon themselves to post up at the Whipple Federal Building, which is where ICE operates out of here in the Twin Cities metro area in Minnesota, and make sure that when people get released that they get clothed and fed and get a cell phone and maybe get some transportation, because particularly during the winter when we had long stretches where the temperature stayed below zero, they were releasing people who didn't have phones or proper clothing at 2, 3 in the morning, just into the darkness to go fend for themselves. So the fact that they're doing that with humans suggests to me that they it's just not at all surprising to imagine them doing it with animals, which I think everybody watching the stream right now knows I take real serious issue with.
Yeah, and I mean, so do I. I mean, I got a dog. I mean, you've heard her bark in the background a couple times.
She's banished from the studio for the show because she barks during the show, but you've probably heard my dog barking too before she got banished.
Yeah,
she's with the dog sitter right now. And
then there's I'm surprised you didn't, when Matt was up here too, you didn't ask that last caller what an FEIN number was or an IEN number is.
ITIN, all of those.
Yeah, I mean, because I had to catch one on Riot Show the other day that thought he knew what he was talking about, and he was about the same age and sounded like, I think it might be the same caller. But businessly, they're not understanding that you have to have an FEIN number to have a business. I doubt he owns a business. The last caller.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he wasn't really able to back up any of his fucking claims at all.
Hey, Screech, I got a question.
If I had it, I was about ready to galaxy him.
Screech, are you still pro ICE?
In certain aspects, yes. In certain aspects, no. I need them to be reformed now.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you about one of the practices that we kind of almost touched on here?
Yeah, go ahead.
So they're known to release people after detaining them, and if we're releasing them, we have to assume that they've done nothing actually wrong and that the detainment was wrong to begin with, right?
Right.
So they've already abused these people, terrified these people, probably damaged their home when they came and abducted them for no reason, and now they release them sometimes in 0-degree weather out in the middle of nowhere with no clothes and no way to get home. People have actually died from freezing to death because they just ditched them out in the woods with no shoes.
So are you asking if I agree with that?
Do you agree with an entity that allows those practices?
No, because when I got released from prison, I at least got released with clothing.
Right. They're doing things that one could argue is hoping that these people die.
Yeah, so no, I don't agree with taking somebody on a blind bus and then dropping them off in the middle of nowhere and said, here, you got your freedom back. No, I mean, now.
And that is pretty common practice until I'm pretty sure that there was a court order that said they couldn't do that anymore. And if a court has to reel them in that way, I don't think that that's an institution that deserves to exist.
Or be defended.
Or be defended by the president.
I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, so what? They're taking their so what are they being housed with?
Well, no. So what's going on is that they're like, I know just from examples that have happened here in Minneapolis is that they'll raid somebody's house and they'll arrest them and they'll take them in whatever they were wearing. There was, like we've seen examples of like an elderly person in like a bathrobe and slippers being taken out when it's like 5 degrees out or something like that. So that then when they get released later with whatever possessions they had, this is assuming that they don't confiscate their possessions because they do confiscate people's phones and stuff like that, even if they haven't done anything wrong. So they're just being released in the clothes that they were captured in, but they were captured at home during the day and they're being released in the middle of the night to the outside. So they're often not dressed well enough. And I live in a place where like, we know as Minnesotans that every now and then, if you get like the weather's dangerous enough that if you get locked out of your house in, basketball shorts and a t-shirt because you were just picking up the paper, it's like, oh, I need to get inside or I'll die. And they're creating that situation for people intentionally.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. They should be giving them something so that they're warm, so they're not freezing. And then during the summertime, if they're got sweat, winter clothes, give them some.
They should treat them like humans.
Would you agree that an appropriate response to learning that ICE is doing that would be to say fuck ICE?
No, man, you're going deep there, Oscar.
I'm not going deep at all. Though. I'm sorry. Like, it's not just like, I know that, it's all about the rage bait sign behind me or whatever, but like, it's not rage bait, dude. Like the reason, like I can say we in Minneapolis, and I don't mind speaking on behalf of my community because my community's made it so fucking clear to me that they appreciate the role I'm playing as somebody who sits in the middle of this Venn diagram. I'm like, I get to be like buddies with Dean and Parker and like debate on TikTok to a wide audience. That's fucking exciting. But I earn my salt on social media by getting out there and facing up with ICE agents. And we say fuck ICE because they're doing shit like that. Like how much of that type of behavior are we going to accept even if you do want the illegal immigrants to be deported, which like to me is just like I don't understand how a person can see a practice like that and be like, yeah, but we got to deport the illegal immigrants. That I think is going to be good for the economy in the long term. It's like, no. This is fucking evil. Can we not?
Well, you've got to me. You and Raven and Jessica have got to me. Okay. So I am on that path of voting blue. Okay. I'm like 85% voting blue right now. So that tells coming on your show, I was probably 0%. And on Riot Show, it's 0%. And listening to everybody and listening to the people coming on there, I have really at 85%. I would say it's probably going to be 100% by the time the election comes around on November 3rd. So do I tolerate that? No. Well, it's just, I don't know if you can completely get rid of ICE. I do believe. I
will remind you, Screech, that in my perfect world, we still have immigration customs enforcement. We got to just call it something different because people are going to be saying fuck ICE for the rest of the time.
I agree with you there. If we could change it and reform it, and
I think change and reform. Like we really need to find a new solution because I think this is maybe the hot take. I want to celebrate the W you just gave us because it's incredible that you've come this far and you're thinking about it. But like my bottom line is that if you work at ICE, it sounds like you don't agree with me and Screechmeister on the fact that this stuff is really horrible and can't be supported because anybody who works at ICE has an obligation to stay up to date on what they're getting up to given how much political contention there is around it. So they should know these things. And if they haven't quit their jobs, you've made my shit list. You can't be, even if you're just sweeping the floors, you can't sweep the floors for people who dump elderly people out onto the street in the middle of the night with no food or water or protection from the elements. Like if you're doing that, if you're participating in that, that's fucked up and evil. And we need entirely new people in charge of that.
It's just like I was saying trans when I first came on. I'm now saying trans people.
I appreciate you so much for that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You guys I've come a long way. All right. Don't think that I haven't in the last 6 weeks.
I really do appreciate the long way that you've come, Screechmeister. And I'll remind my audience that they didn't think you were going to come this far. They didn't think that you were going to be able to come up and be more reasonable. And you've said some things on my show that had my audience wanting you banned. And we've talked about some of those things. You've apologized for some of those things. So I really do appreciate you come into my show with an open mind and really being willing to hear my perspective on this. Because it's like deeply meaningful to me. Like, never mind the fact that this is my job. Never mind the fact that I'm really excited about like how many Instagram followers I have or whatever. Like, I can sit here and I can peel all that away and think that if I got to reach somebody like you because of the experience I had in Metro Surge, that means that I've bottled some of that trauma that we all went through together here in the metro area for good. Because it makes me really happy to know that I've reached you in that way. That's a bigger deal to me than anything else that can happen on the show.
You know, Oscar, I got to admit, in the first couple of weeks that I came on, I made it my point daily to come on and poke fun and have, just be a nemesis on your show. And then I realized and started absorbing some of the stuff that Raven was saying and some of the stuff that Jessica was saying and some of the stuff you were saying. And yeah, I don't like Dean Worth of Passion, and I can't stand him because I don't think he spews any truth or anything, because I've seen him lose.
How many 21-year-olds do you feel like you're a real proper peer with?
For his age, he's pretty smart. I'll give you that.
No, but I just want to say generally, how many times are you sitting next to a 21-year-old and you think, yeah, we can really have a meaningful conversation as adults. We're really speaking the same language. How often does that happen to you?
Not very often.
Yeah. Dean appeals to a younger crowd than I do. I'm old enough to be Dean's high school teacher, and I was a high school teacher very recently. And I really appreciate what Dean's doing. I think he's doing great work. I don't think he's going to be terribly effective on someone like you, but I think
I don't think. Yeah. He won't let me bug him. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, really, Dean's got a big following. Dean's, him, and Dean will always do what he's doing and be outspoken. You know what I mean? It's just like when I went up on, the only thing that I disagree with you on, and I hate bringing this up, and I disagree with Parker on, and I disagree with Ethan on, and I disagree with Dean on, is the way you guys think that you're happy that Charlie Kirk passed away. You know what I mean? That
I'm not happy that he got killed. I'm happy he's gone. I can hold both of those beliefs at the same time.
I agree with you there. It's just the way the way Parker, though.
I will say, I lately have been leaning into being like less polite about Charlie Kirk, and it's genuinely just out of protest for the pearl clutching from the right. I mean, they make fun of my dead neighbors. Like, these people I talk about dying, they make fun of me for being such a baby, for caring about my community in the way that I do. And because that's so fucked up, and because I think that's so reprehensible, I just do the slightly unclutched pearls thing of just turning it back in their face and being like, all right, if you laugh at me about Renee Good dying, if you laugh at me about Alex Preddy dying, if you laugh at me about Keith Porter dying, if you laugh at me about my community being terrorized, if you laugh at me for having to help kids get to the school bus feeling safely during Metro Surge because they were afraid of the federal government, I'm gonna laugh at you for building a shrine to a bigoted asshole who wasn't even the worst example of political violence in the calendar year 2025, because a lawmaker in Minnesota, Melissa Hortman, was fucking murdered in her sleep with her husband and her dog by a Republican, and that doesn't get enough attention. So, like, I can be snippy and controversial and difficult about it, and at the end of the day, it's just because I'm a grown-up and I'm just willing to fight fire with fire if we're trash talking about our fallen comrades or whatever.
Yeah, I get that. And hey, if you remember when I first came on, and this is an example of how far I've come, if you remember the first time I said something about Preddy, I said that was a pretty good thing ICE did.
I remember you saying that.
I will say that Alex Preddy and Renee Good did not deserve what they got. Okay, nobody deserves to pass away, and like that. Okay, I get that, and I mean, when I first came in, I said that about 6 weeks ago. I never apologized to you for. I apologize for that, and I do see some of the things you do, and I genuinely say I'm sorry. Okay.
I really do appreciate that. I get a lot of bullshit apologies from people on this show who are just trying to move on and please me so we can drop it. I often don't believe those apologies, but I've spent a few hours talking to you about this stuff, and I do believe that you're sorry for saying that to me. I appreciate and accept the apology.
And then there's one other person that I said I'd never apologize to, because they said something in the chat. If that person were to come back up, or you knew who that was, I'd apologize to them too for the comments that I said about, I think it was the KIL thing.
I think you're talking about Leanne. I don't know if she's watching, but yeah, we did cover that. Yeah.
And I really was like, I apologize. That's how I took it. But no, I genuinely am sorry about that. Now that I've had time to really think about it, I am sorry for what I said, and I shouldn't have said it. And I shouldn't have typed it in chat, and it was bullshit. And as you see, I was all bullshit talk, and I didn't do anything. Like I said, you know what I mean? It was ridiculous.
I can't speak for Leanne, but I really do appreciate you saying that. And I think that if there's something to be learned generally about what's going on and like what happened when you came on to the debate space, is that you probably went and butt heads with a bunch of people who are in my neck of the woods in the political spectrum, a bunch of people who are really uninterested in trying to have a productive conversation with you after some of the things that you said. And that sort of approach to this thing really does just like amplify the division. It really amplifies the nature of us, like, trying to win the debate instead of just actually figure out like what is true and reasonable and what the best position on this is. But I have, if I'm to, toot my own horn about it, I have something of a skill for telling when a person has enough common sense, enough understanding in them, enough ability to engage with logic and reason that's maybe a little bit more powerful than common sense. And I saw that in you, and that's why I kept platforming you, because I just felt that there was something genuine about the way that you were behaving, even if it was quite horrible. And I think that the lesson for people on the left is to think about how many people like Screechmeister could be a force for good come November or whatever happens after November, who were taken off the, we should let people like you at the table. We want to change minds. And if we're going to be so upset about what the mind needs to be changed about that we're not willing to engage with it, that really hampers the progress. So I just preach patience with people like you, Screechmeister. I'm really glad that you're a success story in that case.
Well, thank you. But I mean, the two people that really changed my mind was on Riot Show. Was a girl named Katie that's got a show, and then there's and then it was Jessica that was on your show. I think that's been here the last couple of days. Not
Jessie,
Raven.
Jessie, my producer. Yeah. Jesse's usually in the chair on the other side of the room. It's Raven today.
Hi.
Yeah. So listening, and then Raven. You know what I mean? But it was a lot of that, and then a Papa that's on Riot Show at nighttime. She comes on about 3:00 Eastern Standard, or about 3:00 my time. Shh, you can't do that on the show. Be quiet, even though it's Thursday.
Give me flashbacks.
No, really, I was just doing those clips. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But that I've listened and I've done research, and I guess what it was, I was tired of getting my ass kicked, because you're right. I went on all your guys' shows, and I'd get my ass handed to me, and I was tired of losing. I'm not a loser, and I felt like a loser, and I didn't want to feel like that. So I went and I studied. And then when I studied, then I started to look and weigh everything, and that's when I found out I was wrong. You know what I mean?
Fucking W Screech, man. That's incredible. I'm so glad that happened for you, because you're right. Losing sucks. It's way better if you're on the right side of history. It's way harder to lose when you just do what you just said, which is just really try to figure out what's right. And I'm so glad you're doing that. That makes me, that after that miserable call we just had with that cowardly piece of shit who just wasted an hour of our time, you're making my day, Screechmeister.
You know crazy. What, Oscar, what it is that I also came on your show, and you told me one time, well, if you're going to say that, turn your camera on. So I turned my camera on. Then when I see people come on your show and then they're cowards, it's like, man, I'm just a skinny little dude. And I'm not afraid to say that I'm from Colorado and turn my fucking camera on. It's not like you're going to drive south from Minnesota to Colorado and come whoop my ass.
No.
Maybe get a beer.
I think we're probably at a place where if you and I cross paths, Screechmeister, I'd hope I could buy you a beer.
I told you that would happen, that I could drink coffee with you. I even told you in the bad times with you and I that I could sit down at the table and drink coffee with you. I don't know if I could drink coffee with Dean. Maybe that's probably pushing it with Parker, but
once again, you're 55, Dean's like 21. Like, relax, man. Like, you two don't need to see eye to eye in a social way. I don't expect you to. That's fine.
Right.
I can be the bridge, maybe. I'm 31. I'm an adult. I've lived some years. I've faced some bullshit. I think I can speak to somebody a little older than me, like you, as something of a peer. But I'm also not that far removed from being a young 21-year-old. And being 10 years farther down the road than Dean, I see a lot of myself in him in terms of my political ideals from the times. Like, the couple of things I don't see eye to eye on Dean with are just like fucking not important in terms of what's going on right now. And it's really not important for people to sit around and argue about whose demographic is the most important one to go after. Everybody's got a different style. There's some people who listen to me just because they like the sound of my voice, and that's it. They're just looking for a pleasant voice to listen to. There's some people who listen to Dean instead of me because they hate the sound of my voice and they think that Dean is handsome. That's fine. That's totally great. Everybody gets to pick their own adventure in terms of that. And I think the bottom line is that we're all trying to do good. And just not everybody's going to be the most effective debate host for a particular person. But I'm just so happy that we've made progress with you, Screechmeister. It happened faster than I expected it to.
And then also, what changed my mind, instead of saying trans, and now I'm saying trans people, was Ash, going on her show. So she has trans women or something like that, or prove me wrong or something. I went on and talked to her, and I must have had like a 45-minute to an hour conversation, and I found out, hey, look, they're no different than I am. The only difference is our sexual preference. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well,
Gender identity
in that case. But yeah, because at the end of the day, like, we are talking about people where like 99% of your life is the same. You make breakfast in the morning, you sleep in a bed probably, you bring an umbrella outside when it's raining, but some people have a harder choice when they're trying to pick a public restroom or engage with something like, sports playing when they're in school. And if we just have a mind of trying to make sure that everybody gets what the Constitution says we should have, which is a fair shot at our own life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, if we really start with that as an ideal for how to handle these social issues, we just arrive at a much hateful place in terms of trying to figure out a solution that makes everybody able to live their lives in the way that we all want to. Like, that's really at the core of what I try to preach on this show, is just, if we could all just fucking chill out, like, that'd be better.
I just want world peace. You know what I mean? That's all I really want, and it's not going to happen.
Screech, if I may add, just on a friendly note, ever since you've came in with a more genuine approach, you do just generally sound happier.
Well,
you seem lighter. You know what I mean?
Well, it's taking the stress off. I don't have to sit here and...
I like this version of you much better.
Yeah. And I hated coming in sounding like a hateful person. That's not who I am. I'm actually a very down-to-earth, cool person that, like you said, I could go out and drink, have a few beers with you and kick back and shoot pool and enjoy the night and go about our separate ways and still be friends. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, Screech.
That's all I really wanted to say, Oskar, was that, I want people to know that they're going to come up here and act like an asshole. Don't be afraid to turn your fucking cam on. You know what I mean? Man up. If you can't man up, then don't talk shit. I'll keep saying that,
I appreciate that. Yeah. This is great. Thanks for hopping up, and I'm sure I'll hear from you again. But thanks for your time on the show. It's meant a lot to me.
No worries. Have a good weekend.
I'll catch you later, Screechmeister.
Bye.
Fucking W's in the chat for Screechmeister, everybody.
Huge W's.
Huge W's for Screech. I told you so to everybody. Like,
I had to fight chat so many times.
Fucking W Screech, and I fucking told you so, because I knew it. Thank you, N, for the $5 on Venmo. Trump creates a problem by taking away pathway to citizenship and protections, then demonizes people, saying that they shouldn't be here. If the rules can change midstream and it's arbitrary, should I essentially wipe his ass with all the immigration laws? Yeah, he's just rug pulling these people, which is like super shitty and unfair. Thank you again for the $5. And thank you, Leah, for the $10 on Venmo. We say fuck ICE because they're doing shit like that. I think that's a me quote. It's a good one. Thank you, Leah, for the $10. And thank you, Emily, for your $25. That's coming in like clockwork at about 3 hours into the show. I appreciate Emily very much for that. It helps make sure that the show is what it needs to be every day, so I can keep Raven and Jessie happily employed, and we can plan all the cool things that we want to do. For that $25, Emily said, pissed at you for not calling out my Guardian gift, but I still love you. Happy Thursday, and a huge W to Jessie, Raven, and Screech.
Oh, don't worry. That'll be the timestamp tag. Or the
thumbnail?
Thumbnail today.
Oh yeah, was that the helmet one?
Yeah, I have it written down.
Oh yeah, I remember. I was in the middle of cooking, but yeah, one of Raven's jobs is to snag a moment that's good for the thumbnail. So your Guardian gift will get a big thank you by being the thumbnail for today's episode, and I thank you, of course. Now, sorry I didn't shout it out while I was busy yapping about whatever it was I was yapping about when I didn't acknowledge it. Evan sent $5 to say, dang, I never thought I'd be crying a bit from Screech, but here I am getting emotional. Dude, I got a little emotional just now. That shit was fucking crazy what just happened on my show. Bananas. Cat tax, $10 for a cat tax from Little Boots. That's when I brought Scout up. She did hang out for a little while after we got a little kitty break from Westen, making us all disappointed in the youth. If it's not too late for Screech, it's definitely not too late for Westen. But we'll see if he I think the most direct character assassination I made of Westen was just saying that he's going to be lonely if he keeps down this path, and that set him the fuck off. He started making fun of what I look like, which is adorable to do with your camera off. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say Screechmeister is as a palate cleanser. What a time to be alive. Love it. Speaking of ICE, is there going to be a future electric glove challenge? Oh yeah, ICE is about to spend $10 or $20 million on shock gloves. I'm guessing because they're already fucking incompetent at using less than lethal force.
Actually, the big thing here is that it leaves almost no trace.
Oh,
so that they can just torture you with absolutely no trace.
Great, right? Yeah, because the tasers leave barbs, but you could all just be able to,
or burn marks if it's a handheld.
Yeah, we're giving the Nazis taser gloves. Not good, probably, is my review of that headline. Jazz sent $5 to say, gotta say I'm glad we got scolded for dogging on Screech. He's made so much progress that's genuinely refreshing to hear from him regularly. Hey guys, it's a reason it's my show. Kind of know what I'm doing up here, but seriously, I'm gonna own the told you so on Screech, because that worked out way faster than I thought it was going to, and I'm so excited to hear more of his journey.
Also, before we move off of the gloves, we're getting gloves before we get body cams, which is fucking bullshit.
That is fucking bullshit indeed. And even the ones that have body cams, they just don't fucking release the footage when they're not on, or they don't release the footage when stuff happens. Apparently, there's body cam footage of Alex Petty being shot. And there's still motherfuckers out here lying and saying that he grabbed his gun when he didn't. For $5, DeBlues said Screech is hanging on to one of the last vestiges of MAGA, the inability to say it's not just one bad apple, it's the whole barrel, it's intentional. I feel like we kind of broke through that today, just like talking about how ICE, like when I told him that ICE needs to be renamed because people are going to say, oh, fuck ICE forever, that landed with him. And that's something that I have, like, if you can't understand that just the public sentiment around ICE, which is not going to be fixed by putting national in front of it and labeling it nice. Like that's like if you can't recognize that just pragmatically for whoever's in charge next, we need a fucking rebrand. And I would assert that we need a rebrand that actually means something, that actually means that it's different people. Otherwise, people are just going to say fuck whatever the new thing is if it's the same people running it. I think he was being more receptive to that. Maybe that's the sort of nuanced conversation that he and I are now qualified to have because he's calmed down a little bit. I'm glad to hear that he is happier for having calmed down. I think it was a very unhappy sounding Screech who was on the show the first few times. Jammerbanks sent $5 to say, I always had faith in Screech. He's like a few people I know and I'm friends with. Stubborn but kind. We love you, Screech. There's love in you. And there is love in the air today, even though that bastard Westen tried to make sure that it was only hate on the show today. Not today. Show gets rescued by Screech. Unbelievable. Pat in the chat sent $2 to say, Screech, I talked shit on you before. My bad. Dude, I love the apologies from the chat. I was right, motherfuckers. Every one of you who gave me a hard time about Screech was wrong. Blancs sent $5 to say, genuinely giving me more hope than people in this country, more hope for people in this country. Yeah, it's great. W Screech from Angelic Pooper for $2. Angelic Pooper sent another $2 to say, Screech, if you're ever in FOCO, F-O-C-O, oh, he said he's from Colorado. That's probably a region in Colorado. Let me buy you a beer. Yeah, well, somebody else wants to buy you a beer, Screech. Howler became a supporter over on YouTube. That means he gets to be in the members-only chat that happens on Sunday evenings. And potentially some other times that we do that. Just kind of hang out, AMA, have a beer type of stream that we do once a week after we do the evening show on YouTube only at 7 p.m. Central Time, where we don't have to talk through the TikTok filter, and I bring usually a guest on. Mason sent $5 to say, Mason is how it's pronounced. I'm so glad I was one of the people that agreed that Screech was reachable. Loving the Screech W Day. Legit brought tears to my eyes. W, Oskar, Raven, and Jessie, and all the other guests and other left-wing streamers that helped reach him. Keep it up. Yeah, he was even shouting out other streams that just helped him see reason. And Screech is a volatile person, which makes it a little bit less surprising that he switched over as quickly as he did. But to see how immediately he got to breathe a breath of fresh air, a breath of less hateful air, once he just like chilled out about this stuff. Did I, oh yes, I did read Doodle. Thanks for that. Lucky Phil sent another $2 on YouTube Super Chat, or not YouTube Super Chat, buy me a coffee to say, holy shit, unironically, W Screech. Yeah, that's this fucking story of today. Lucky Phil also said, Screech, hop into the Discord, link in the link tree in the bio. Good convos with good people for $2. Yeah, I would say Screech is welcome in the Discord. I don't think he's going to be a problem in there. I think he like respects rules too much. Oh shit. Holy shit. People send a lot of money to my Cash App. Hang on a second. Infectious, thank you for the $10. Intellectual dishonest refers to Westen, not Oskar. Yes, yes. Ross sent $5 to say, oh, look, another David. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. And then Steven. Thanks for the $100, dude. For real. Like, I hope you're still watching this. This came in like 20 minutes ago, and I just didn't get to it because we were doing the whole thing with Screech. But, like, we're getting some big donations today from people who care about what the show's doing, and I know you've been listening to all this, and it came 20 minutes ago at a time when we were really covering a lot of that, so you've heard me talk today about how I'm spending the money and how I'm trying to honor the people who choose to take a big hit for their own wallet. So for $100, Steven, thank you. He said, thank you, Oskar. Y'all do a great job. Keep it up. I will. I get to keep it up. You know, I don't worry too much about having to stop this because, you know, we're at a point financially with the show where I can see far enough into the future financially that I know I'm going to be doing this every day for at least months to come. But $100 pushes the boundary in the future that I can see that far into a little farther away. And that means that I can really steer this ship knowing that it's going to have my full attention. It's going to have Jesse's and Raven's full attention as the months come, as the election approaches, as the second half of the Trump administration approaches. I'm so excited that I get to keep engaging in that because people like Steven and people like Kathleen, who right after Steven sent me $50, she said, I'll take the L for Screech. I'm genuinely shocked. Thank you, Kathleen. I'm not going to pile on Kathleen too much about the I told you so, but she sees that we're doing something here that she didn't think was possible. Sounds like she's taking the L on Screech because we got him to see that his ways were problematic. And much like with a caller like Iowa Golfer, I am sure that there's still going to be totally interesting conversation with Screech where we disagree about some basic stuff and he looks like a monster. That's okay. You're not going to deconstruct somebody's allegiance to this hateful machine overnight, and I just know that when I'm talking to somebody like Screech, which is why I'm so infinitely patient if I detect that there's that kernel of genuineness in there, because I genuinely believed that he called into my show for the first time, believing in his heart that I'm a hateful, dangerous monster. And I think he just learned from engaging with me that that's just not what's going on. Kathleen, thank you so much for the $50. You know why I appreciate it. If you've been watching long enough to know, you know, if you've been watching long enough to see the Screech arc, you definitely know how I feel about the donations and about how this being my full-time job and all that. It's incredible. Thank you, Jen, for the $2 over on YouTube Super Chat. When Raven says have patience, W, and Oregon sent $2 to say making a better world. Thank you. And then $10 from Sam Hefner to say, thank you for being such an amazing beacon of reason and hope. Keep advocating for public speaking and the power of words. You rock. Don't forget to practice those scales with hands together. Oh yeah, I don't spend enough time running my scales, but I do have my little key finder on here, so I can practice them in a hurry when I need to, which is more often. Diava, how you doing?
Well, slap my ass and call me Sally. I never thought I'd see that day.
How does it go when Screech calls into your show? Something tells me your strategy's not the most effective on him.
Actually, he came to my live to apologize to me.
Dude, the guy's like going around making amends. What a success story.
For how he treated me and talked to me and was very genuine. I didn't think he would come this far, but I did have hope. I'm with you. I did have hope for him, and it is amazing to see how much vitriol he used to talk to you with, and just to see the tone of his voice change. He seems happier. He seemed like he was so angry and so fearful and so, just of all the stuff he didn't understand. And you've slowly helped him understand it. And it's just been a beautiful evolution. And I had one of those recently on my live too. She said she hate watched me for the past 2 years she called me a motherfucker and everything when I was talking, and she would hate watch me silently and never say a word. And then she started fact checking me. She's like, I'm going to prove this girl wrong. And so she said she started fact checking me and found out that what I was saying was all true. And she finally came up and said she's convinced her husband and mother-in-law and all of them to vote blue down ballot in the midterms, and they're all in Texas.
Well, and that's like the beauty of this, is that there's this grassroots element of like, I can picture, because Screech is so outspoken, and I don't think the guy's not embarrassed. He's kind of a tough motherfucker if we're going to talk about some of that old school manliness that he talks about, which is a little misogynistic, but, there's something to being strong-headed and having some self-reliance and that sort of thing. I'm picturing him arguing at the bar. I'm picturing him being like, no, those debate guys, okay, that Dean guy, I don't like him so much, but there's this guy, Oskar. Like, that's what I'm picturing Screech doing, because people are going to tell him that the left is hateful, and he's going to be like, hey, I tried it out. The right's really fucking hateful, and it's like, and it's like actually way chiller if you just like do some basic research and like don't spew a bunch of hateful bullshit.
You can see it in the chat too. The people that used to glaze Screech when he was being angry now are absolutely condemning him in the chat.
Yeah. They've turned on him, because for them it's all fucking tribalistic, whereas for me it's like, we're just not going to get to a happier place in America if we shun everybody who's ever had a bad idea, or dare I say, a bad view for those who've been watching recent episodes. Might get that inside joke. But everybody should also make sure that they're following Diava, because we talk about my new acquaintances in the debate scene, Dean and Parker, and Matt, of course, and everybody, Pickles and everybody. But Diava, I still just need to take some airtime every now and then when I have a couple thousand people listening, and remind everybody that you were the first big channel that hopped in and took my 10 viewer stream and made it like a 30 viewer stream. That was a big deal to me back in.
Oh, you're welcome.
That was huge. Back in
I
February.
love to help new creators on the left because we all have a different style, but we're still trying to all get the same message. And I feel like it's really important that we help each other and not look at each other as competition.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime I see especially a new young, they'll have 5 people in their live or 10 people in their live, and I hear that they're on the left, and I listen to them for a little while. And if I think that they're good and they're doing good stuff and saying good stuff, then I'll request up and do the same for them, because I think it's important. The message of saving democracy, saving us from fascism, saving us from a dictator, all of those things are paramount, and the Constitution is the bedrock of that. And so if that's what we got to get people back to. The Constitution and all parts of it. They don't get to cherry pick it like their Bible. It's all of it. They got it. When someone says, "Oh, I don't like that particular amendment," well, you don't get to do that with the Constitution, because that's our rights. And for people that think that the Constitution gives us our rights, it actually doesn't. The rights are already ours. The Constitution reminds the government what they can't take away from us, and that's how we need to start viewing the Constitution. It's a reminder for them what they can't take from us, because we already have those rights. So we need to get back to that as a fundamental, thing in this country. And there's too many people who are like, well, I don't really care about this amendment. I think it needs to change. And we can do amendment changes, but there's a process. You can't just not follow it because you don't like it.
Preached, yeah. What time?
Do you mind if I do a quick?
I was going to say, what time is it in Eastern time that you preach on your own channel that people should click this box and make sure they're following?
I do go live every single day, 7 days a week, from 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern. But today in particular is a super special day. If anybody is interested, at 4 p.m. I am going to be interviewing Dana Marie Foster, who is a progressive running for governor of Florida. And I am in Florida, so I will be able to vote for this person. I will be interviewing her at 4 p.m. And then at 6 p.m., I'm going to be interviewing Matt Gromlich, who is running to unseat the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. I'll be interviewing both of those candidates today. He's in Louisiana. Dana Marie's in Florida. But you don't have to live in the state in order to help these candidates win. You can phone bank, you can text, you can do all kinds of things. But today's a special day because I do have those 2 particular candidates on 2 races that I'm interested in helping. I'm interested in helping any campaign, but Speaker of the House got to go. And I'm personally in Florida, so the governor really means a lot to me. DeSantis has done a lot of things to the state. So if anybody wants to watch at 4 p.m. today to watch those interviews and ask questions, I'm going to be letting people come up to ask questions as their time, as the candidate times allows. So if you guys would like to request up, I'll be happy to field any questions for these candidates for them. So if you don't have anything to do between 4 and 7 today and are interested, I'd probably not very many debates today, because I'm going to have the 2 candidates, so it'll probably take up the 3 hours. But I think it's a worthy day to give up some debate time.
Yeah, I've got a gig tonight, so I'll try to tune in as I can. I would have definitely wanted to pop by, but today's not going to work for me. But
yeah, that's okay.
I absolutely appreciate your time, Diava.
All right, you have a great day. All right.
You as well. I'll
You too,
be
Raven.
listening later.
Bye, Diava.
Bye.
Alrighty then. If you like the way that we handle conversation on the show, you guys know what to do. Linktree in the bio, Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, or just get following me on the other platforms. Raven has been crushing it on the clips lately, so I'm just gonna take a moment while we're sitting here celebrating some things to say 9,337 on YouTube. We're approaching 10K, and how are we doing over on Instagram? 115,000. Yeah, we've got some videos that Raven has posted, some clips of me that are getting big views. Have you broke 1 million yet? Do you have a clip that has 1 million views?
That I constructed?
That you
No.
made, yeah.
No.
Let's see. What do we got here? 827,000 and 4,900 follows from it. W. Raven. Raven is crushing it as editor, getting these clips out. On that,
Before we move on, I just wanted to say that Bobby in the TikTok chat is a fucking bitch.
oh, I noticed. I saw him being a bitch.
Oh yeah, definitely a bitch.
Big old bitch.
Yeah,
100%.
Haven't seen that spine show up in chat yet, or in the request queue yet.
Nope. We're gonna talk to David, not bitch David. This might be a different bitch David. I don't remember. We talked to him the other day. How old are you again?
I'm 24.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. I'm friendly, not oppositional. I was hoping that guy would be in the queue, but is there anybody else that you'd rather talk to?
No, and actually, I'll give you a moment with Raven as moderator while I actually run and take a whiz if you've got something for a second, because I like to stew in the W's. I like, even if it's bad for viewership, I like to take a moment and breathe and celebrate after we get so big a W as we did. So, do you want to talk to Raven for a moment while I step away?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
W Screech. I've been crying, like genuinely. I was just.
Hi.
Hello. I was like Screech. I have so many friends and family that were like Screech, and his journey. I've just been crying. I've just been. But after yesterday, Justin. I didn't have the spoons to come back on. I just want to talk about some conspiracies about what I used to believe in and how I deconstructed, but I didn't want to. If there was oppositional and you'd rather talk about that, it's totally fine.
Well, you've got the floor for a little bit until Oskar gets back, at least.
Well, I appreciate you guys so much. Oskar has. I don't have the spoons to handle so much stupid scrutiny. So I paid it. I was a cultist, useful idiot from 2015 to 2020, and I saw Jan 6 happen, and I stopped paying attention because I didn't trust anything. I didn't know what was real or not because there was so much misinformation. And there's like 3 main conspiracy theories that like the alt-right really worked hard to make people believe, to give off the illusion that Trump was the lesser of 2 evils. And it was, Dinesh D'Souza's movies and Dennis Prager's PragerU and all the Ben Shapiro's and all of that. And it's 3 all things designed to make you think that the Democrats are the real racists, even though the Republicans are the ones that are flying the Confederate flag, which they deny. I've been crying from Screech, genuinely. W Screech. Oh my God.
W Screech, totally. I feel you.
The biggest one that I've seen a lot of people not know how to talk about, even though I've deconstructed this, but I've seen so many people not know how to talk to people that are so far gone. There's this conspiracy that because Margaret Sanger had a eugenics program, therefore all of Planned Parenthood is a racist institution, and is proof that the parties never switched, which they used to say that the Southern strategy never happened. And they used those 2 lies. What's up?
Just to get Oskar caught back up, he is mentioning some of the things that kept him deep inside the echo chamber of Republican programming.
Yeah, and I have heard that Margaret Sanger talking point quite a lot, which, I mean, if we're going to throw out an institution for having a racist past, we need to burn the entire country down, so.
That's so real. And it was the crimes against humanity of the field of medicine over the last few hundred years. We used to bloodlet and trepanning and whatever, and
we killed our first president with bloodletting.
Oh my God.
That's how George Washington died. He got a fever and they were like, let him bleed into a bowl. It will make him feel better. And then he died.
Ah, yes. This will fix it. I've got it.
Yes.
So with the Margaret Sanger, because there's so much fear mongering done through Reagan to propagandize on the abortion wedge issue in order to court the racist voters to say, well, we need to. Bob Jones University was a racist school, and the people that were working with Ronald Reagan were like, oh, these people are really upset that they can't be a tax-exempt business by excluding people on the basis of race. So let's go tell them that we got your back, and also we believe that abortion is wrong. And the fear-mongering about... I'm sorry, my train of thought is so bad. I've been crying genuinely.
No worries, man.
The right uses the fear mongering about, oh, the left has a soft bigotry of low expectations, and they use so much lies and misinformation to fearmonger about the welfare state, and how the only reason why Democrats want to give certain disenfranchised communities quote unquote handouts is because they want to keep them dependent on the government, and that they need to pull themselves up from their bootstraps, and that the reasons why those communities were redlined and disenfranchised and withheld equal opportunity of building generational wealth, it was their fault. And the Democrats only want to give them handouts through welfare because they believe that those communities can't do it themselves. And it's just such misinformation.
Well, they're just not interested in hearing like what the actual effect on a community is to have one of those programs. They're like, it's going to make them lazy. And I'm like, actually, we've been doing it for decades. It doesn't. And they're like, no, that's a bullshit liberal source. And it's just like, are you interested in knowing if SNAP benefits help people's lives or not? Like, if you don't care, just tell me you don't give a fuck, and then we can proceed with the conversation. But if you're going to pretend that you do care and that I'm wrong, then we got to look at the source. I've never
heard of the preamble of the Constitution until you said that, and that was genuinely like earth shattering. And
the word welfare is in the fucking preamble. it's like introduction. By the way, the Constitution exists for this, and it's like promote the public defense or whatever. But like one of them is promote the public welfare. Like that's why we're doing America, is to make it better for people to live in.
But yeah, I saw January 6th happen, and I stopped paying attention. And then because I didn't know what was real, and I could tell that I was not on the right side of history, but I didn't know. And I started paying attention again because of the Epstein files this year. And oh my God, I've deconstructed everything. I was such a useful idiot. And like the three main things that they used to really make you believe that Trump was the lesser of two evils was using Fox News, PragerU, and Dinesh D'Souza to deny the Southern strategy, fearmonger about abortion and Planned Parenthood and welfare.
Did you hear that I'm going to be crossing paths with Dinesh D'Souza next month?
What?
I'm debating Dinesh D'Souza next month.
I'm there.
I'm recording. I'm recording in Vegas with Sean Kelly for a 1v10. So I don't know how much time I'll get with Dinesh because I'm going to be one of the 10. But it's funny you bring him up because he's been doing the work of laying some of the bullshit groundwork for this for decades at this point.
Decades.
And I'm going to get to talk.
That's so exciting.
I'm going to get to talk to him about that.
That's so exciting. But yeah, the Epstein files in the last year, seeing what the modern, like I was not in the algorithm enough to become a groiper or to get into the manosphere or become a Philbro. Seeing what Andrew Wilson is a product of the
my fucking followers on Instagram. We need to find the episode and we need to get it tagged because Andrew Wilson called into this show and I fucking cooked his ass. and the reason it got pointed out to me is because the clip of me cooking his ass is doing well enough on Instagram that the comments were like, bro, this is Andrew Wilson.
Who's Andrew Wilson?
He runs a debate school. He's one of the leaders. Like he's one of the people who's trying to indoctrinate callers like Westen into having all these shitty talking points and bringing them to the show. You just edited the clip. He was the one where I was saying like, explain to me exactly like is what Trump did bad? I don't care if you call it rape or not. Like, is the thing he did physically bad? I know we have a lot of clips like that.
The percentage guy?
Yeah, I think he might have been. It was either that or from the same batch of clips. But anyway, we had Andrew Wilson on the show. So I need to go re-listen to that because that's fucking hilarious. Because every now and then I catch a big fish and I don't even fucking know it because they all sound the fucking same to me. They all have bad arguments. Like none of them are actually going to bring me anything good. But he's one of the big daddy disseminators of the bullshit who's training up other people on how to try to call into my show and face up with me. And the fact that he couldn't handle me himself is delicious.
That's delicious. Do you remember what episode that was?
Hold on. I can find this answer out very, very quickly.
86, I believe.
Because it should be 86. Hold on. I think I can play the clip just audio for everybody. Hold on.
Now Andrew's being hired by TPUSA to train the next generations of Charlie Kirks, and I'm just so fucking thankful that I was able to stop drinking the Kool-Aid before I got down that route. And it's just insane. I just know so many people that are like Screech, and I've been able to deconstruct a lot of my old friends and a lot of people, and everyone's journey is different, but there are so many people that believe all of that bullshit from PragerU and Dinesh D'Souza that keeps them from being able to think critically about like what's happening now with the scapegoating of
People can judge if this is Andrew Wilson, because this is from episode 85, and it's a clip on my social media, or on my Instagram right now. It's the thumbnails use the mute, and it has about 50,000 views. You without your permission, would you think it's fair to call that a rape?
It depends on how the state writes the legislation.
Okay, I don't think that we have to use a state legislated definition of rape.
In that rape, I think they differentiated between both grape and SA, and now you're moving the goalposts.
Okay.
You can redefine grape.
You can talk over me and give me a definition of rape that doesn't apply to what is what he did really bad.
It is, but
okay. Then I don't care how you define rape. What he did is really bad. You don't care. You care more about
people to let him.
Chat says that.
Honest, I don't like Andrew Wilson sounds a lot more nasal. Like that. It's not really.
No, but everybody sounds a little deeper through TikTok call-in because you're used to hearing people through a microphone. I sound more nasally. Like go listen to me on Dean or Parker, and I sound like that. So I did when people pointed out to me, I went and found the video. Me and Jessie, because Jessie was in the producer's chair yesterday. We were looking at it. I'm pretty thoroughly convinced that that's Andrew Wilson. I did a direct comparison, and like the little bit of vocal fry that he has is there, and that the difference is the same difference that we hear between like when I had the clip of Dean on this show, everybody was like, "That's not Dean's voice; it's too deep."
It's not.
Yeah. So there's people saying that yes and no in the chat, but you know,
I trust you. But thank you so much for finding the number. I'm gonna love to go watch over that. And Bobby, the bitch, said in chat, what was the biggest thing that made you deconstruct? And it was the racist gerrymandering in the Epstein files. You cannot be a sentient human fucking being and see what happened and then go, plug my ears, cover my eyes, la 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 la. You look like a fool. You look like a fool. I mean, I see so much of myself in you. Get in the queue. Come on.
What I see most on the right is as long as it's benefiting my side, it's fine.
Yeah.
Chat's saying it's not Andrew Wilson, it's fried eggs. So I want to investigate it because the funny thing about all these like debate assholes who run their fucking debate schools is like, hey, how about you come fucking debate me? Like, how about you just like actually identify yourself with Andrew Wilson and show your followers that you're good at debating somebody like Oskar Quentin and come fucking do it. But it's the same reason that like Savannah Hernandez doesn't want to talk to me about what happened on April 11th at the Whipple building. Like, these people are genuinely afraid of having a conversation with somebody like me because they know the way I navigate it and their bullshit doesn't work on me, which is why they have a whole Discord of little assholes, a little army of assholes that they're sending to try to figure out what collection of talking points. Do they think it's going to be effective to say that I have a fetish for young men is why I want them to turn on their cameras? Like, is that all they've fucking got to try to address the fact that I like demolish these people every time they come to my fucking show? Like, come on.
I think it's a pretty blatant concession where they have no other way to push back and they're just like, you look weird. Well,
Either that or they hard pivot like the "Do you think women can have penises?" clip.
That's the clip that's about to have 1 million views because it was a complete demolishment of the argument that like getting rid of illegal immigrants is like for some reason out of concern for public safety. Demolish that and just like ripcord, do women have penises? Ripcord, you have a fetish for young men, that's why you want me to turn the camera on. And it's just not gonna fucking work. Also, they forget that to the rest of the world it's actually like wouldn't be problematic if I like was attracted to men who are 20. I happen not to be. I'm not even attracted to women that young. But
based.
We are talking about consensual adults, right?
I don't want to take up too much of your time, but the people who are from 2022 to 2024, the things that Trump ran on, him openly talking about the racehorse theory, being pro-eugenics, demonizing everyone that wasn't white, and then people say that he isn't racist, it's gaslighting. And I have so many people that I care about that don't want to hear anything, and they avoid you like, I was going to say this yesterday, and then you were like, no, we want to talk to opposition, and then you got Justin, which I did not have the spoons to listen to the entire conversation. The right? With like the Tim Pool Russian partisan hack Kremlins have created this cult avoidance of anybody that can actually make you think for yourself. That's why they demonize Sam Cedar. And I don't like everything Destiny says. I don't like everything Sam Cedar says. I don't like everything that Hassan Piker says. But
I don't know anybody where I like everything they say. Sometimes I feel that way about myself when I listen back to old episodes. Nobody's fucking perfect.
For real. But it's just like they told you, don't listen to Sam Cedar. Don't go out of your way to be educated. Listen, let Michael Knowles tell you the facts. And it's just it's a cult. It's a cult. I think I've said all the conspiracies that made me fully deconstruct, like things that I used to believe in that I was like, wow, this is so niche. And yet I feel like these are so pivotal to why I really believe that Trump is the lesser of two evils, because it was never to make Trump look good. It was to make the left look bad. And it's all in comparison and gotchas and double standards and gaslighting. And I'm so thankful that you were able to have the thick enough skin to, if I move to Minnesota, I'm voting for you for whatever you're running for. You're insane. You're amazing. And thank you so much, Screech, for coming back on and sharing your story. Thank you, Iowa Golfer, for being such a strong-willed person. It really made my day. And
I don't think hosts give enough time to people who've come out of the darkness, and that's why I do it, even though people like Jimmy are helping the engagement by like noting that the views like tip off just a little bit when we have these conversations. But I do think it is so important to point the fire hose of attention I've gathered on this show towards people like you and towards people like Screech as he behaved on the show today. I think it's a lot of time that we get the W and we move on, but it just deserves so much attention that what we're doing here is helping certain people, and it's helping those people go into their lives and convince other people, and it's just getting America to wake up faster to what's going on. So I, just like with Screech, I'll say the same thing to you. I so appreciate your time today. Thanks so much for hopping up. I've got something I got to talk about with Dr. Dankenstein here, so I'm going to let you go.
Also, if Dylan or TV Bias C are listening, shout outs to them too for changing their minds.
Absolutely. Thank you again, David. I'll let David go, and then I will invite Dr. Dankenstein 42069, my buddy Derek, to unmute. Dude, I have a contestant for the Derek Chauvin challenge.
Oh, you do? Holy shit, for real?
I'm not joking. He's a regular enough caller and a regular enough piece of shit that I genuinely want to call his bluff, and I will make travel arrangements. I've told him that I will make travel arrangements to go to where he is in the country and do the challenge, because he was talking some shit about George Floyd, and I asked him if you and I got an actor who weighs the same as Derek Chauvin to kneel on his neck for as long as Derek Chauvin kneeled on George Floyd's neck. Then, if he does it without tapping out, then he's allowed to discuss George Floyd with me. And he didn't want to. Perfect. He didn't want to dox himself, so he said he'd message me. I haven't checked if he had, but I just want to let you know I might.
Oh my God! Yes.
You and I. If this happens, I don't know who else we'll be able to bring. No promises, Raven. But I'm not joking. I will buy plane tickets to wherever in the country Jon Snow is, and we can do that fucking test and shoot whatever other shenanigans we want to shoot while we're in town. Depends on where in the country he lives. Yeah. But I've been waiting for an opportunity to spring that on somebody, and he presented a perfect one. So we're probably going to have to get some waivers written up. But maybe get some, maybe like reach out to, I don't know. Realistically, I think if we want to do it, we should figure out what city he lives in, and then we should try to find like a professional, like some sort of combat sports expert, like a coach or something, who weighs the right amount to be the Derek Chauvin, just so that we have like some semblance of professional safety or whatever. I'm not fucking kidding. I want to do the Derek Chauvin challenge with Jon Snow so we can make him look like a little bitch, and then immediately after he wipes the sweat off his forehead, I'm going to point a camera at him and we're going to do the George Floyd debate right there. Anyway,
sounds amazing.
I just wanted to pitch that to you on the air. I told him it might not be months before it happens, because I actually have probably at this point 3 trips planned for the show in the coming months, so it'll have to go into a stack of stuff that we're budgeting for.
Sure.
But for everybody going to the link tree in the bio, finding the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, that is the type of bullshit we're looking to spend this money on, because I want this show to be more than me just arguing with assholes like Westen, from 10 to 2 on TikTok every day. But yeah, I just want to bring you up and let you know that I've been thinking about that idea. I've been cooking.
Oh, I'm so happy you were. That's such a good idea. Yeah, no, that is something I've wanted to do a video on for a while and just haven't gotten around to. But mostly because I'd want to get a fucking cop costume and throw it on Whitney Haverstock, who, if anyone watching this knew who that was, it would be so funny to have him be.
There's probably 5 or 10 people watching this who know who that is.
Yeah. Oh man, no, I just looked it up just because I'm like, I need to start my research now. According to this, from what I'm seeing here, like I'm trying to find like a better source. Apparently, he only weighed 140 pounds.
Yep, 140 pounds on the neck is a lot, though.
Also,
Yeah, it's about 40 pounds of equipment, which I guess, was he wearing a plate carrier? I don't remember that.
We'll have to do our research. We want to definitely want to make sure that we do this fairly, right?
Starting now.
All right.
As a former Army combatives instructor, it doesn't take a whole lot on the neck.
7 pounds on the collarbone or some bullshit, right?
You don't have to be an Army combatant instructor. It's just obvious looking at him. Like, it was just like, oh, you're killing that man. Stop.
All right,
every single person there was saying that.
All right, I got some donations to read. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, come at me, bro, on Buy Me a Coffee. He also sent $2 to say, you can lead a dope to knowledge, but you can't make them think. Ooh, funny. He also sent $2 to say, dono to the bullshit fund. Gotta love the bullshit fund. We're going to get up to some very fun bullshit in the coming months, and I'm very, very excited that there is a proper budget for it, thanks to viewers like you and viewers like who's this? Holy shit. Viewers like Bags of Spinach, who sent me a bag of money. They sent me $30 on Venmo to say, as a leftist who has worked in the corn industry for 14 years, I cannot stand Andrew Wilson and the misogynistic BS he spews on the Whatever podcast. I'm so thrilled to hear you cooked him, Oskar. I'm pretty sure I cooked him. I did a direct comparison of the guest on my show with Andrew Wilson's voice with Jessie yesterday here in the studio. We're pretty sure that Andrew Wilson was on episode 85 of the show, and it didn't get noticed until the clips got pushed to Instagram yesterday, or like 2 days ago or something. So very, very interesting. Thank you very much, Bag of Spinach, for the money. And then thank you, Jammerbanks, for $2 more on YouTube Super Chat donation for Jessie's mayor fund. Yep, she's running for mayor of Minnesota. Everybody get ready to vote. Hard to find her on the ballot. You might have to write her in for mayor of Minnesota. Anyway, Armchair sent $5 to say, watching live for the first time today, and Screech's story makes me realize I'm not patient enough with some people in my life right now. I so love that that's the lesson learned for so many people about Screech. It takes fucking time. One of the reasons I started doing this show is because I had a lot of people in my life who I had convinced, and it took fucking hours and hours and hours of wearing them away and saying, hey, I think this is going to happen. And then a month later, that happens. And then suddenly that gives me some credibility. And we do that for 8 months. And then they think, okay, Trump is pretty bad. So I'm doing that in show form with people like Iowa Golfer and Screech. And I'm just, today's got me in such a good mood. The Shadow Nose sent $5 to say, there's still some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and that's worth fighting for. Gotta love a Lord of the Rings reference. Generally speaking, sent $2 to say, camera on, show off the hat, Dank. You don't happen to be dressed as a wizard right now? Are you?
Sure. No, here I have. You gonna see I have the hats right here. Let me figure.
If he didn't move, I was going to be concerned. He's just hanging out.
Just hanging out dressed as a wizard.
Just hanging out wearing it. Hey! Oh, check. Oh, here. Well, I got the camera on. Check this out.
Oh, cat tags.
Last weekend, yeah.
I didn't know you got a new cat. What's their name?
This is Bonnie. We're sort of fostering her to see if she'll fit into the household and we have room for her, but she was found at a campground last weekend. In fact, you can see it right here. She's
got a new cat that just kind of wandered into the house, just a polydactyl cat. We had the door open the one day and we looked back and there's a cat in our kitchen and we're like, yeah, I guess you fucking live here now. Come on in, buddy.
Okay, yeah, that's a good way. The cat got new humans is what it did. It picked you.
The cat distribution system
I heard a noise
is
in the
never
kitchen. I
wrong.
look off and there's a cat just chilling. I'm like, all right, welcome, I guess.
Gotta love the cat tax. We're doing the show on her today.
Yeah, we are still looking to rehome some of the other kittens that were found with her. If anyone watching this wants a kitten and you live in the Minneapolis area, hit me up.
Dr. Dankenstein 42069. That's both on TikTok and Instagram if you want to be found, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't know if you could see it. She had a huge freaking botfly on her neck. 2 of them, actually. This kitten and a couple others would have died without human intervention.
W Dank.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I mean, that's nature. You know, like most of them, most animals have like 8 babies because only one of them's going to survive. But like, yeah, these aren't naturally in Minnesota, so...
Sean sent $5 to say, just stack 3 45-pound plates onto him. Make sure his hands are handcuffed behind his back. Talking about the Derek Chauvin challenge. Yeah, that's dude, I swear to God, I hope that's what happens. If I maybe if we want to really show the type of cowardly bitch that all the callers into my show pretty regularly are, like maybe the bit is that we need to start challenging them to in-person debates. Maybe that's what we spend some of this budget on. Is like, hey, we're gonna go to a major metropolitan area different than my own, and we're gonna get a fucking Charlie Kirk fucking table set up and say, if you want to show your face and have a fucking conversation with Oskar Quentin, here you fucking go. And if we get Jon Snow to participate in the challenge I called his bluff on, that's a win.
Oh, that's hilarious, by the way.
Instead of Jon Stone, and I have to say, I'm fine.
Is it Jon Stone, not Jon Snow? I'm mixing it up with Game of Thrones.
They both know nothing, so it's fine.
Right.
Yeah. I was going to say, that's a pretty hilarious character to name yourself as, to then go and try to be serious about politics online.
Yeah. Jon Snow, not Jon Snow. I don't think he's serious. I do not think he's going to participate in the George Floyd challenge, but I'm dead serious about arranging it if he agrees to. Now, he could just troll us into traveling to his city, which is why we need to figure out other stuff to do in the area to make it worth doing. But
I've seen him do that 3 times on this app. I've watched 3 different friends of mine that's why I know generally where he is, because he always gives them the same answer, same address, same everything. So I know where he is. I'm just not going to say it because I know we don't do business like that here. But that being said, I've watched 3 different people go to meet him in this region, sit on a line for an hour, and then he just doesn't show up.
Yeah, I'll just put a sign on the back of the chair that says Jon Stone is a coward, so that if he wants to come sit and cover it up, he's perfectly welcome too. Oh man, are we gonna get one more debate in today? We might. We've got 23 minutes.
Came up with a purpose.
Oh yeah. What's going on, Crow?
Yeah. So you brought up one of my favorite topics, the preamble to the Constitution, where they talk about the general welfare. One of the things whenever I talk about the general welfare, and people go, "It doesn't mean that." I like to point out something. Oskar, are you aware that fire departments used to be a subscription service?
I am aware of that fact. I bring it up on the show often.
Yeah. For chat, if you're not aware, back in ye olden days, to get a fire department to put out your house, you had to have this little metal plaque on the front of your house that said you were a subscriber to that fire company. Eventually, as a society, we went, hey, fire spreads. It doesn't care about a subscription service. So we went, maybe we should just pay for that because it's doing more damage. Because if we don't put out the non-subscriber's house, it spreads to the subscriber's house anyway. This is how all social programs exist. Every social program you enjoy that you don't think of as a social program once started as a pay service that we just kind of went, it's societally better to just have this. And it just had changed so long ago that we don't remember that it used to be a thing you paid for.
Yeah. People don't remember there was widespread, people did not like the idea of public schools in America initially. There were people who were really against that, saying we do not need to be paying for poor people. But it's if our argument eventually won out, look, poor people have the right to vote, though. You really got to be in a democracy. You have to pay to educate everyone.
Rhetorical morality. How old are you?
I'm 21. That's a public good, not a commodity.
What are we talking about today? Rhetorical morality?
Yeah, firefighting is a public good. You guys are so dumb.
Because we made it one.
Okay,
yeah, it's innately a public good.
How is healthcare different?
Because you taking up a doctor's time, a doctor can't treat 2 people at once. You stopping a fire saves other people.
Firefighter can't put out more than 1 fire at once. They can only be at 1 address.
Yeah, but it still benefits the society.
And does it not benefit society for people to be able to get back to work after being injured or ill?
It's not the same. That's why
it's not the same?
Identified as a public good and not a commodity.
Identified as a public good, even though you can't identify why it's reason. How is it different?
Because not people that aren't getting taxed do benefit from it, just like a public road.
Yes, that's also the case with healthcare.
Oh, yes, that's why it's identified as a public good, not a commodity. That's why healthcare is a commodity.
So,
can a mortician work on 2 bodies at once?
So, Mr. Rhetorical guy, do you believe that we all succeed when, that you will succeed when other people are succeeding, or is it
not necessarily?
Some game. Oh, I'm sorry.
That was you, Dang. Sorry.
You're thinking society is like a zero-sum game then, not everyone can succeed at once?
I mean, I don't think there's utopia, no. I don't think that the equity of people will always be the same.
That wasn't the question. He asked if you understood that society isn't a zero-sum game, that the alternative isn't utopia.
I was answering the question before. I didn't hear that.
Sure.
Try again.
He said, do you think everybody can succeed at once? That's what I heard before.
Yeah, Derek, do you want to restate your question?
Yeah, because I believe that when you help other people succeed, it helps you succeed too. That when you're helping the people around you, that also causes, that causes everyone else to succeed as well. When you raise others up, your own quality of life improves as well.
I mean, sometimes, yeah, but if that were true, billionaires would be the most
Well, Well,
like the nicest people ever. Like I don't.
Billy, no,
understand.
wait, hold on. There's a big fundamental problem with that, which is that when we talk about a person's quality of life increasing, there's a ceiling on how much money can make a person's quality of life increase. If you give somebody who has $1 billion another $1 billion, they don't buy nicer groceries. They don't live in a nicer home. They just are still a billionaire. Whereas if you take somebody who doesn't have their basic needs met, get their basic needs met, whether it's by curing an illness that they're sick with, putting out their house because it's on fire, or just giving them the food or money that they need, that's the sort of change in a person's life that we're talking about. And I think that you understand that, and I think it was disingenuous for you to bring up billionaires.
No, but you're changing the definition of a public good.
But you also tried to use a billionaire as an example, and a billionaire is one person being raised up, and specifically them not giving out proper wages to raise everyone up.
I mean, I'm just saying, guys, if you look it up, firefighting is a public good. It's well known. It's not socialism.
So actually, I want to. So I just thought your arguments against, that this isn't a public good, that healthcare isn't a public good, is interesting because loads of other countries have decided that healthcare is a public good. And the one that I really want to point out is Singapore, the famously, capitalistic Singapore. A country every capitalist refers to Singapore as like, look, they went from at the start of this last century, from being like a poor, completely agrarian society to now being one of the top economies on earth, despite basically being on just an island. And it was because they completely embraced capitalism to fuel their economy. And they decided that you can't make money off of healthcare. They decided to be giving, people, public healthcare access. They gave everyone, they have so many social services over there. And it's just a cultural thing that they believe that everyone succeeds when the lowest person in your society is succeeding more, everyone else succeeds too, is what they determine. And they're fucking capitalist society is what I'm saying. So I don't know, man. I don't think I don't think your argument that this isn't a public good is very good of an argument.
Okay, what's a public good? Something
I think what's going on here is that nobody on this panel or watching the show is interested in what you define as a public good. Would it be good?
That's literally what the textbooks define as a public good.
Good for the public if we paid for healthcare? Is the question.
Oh my gosh! You guys are just so you're just refuting the actual definition.
Would it be good?
A commodity.
I don't care about what you
guys are just
dude,
smarter
stop
than
talking
everybody
over
else,
me. I'm saying I don't care what you define a public good as. Would it be good for the public if we paid for healthcare though, using taxpayer money?
Not necessarily, because it will disenfranchise high-skilled workers like doctors and surgeons.
No, we're talking about paying them this. How? In what way?
Yeah.
I mean, in countries like what you're describing, where they have free healthcare, like the wage gap between low-skilled workers and high-skilled workers is like.
What does that have to do with us paying?
So how much do you know about the economy of Singapore?
I wasn't necessarily referencing Singapore.
Because I was just saying I was.
Instead of having insurance companies and private individuals get stuck with the bills for healthcare, we want to use taxpayer money to pay for it. How is that going to disenfranchise doctors?
Well, I'm just saying, and so you
said it's going to disenfranchise
universal
doctors.
Healthcare without changing the pay system for doctors.
We can literally afford with the tax system to do that. We don't need to change what doctors get paid.
Okay, so I just don't understand that. Can you explain that to me? I'm like,
please, Oscar. This is actually one of my favorite things to go through. Yeah, because it's one of my favorite parts to go through.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right, so would you agree that the job of the government when it comes to taxation is to use those tax dollars in the most efficient manner, like to maximize how much?
I did not hear the first part. Say that again.
Would you say the job of a government when it comes to the taxes that it does collect is to use those taxes in the most efficient manner?
Yeah, I would say I would want that to happen.
Would you include that to mean keeping the most money in the citizen's pocket and also increasing GDP and production by the highest amount?
Yeah, like purchasing power and GDP. Yes, I think
correct.
That's
great. So, can we agree that a healthy populace works longer and harder than a sick populace?
Sure. Yeah.
Can we also agree that the private insurance industry charges us more than any other country with national health care?
Yes. We spend more on healthcare.
Therefore, since you've agreed to all of these premises, you now understand that national healthcare is actually a good idea because it increases GDP and production and it lowers individual costs, which means a stronger economy. You've now accepted national healthcare.
No, I didn't accept.
You did. You accepted all the premises, and when I put all the premises together, you accepted it again. You're now just rejecting it because I didn't call it national healthcare until the end.
Well, no, because you're just negating the fact that people sit in lines to get, not sick. So, like, how do we, like...
I'm going to need a citation.
Empirically, how do we go about those numbers?
Because you already accepted all my premises. Now you're trying to find a reason not to.
So you're saying in your premise that these countries, all of these countries that have universal basic healthcare.
Hold on. Oh, wait. Hey, Oscar, did I bring up a single other country in my argument?
Nope.
Well, you said that it innately drives GDP up. Is that true for every circumstance?
Actually, you agreed to that premise. You did. I specifically said, hey, can we agree that a healthy populace works longer and produces more?
I hate this dumb gotcha bullshit, dude.
It's not.
This is just dumb gotcha.
It's just reality, sir.
If you don't want to get got, you need to stop spewing such bullshit on these lives.
No, it's gotcha bullshit. Like, what are you gonna say? Like,
the
sky is purple because I said so. Gotcha.
It is a gotcha to lay out a system that you agree with, and then point out that it's the system that you were just arguing against. Because what the gotcha is that we're pointing out that you're not arguing in good faith. You're not arguing based on what you actually think is reasonable. You're just starting from a place of thinking these policies would be bad, because that's probably what that fucking Discord told you, if you're fucking in there too, or whatever it is. Okay. But when we lay it out for you in a way that you find agreeable, not knowing the label, the gotcha is that you actually have the tools necessary to understand that you're wrong. You just refuse to.
Well, no, you negated the fact that we're countries that actually implement this, because you're just saying based on statistics this will happen.
Of something like 34 developed countries at the top of the list of countries by Human Development Index, we are the only one who hasn't figured this out, and the health outcomes here are really bad because of that. If you want to compare to other countries.
Yeah.
Also, can you confirm or deny that you get this off of a Discord or a Reddit?
Yeah, we're gonna start interrogating on that.
I don't even have Discord. I don't even have Discord. So
the previous caller, Westen, he was like, there was a point where I said Discord, and he was like, Discord? Like he'd said it like he'd never heard of Discord as a platform. After 5 minutes earlier, arguing with me about Discord.
Like he was trying to muffle the.
Yeah. That to me was a little indicator of the bullshit. I'm not as sure about you, but I do think that you're being disingenuous. I do think that you don't actually care about the suffering of others. I don't think you have empathy for other people in the country.
I don't think that you should have I think having empathy for every single person is not a good thing. You think you should have empathy for everybody? Do you have empathy for pedophiles?
Jesus,
I do. I have empathy for everybody.
I don't want them to like.
You have empathy for pedophiles.
I do.
How do you empathize with them?
Wait. I want to give him the soundbite so he can go feed it to the Discord so they can all come and argue with me about this.
Just tell me how you empathize.
I think that when people are attracted to minors, that's probably not something about themselves that they choose, but it's really harmful to society. So when somebody doesn't choose something that isn't harmful to society, like for example having sex with men instead of women, that's fine. But if it's having sex with children instead of adults, that's very harmful to society. So if somebody's a pedophile because they have that sort of attraction, I have compassion for the fact that they are in a fucking terrible predicament. And I would hope that if I was in that predicament, I would turn myself in to try to get myself the care and help that I need to not be harmful to society. So I care for them in that sense. It's when they act on that urge that they lose my favor, and at that point their values are out of whack in such a way that I'm no longer on their side. But I do have compassion for the fact that there are people who have urges that are bad. If somebody has an anger problem that might lead them to be a domestic abuser, I have compassion for that, and I want to help them with that so that they don't harm society. That's just another example of a negative thing that I can have compassion about.
It sounds like altruistic psychosis, dude. Like,
wait a minute. Is that the same fucking talking point?
Someone just said that in the chat. Okay, someone said that in the chat. I thought it was.
That was fucking bait,
the Discord chat.
Do you have
a
wait? Let's not.
No.
That was Bloomberg. Okay, that was in the chat. But before we fucking get lost on that, do you think that the compassion I have for pedophiles is reasonable?
No, dude. I think that.
Oh, so we shouldn't really carefully assess the fact that there are some such people in society, and we need to engage with them in a way that reduces harm for children? You don't think that compassionate approach is a good one?
So you don't think that having too much empathy can be a bad thing?
I would, I've never considered whether or not too much of empathy could be bad. I'm open to the idea. Do you have an argument that there's a situation where having too much empathy is bad?
Is it my literal?
Yeah, I think
I actually have a question here. Rhetorical. Sorry, it was rhetorical morality.
AJ. His name's AJ.
Christian? Are you a Christian?
No, but I do believe that there should be people like Christians.
Okay, interesting. Just wondering, because it's something a lot of MAGA people will say similar things to you.
I'm still interested in his argument about whether how too much empathy could be bad. Like, empathy is just understanding how other people feel when things happen to them instead of you, and like feeling what that's like. Why would having better understanding of other people's conditions be bad? Like, in what world is that not more knowledge about their condition? In what world is that not more power? Because knowledge is power.
I just think it can affect your emotions in certain ways. If you constantly are putting yourself in other people's shoes, it can affect how you choose to do things.
Yeah, I use that to consider the effects that my actions will have on other people, but I'm very careful to not use my emotions to reason about what those steps should be. That's a separate problem.
It sounds like you're avoiding your conscience, dude. It sounds like you're going oh yeah, this makes me feel bad, so I'm just gonna ignore it.
What are you so afraid of?
Empathize with.
What are you so afraid of doing if you empathize with people?
I don't like to empathize with pedophiles, dude.
But what about
it's not a crazy take. You said what?
What about poor people? Where do you? So is pedophile where you draw the line of empathy?
The proletariat. I love the proletariat. What's the difference? I'm
sorry. I said pedophiles. Is that's where you draw the line for morality?
I just feel like poor people and pedophiles aren't the same.
I'm just wondering, so is
empathize with.
So how do you feel do you have any empathy for murderers or rapists or I don't think I'm allowed to say that on here.
No, you can say rapists.
There's a lot of nuance in that, and those other kinds of cases. Was the murder out of emotional, or was it planned, premeditated?
It's almost like Oskar offered nuance in the pedophile situation as well, where they hadn't actually acted on it, but they are trying to stop themselves from acting on it, and so we want to work with them.
But he said he finds empathy in everybody.
Yes,
so what
because
about
we're
the people
empathizing.
How do you empathize with the guy who actually did?
Dude, I am even capable of empathizing with you. It's devastating that you are the way that you are. Yeah, dude, I feel really badly for you.
No, me too, dude.
Your entire existence seems dreadfully sad, and I don't even think you're.
You don't know
I don't even think you're aware.
The difference between a commodity and a public good. It's
dude,
basic.
You seem like you're going through a lot of emotional pain. To be quite honest, I feel like you're very young and you're in a society that doesn't value you at all. And
I have a question about the empathy as well. Do you think empathy means that we won't also have accountability?
What do you mean?
You seem to be mixing up empathy with approval. I don't approve of pedophiles or the things that they do, but I have empathy for them because it makes me better equipped to hold them accountable. Do you recognize that empathy can lead to better accountability?
Yes, I can see that. I can see where it can be
pedophiles. It's as horrible as they are. It's just damn, that's got to suck to be that awful, because it's that's got to suck because we got to lock you away to keep everyone else safe.
Especially the ones that are being vocal about trying not to commit.
Yes, no, there's a lot of them. It is it seems like a horrifying struggle where it's just this is what they're really, and most of them the ones who actually act on it have all also been through they've all had traumatic childhoods themselves. So it's it's a cycle that often was started by somebody else, and they're well, it didn't hurt me that much, so it's not going to hurt this kid. So they're able to turn off that part of their brain that cares and knows it's wrong.
I'd also like to point a practical example. I have to deal with this daily for my actual day job, right? So I work in social programs. It's my entire job to pay my bills. It's what makes me so much of a big brain on those topics on this app. I can have empathy for the hungry part of the person without having empathy for the things they may have done, right? So my job is to make sure somebody eats. That's my job. That's my entire fucking life. So if you are across the table from me, you can be I just got out of prison. And you know what I'm going to go? Great. How do I feed you? And that's the part that I'm empathetic with, because it's not my job to ask why you were in prison. My job is to make sure you fucking eat.
I can understand that. I'm just saying that, okay, for example, like empathizing with Hitler. Like I feel like humanizing people like that, like
Hitler was a human being who did some reprehensible things, and I think it's important to understand people like him to prevent people like him from gaining power in the future. And if you're going to put up your shields and say, I'm not going to even engage with the idea of trying to understand Hitler's human psychology, you just blind yourself to whatever you can learn about the past to prepare you for the future, and I think that that's very silly.
The reason we have freaking people cosplaying as SS soldiers today is because of the over-empathizing of Hitler and them rationalizing his behavior.
It is because their uniforms are cool. It is because their uniforms are cool. They were designed by Hugo Boss to be as cool as possible, dude.
Yes.
They designed it was a propaganda tool, and it succeeded so well that it, and not just the uniforms, but the films that they were in is just like, oh yeah, the ultimate bad guys, and that's why they're the ultimate bad guys in film. And that is why people role play as them.
And it's not Nazis in film anymore. It's like it's these propaganda ads with like stolen music from artists who hate that their songs are being used in this way, released by the White House, showing these guys like piling out of a truck wearing way cooler uniforms than they're actually going to get to wear if they become ICE agents, because it looks like they have to buy their own.
They have to provide their uniforms from home.
I was going to say, looks like they get a $50 Temu gift card to put together their fucking uniforms, but they do that sort of propaganda. So as much as like Dr. Denkenstein here was getting a joke in, there is something very real about what he's talking about, the propaganda of what it's like to be in these positions.
Oh yeah.
And they're propagandizing empathy for Hitler. What do you not understand about that?
These Nazis approve of Hitler. They don't empathize with Hitler. They approve
of him because they rationalize.
Raven, that's such a good point.
What do you not understand about that? They see themselves in him.
No,
how is that? You guys
feel their emotions.
You know I'm not wrong.
They approve of his actions.
Empathy is not seeing yourself in somebody else.
Sorry.
That's literally what empathy is.
Do you want to know what empathizing with Hitler looks like?
Isn't that sympathy? He's mixing the two up.
Yes, no, I think you're actually correct. You've been looking it up some pretty high.
Yeah. Empathizing with Hitler would look like looking at his childhood to see how his parents neglected him and abused him and how the rejection he faced.
These neo-Nazis
Can you stop talking for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Can you turn on your listening ears and shut up your yapper?
Making me proud, Raven.
Thank you. So, we can empathize with Hitler by looking at his childhood and how his parents abused him and neglected him, and how the rejection he faced in his life led him to be very angry and hateful and turn into a Nazi. And then we can study that and see how we prevent that in the future.
A griper?
I'm not a fucking You guys literally just like to
fell for the bait.
Like to group people into categories.
I never said you were, sir, but a hit dog sure does holler.
I thought you guys were against that.
Hit dog sure does holler.
Fell right for that fucking trap, dude.
Yeah. Do I get I survived the Derek Chauvin challenge? If I
don't get I survived the Oscar.
No, you do. We'll make you. I'll make a T-shirt or something.
Yeah, go ahead and get Andrew Wilson, your fake Andrew Wilson, to go get kneeled on. Okay.
Hey, dude, public call, Andrew Wilson, come show that you know how to fucking debate. If you want to call into my show and actually put your name and face on the line instead of doing it with anonymity. I bet if he had cooked my ass, he'd have posted the conversation, but because he didn't cook my ass, he's going to deny that it was him on my show. I think that's fucking embarrassingly disingenuous, whereas I sit here for 2 to 4 hours a day, and regardless of how the show goes, it gets posted, even if I look like an ass, which I fucking do sometimes. I'm only a human, but I'm not a coward. That's the difference between people like me and Andrew Wilson and our caller, AJ.
How is Andrew Wilson a coward?
I just explained it. Were you not fucking listening?
Are you gonna pay? Are you gonna get him $300K to come on his podcast, like, or to get him to come do your contest? Like, I'm so confused. Like, why do you think he was on your show?
To try to do a good job being on my show. He failed, so he's going to deny that he was ever on my show.
Does he do content like that a lot?
He has been going around calling into these lives and like trying to get content. My guess is that it's just not working out. Like, he's probably trying to record, like, look at all these fucking liberal idiots on TikTok, watch me smoke them. Sorry, he's not able to smoke us, so the project's not going very well for him. That's what I think is going on.
I just wanted to come up and say that a public good is a non-rivalrous, non-excludable thing.
And those things are only that way because we made them that way.
I kicked him. Because again, if you're more interested in whether or not your definition of a public good fits the label of what we're talking about, than whether or not the thing we're talking about is good for the public, then you're being a fucking definition smart smelling fart-smelling Philbro instead of actually being a fucking humanist who cares. And the guy can't even wrap his head around the idea of empathy. Maybe that caller's a fucking psychopath and doesn't have empathy. I'm not sure. Thanks for copping up, Crow and Derek.
Oh yeah, sure. That was a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you guys kicked for the algorithm, and I'm gonna wrap the show. Thanks for your time today.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude.
Follow Dr. Dankenstein while he's still on the screen, everybody. Get that account followed. He's trying to get out of TikTok jail for posting naughty videos that TikTok algorithm doesn't like. But they're good videos. Go watch them.
Zero regrets, though.
Come on, Derek. Love you, buddy.
You know what my favorite part is before you kick me?
Yeah.
That he agreed with national health care until he knew he was agreeing with national health care.
Walked right the fuck into that one. Thanks, Crow. Appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody who sends donations to the show, like Lucky Phil sending another $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, what was that song from Jessie's band again? Wasn't it something like Jumping in Reverse by Torment, Telemetry or something? It's Fall by Sensing Agony. And everybody should go listen to Fall and appreciate those vocals, because that's Jessie, the producer, whose day off it is today. She's not in the studio. But if you want to go hear a team member's music, it's in the description below if you're watching on YouTube. Fall.
She also just released a whole EP.
Yeah, there is the whole EP linked down there in the YouTube description, or you can just search Sensing Agony on wherever you listen to your music, and you can find Jessie screaming and singing. She does both. A lot of people are asking if the screams are her also. They are. Shannon, thank you for $15. Shannon said, I have to wait 6 months just to see my primary. I bet the next word's physician, but I don't know the rest of the message because Venmo cut it off. Here we go. I have to wait 6 months to get in to see my primary doctor in rural Vermont. What MAGA is afraid of happening due to national healthcare is already happening here. Yeah, they just don't seem to understand that instead of bankrupting people for it, we could also just not bankrupt people for it, and that wouldn't even change the system very much. It would just stop it from bankrupting people. Jason sent $2 to say, ask AJ how he feels about therapists that deal with awful people all day. Their whole job is to empathize in order to help them. Yeah, again, do we just say oh, you're not allowed to have a meaningful thought about these people because they're monsters? We're not supposed to ignore the fact that 20% of the population doesn't seem to care that the president's a rapist? No, we got to figure that out. We got to empathize, and we're not going to reach people like Screech if we don't. And we saw today that there's real deal benefit to having empathy for people who you disagree with, because a lot of them are savable, and the ones that aren't still need to be dealt with in terms of their societal cost. Thank you very much, Dino Nuggets, for the $10 cat tax over on YouTube Super Chat. Chairman sent $5 to say, no need to read aloud. I'm just going to read it now so I don't forget. Oh, no, I'll read it out loud. It was common for private fire crews to show up at most fires regardless of mark, advertising stop spreading to the marked building. Yeah, so they would show up, decide basically on their whim if they were going to fight the fire based on whether the plate was there, because if they were supposed to, they'd fight it. If they weren't supposed to, they might not fight it, but they might fight it if it was to protect the next door building that is paid for under their plan. So a bunch of shitty capitalistic shit happened. Funny, describing fires like that's so insane, but it so carefully mirrors what's going on in the healthcare system that I just can't understand why the callers can't, empathize with the people being fucked over by that system. Jackal sent $10 to say, I would wait a few months for non-emergency surgery versus not going to the doctor at all. Thus, I can get preventative care right now. It will cost more in the long run, especially if I have an emergency. Just another way that those sorts of healthcare practices aren't good for people at the end. By the way, it's cheaper to take a week-long vacation to Germany and get your hip replaced while you're there than to just get it replaced here in the United States, says Jazz Baroncraft for $5. I think that's probably technically true. Elusive Viper sent $2 to say, Oscar, that caller on 085 showed Cam. Oh, did they? Oh, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it isn't fried eggs. Again, I'm pretty sure it was. But I'm gonna have to go dig through episode 85 again. We got the people there. The challenge to Andrew Wilson still counts, because still stands, because people have been saying that he's going around calling people in, and if I'm wrong about him being on episode 85, I'd still love for him to call in and show us all those fancy skills he's preaching about in his fucking debate school. Anyway, I think that's the show for today. Do you have anything else before we move on, Raven?
I think that's it.
Think that is it. All right. I am going to say... Where are we going? Forgot to mute this phone. All right, everybody. That's been the Oskar Quentin Show on this particular Wednesday, I think it is.
Thursday, isn't it?
Yes.
It's Thursday today.
Yes. Anyway, sorry, I do the same thing every single day. It's hard to keep track. Anyway, it is Thursday. On this particular Thursday, we're going to wrap it here until 10 o'clock Central Time tomorrow morning on YouTube and Super Chat, and we're going to raid Santana. Go tell Santana that Oskar said hi. Goodbye, TikTok, and goodbye, YouTube.